Alrighty, testing. 1, 2, 3, and a 4. Oh, ads are still playing, apparently. 5 seconds. A little bit longer, a little bit longer. Alright, there we go. Hi, everybody. Hope you're all doing well and ready for another episode of Walk Down Memory Lane. Here today with me, I got Sin Sarah. Sin, how's it going tonight?
I'm tired.
Tired? Hey,
I just woke up from my nap.
You took a nice little nap, just a nice little snooze nap before it all began. You know, you had to save all your energy for this moment. You know, that's all it is.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and do the usual. We're gonna start off with some. What?
Sorry, I'm testing the audio on my end.
Oh no, you're fine. What's wrong with the stream title? Did it not update? Did it not update? Oh my god. Is it updated now?
It's updated on YouTube. It's fine.
And it is update now on Twitch, guys. Okay. I swear. I hit done on here, and apparently it's still done. I give up. You know what? All that matters now is at least update it proper. Okay.
There we go. Thank you, Elise.
Thank you, yes. Thank you, Lynn. Also, we'll just pretend that first 5 minutes didn't happen. It's fine. That's like first 40 seconds. Can we start again?
Sure.
All right. Now, stream title updated. Everything proper. Everybody, welcome to the show. I'm here with Sin, and we're going to start off with some introductory questions. Intro to it all. I'm
so excited.
Yay, we're here. Hey. So the first thing I do have to ask, how did you hear about Final Fantasy XIV?
Okay, so 14, I have a bit of an interesting history with 14 specifically, because, like, I remember I have this very crystallized memory of seeing the original 1.0 box on, like, I think it was still EB Games at the time, counter when my brother and I had walked in to go to find some game. I don't even remember what game we were looking for, but we just walked in to EB Games. We were buying games or whatever, and I just remember seeing the box on the counter and like a little like advertisement sign like next to it. It was like Final Fantasy 14 online, and I'm like, online? No way. I was like, I looked at it, like I had like side glanced it for a second, and I was just like, oh, there's another Final Fantasy game out, and this was like before I had any interest in Final Fantasy as a franchise as a whole. At that point, the only Final Fantasy game I had played to its completion was Final Fantasy XIII, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
I have no idea when this was, like, year-wise. Like, I don't know how old I was. It's like, but it's this memory is still, like, there. I have no idea when it was. It was somewhere in my, like, early teen years or so, I think. Because it came out in 2010, right?
Yes.
1.0 was 2010. So
Mm-hmm.
I would have been in my early 20s at the time. So it's totally aging myself. Great.
I was gonna say I know.
Off to a great start.
Yeah, I was like, huh. It does remind me. Cause I know I'm at least a bit younger than you, so I think I might be right.
So it was like in my early 20s at the time. It was okay. So at that point, I had finished Final Fantasy 13 in its entirety, and I had gotten very close to the end in Final Fantasy 4. But I played Final Fantasy IV specifically on the PS Vita, the Vita version, which is really good. And that was it. Like, I had played a little bit of Final Fantasy VII, and of course I knew about Final Fantasy VII. My brother owned it, and I tried to play it, but I just couldn't get into it. But that was pretty much it. Like, I remember playing one, and a little bit of like 2 and 3 maybe, but like turn-based games were not my thing at the time. I grew up on Spyro the Dragon, Crash Bandicoot, platformers.
Yeah.
You know,
all the platformers.
So being able to run around and like punch things was my thing. Was my thing at the time. So it took me a long time for me to like come around to the idea of a Final Fantasy game being my type of game.
Yeah, that's
so when I saw that. When I saw that box art in the store, I was just completely disregarded it as soon as I saw the online part. I was just like, nah. I was like, nah.
I see.
Because I also had because I was entirely single player pilled, right? I never played a multiplayer game in my life, never. And I had massive social anxiety. Like, I knew what MMOs were. I knew about World of Warcraft. I knew about RuneScape. I knew about etc. Right? But I never played them. Never.
Right.
And I only heard horror stories.
Yeah. So what's so funny you mentioned about that? The actual question was, is 14 indeed your first MMO?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So okay, I kind of see the evolved into the next question, which is good. Yeah.
I'll leave that next question because there's a little bit more to it than that. So we'll hold that. We'll put a pin in that for now.
And
you'll ask it again when I finish.
I just go here and have a pin.
Yeah. So how I heard about Final Fantasy XIV as we know it today was my brother, who I was still living with my parents at the time. My brother had gotten an invite code to the Phase 3 closed beta test for 2.0.
Okay.
But as soon as he looked into it, he decided not to play it because it was online. Because he didn't know much about it either. So as soon as he had, I think he tried to play it and he just wasn't into it in the beginning. So he told me about it, and I was like, this was early 2013.
Yeah.
So I was between jobs and school at the moment, and I just didn't really have much going on. So I was just like, whatever. I'll try it out. So he gave me the code. And this was for the PS3 version specifically. Sorry, I was distracted because my monitor was acting up.
Acting funky.
Yeah. So he gave me the PS3 version code for the beta, which I still have the app downloaded on my PlayStation account. So I still technically have the beta client on my account, even though it doesn't work. So, and I just remember not really, just kind of wanting to play around with it, because I knew it was an MMO, and I was just like, I'll just try it, see what happens. And just I just fell in love with it immediately. I don't know what it was about it. But the funny thing is that because this was the Phase 3 closed beta test, I made a female healer character because I was scared of non-human characters. Remember, early 20s, I was a young innocent child. Okay, I was not a frequenter of fan fiction forums. Okay, I was not in that space of the internet. Okay.
Yeah.
I was a sweet, pure, innocent Southern girl who had not been exposed to the zinginess of the world outside yet.
Right, but yeah, so it's funny you mentioned you beta Phase 3, is that I was also beta Phase 2, and I obviously jumped on when they were testing Controller. That's what they were doing at the time, testing controller. And still one of my favorite moments was my Y was acting like my A, and my X was my Y was acting like B, and my X was acting like A. So when I got to do my butt, I'm like, the hell is wrong with my controls here? And I'm playing, like, at the time they only had Gridania available, so I'm playing Archer. So you're just like, the hell is wrong with these buttons here? So I'm like, But they eventually fixed that and when I hit the phase 3s, which was really nice. So, but before we get too carried away, let's go ahead and get on to the next set of topics here. We did talk about obviously our we talked about your first MMO B14. Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, but there's a bit of an interesting story for that.
Sure.
Is that technically I have played other quote-unquote MMOs before, but they were more like free-to-play, mobile-style type games. But this is before, like, the mobile market really had, like, taken off. So you had a bunch of these, like, browser-based MMOs, right?
Yeah.
Back in the day. It was so I played around with some of those because they were free to play, and a lot of them were like geared around like city building, you know, like building and developing specific like buildings in a city, and I liked that stuff. And then you could like train and build an army and all that kind of stuff, you know. So I liked that stuff, and like I'm trying to think. And it's not that I hadn't, like, played local co-op stuff with my friends and stuff, but doing an actual, like, MMO, where, specifically an MMORPG, and this was, you know, post-World Warcraft, this was, like, around the time of, like, Overwatch and League of Legends and even things like that. So it was, like, this idea of, like, playing a team-based game, and especially for me at the time was terrifying because I was very socially I had a lot of social anxiety, like a lot. So the idea of just of being forced into a scenario where I had to play with other people and we were all working together towards a goal terrified me. Like because if something went wrong, I could always blame myself, and that was fine. But if other people started blaming me for something going wrong, I can't handle that.
And that's totally understandable and totally fair, considering when you're not like familiar with that genre. Because for me,
especially. Sorry.
Now I was gonna say, especially for me, obviously I started at 11, and obviously I started at 11 years old. So I kind of was exposed to the MMO genre pretty early on, especially like that kind of like community working and whatnot. So I got used to having to talk with everybody and getting to know people. Especially back in the day, you would also play with Japanese people, so you would actually need to have like if they would say something to you in Japanese, you would actually have to auto translate and find a way to translate proper so you guys could understand each other. It was definitely a very interesting experience because I named myself Game Wizard in the game when it first came out. Because me as an 11-year-old thought he was the wizard of all gaming. Yes. He thought he was really, really good at gaming. So I kind of that's kind of what the name. Well, originally I wanted to be called the Game Master, but you can't be that name. Why? No. Because they exist in the game as actual like moderators of the game. So I'm like, oh, so I guess I'll be Game Wizard. And yeah, I was never a wizard. I ended up being the Dragoon. I wanted to play Dragoon. But yeah, it was very interesting because it's not. Obviously, you don't see that as much nowadays because you kind of can separate things based on region. But yeah, that was something we dealt with back with 11. Just if you wanted to party with people, stuff like that, you had to figure out the systems to make it work. So that kind of was a big introduction for me.
Yeah, that's interesting that 11. I didn't know that 11 had kind of a unified server.
Yeah, well, they did. Well, you did have like multiple different servers, but all people would play on those servers. There was no such segregation of, oh hey, like Phoenix is a server I'm on. Oh yeah, Phoenix is an EU server, or like Cerberus is an NA server. They wouldn't even label. They literally just here's the servers, choose it.
Yeah,
Like, unless
Yeah,
you looked it
that's
up, then you're like, oh. And the reason we chose Phoenix is because my dad played on Phoenix because he's the one that got me into it, and his friend at the time was into 11, so we kind of all chose the same servers to be on, just to make sure we all could play together. Man, those were the times. Always thankful to my dad. Yep, I'm always thankful to my dad that got me into it. He literally showed me the game. I was in awe with it, and I just, ever since, MMOs just became like a part of my personality.
Yeah.
So next I do have to ask, we're gonna kind of go more into specifics about 14 here. We'll say, what was the first race you played in 14? It sounds like we went over that in the beta, but
yeah, we were talking about this. So we were yapping a little bit before the show started, but I've fanted a few times since I started. In the beta, yeah, I started as a healer, a female healer, and I think it was specifically the Highlander here, but I think I might have been a Midlander at one point, but I really liked playing around with the character creator, so I've made a ton of characters.
One of those I couldn't decide.
Yeah. That was for the beta, but for the official launch, which I continued, into the official launch, and like going from phase 3 to phase 4, there was like a 2 or 3 month gap.
Mm-hmm.
I was dying.
Oh yeah.
I was dying. It was legitimate because like I had nothing going on and I was so bored. I want to play 14.
Right. You're like, let me back in. Let me in. It's like that meme. Let me in.
Yep. It was so bad. So for the phase 4, for phase 4, I actually had a Highlander here, female, is what I had, but I didn't stick with her for very long, because the PS4 release was coming out the following year. Yes.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, the PS4 beta was coming out the following year, because that was one of the big things that YoshiP was pushing for, was all the console support that had not been done, had not been delivered on yet. So he was really pushing for that console support.
And then we'll talk about how crazy it is today and how many console supports,
Yeah.
And how much is growing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So for the PS4 launch, I had made a new character, and that was my female Makote, which I stuck with until Heavensward. I fanted to Aura, female Aura, for a bit. For a couple of years, but then or maybe just like a year or something, and then I switched back to female Makote, and I stuck with the female Makote for a long time.
Yeah.
Until, as you can see.
Yeah. Until much later. Yeah. Until now.
So
yeah.
I am now bun boy forever. you will pry this bun boy from my cold dead hands.
So we actually, next up, what job did you happen to start with in 14?
So because I started in the beta, this is also a complicated question, so it's a multi-tiered. I legitimately do not remember what class I chose in the closed beta, because I don't think that I really played it. It was really short, so I don't remember much about it.
Mm-hmm.
But for the phase 4, I picked warrior. or Marauder specifically. And I say Marauder because I never got far enough to actually unlock the job.
Oh.
Because I would always stop just short of the first dungeon. Because that's how bad my anxiety was. I was just like, nope.
No, I don't want to touch.
I played as much as I could by myself until it forced me to do party content, and then I stopped.
You're like, no thanks, goodbye, thanks.
Yeah. So, but I did eventually get there. I can't remember if I finally pushed through it. I think I finally pushed through it on the same character that I carried over from Phase 4. Or I just made a new character and I don't recall. But I did eventually push through it before the PlayStation 4 launch. But because I had an addiction just to creating new characters, I just kept starting over.
Right.
So I didn't actually end up finishing 2.0, which you probably have another question about this later, so I won't go into too much detail. I didn't end up finishing 2.0 until much later because of my anxiety. But my PS4 character, which is my current main, as you can, if you can't tell, I started as a paladin gladiator on there, and I've stuck with that for a long time.
Okay, there we go. Next up, I do have on the list here, because that's obviously, because down the line everything does get complicated, stuff like that. Thankfully for me, honestly, at least my experience was because I played MMOs before. I obviously played Final Fantasy XI. I jumped into WoW for a bit, and I wanted to try tanking, so this was the MMO to try tanking with. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and jump as a tank, and immediately was like, I was like, I'll play a male rogue. And it's just that was the start of it all for me. And I just kept playing. This character obviously has been the same character since beta phase 4. So I've been playing this character for a long time.
Wow.
Yeah, so I have not changed.
More committed than me. I'm proud of you.
Like, I was sitting there like, this character's probably at least got 500, 600 days worth of playtime. I'm like, yeah. I have a bunch of vaults, but, I just do them more for fun. Next up on the list, we definitely want to talk about is it currently still your main job, or do you have a different main now?
I have a different main. Specifically, I switched to Astro as soon as Heavensward came out.
Okay.
Because I saw the Astro trailer at FanFest.
Okay.
And I was screaming. Tarot cards, mysticism and like star and like astrology and things like that. All of that is just right up my alley aesthetically. So I was just immediately drawn to it, and I did get a little bit into Heavensward with Paladin, mostly because like I said, it took, I swear, I didn't actually finish 2.0 until like 2 weeks before 2.1 came out. Yeah, I didn't even reach level 50 until, actually no, like I didn't reach level 50 until like, oh my gosh. Was I really that bad? Oh my god! Like my brain is just so mixed up. But like,
I guess when we get to the Rebel Born, which
I'll save that for later. I'll get into that later. But
so we will. So next part.
Yeah, I have Astro as my main, but unfortunately, it wasn't always the best to play throughout all the expansions. So I ended up switching back to Paladin. In Stormblood, I think no, I was still playing Astro and Stormblood, but I switched to Dark Knight for Shadowbringers and switched back to Paladin for Endwalker. And so I've kind of switched around quite a bit just because Astro was just kind of in a weird spot after Heaven's Word. Mechanically, so it was kind of hard to stick with it.
Yeah, that little awkward moment of like trying to figure out what they want to do with it now or whatever. So I guess the next I do have, we do gonna ask, what kind of content do you feel like you focus on?
Oh, that's a tough question for me because I dabble in so many things. Like, I'm kind of all over the place. I have tried crafting and gathering. I have tried raiding. I have tried exploration stuff. I've like almost everything in the game I've at least tried. I've tried Deep Dungeon. I've tried a little bit of everything. As far as and it changes, right? I go through phases. There was a phase where I was doing a lot of extremes, and I tried savage raiding for a good long while. Like it was like 2 years of like me focusing on like the more higher end content. Somebody had even invited me in to try and do tea at one point, and it just but I ended up getting burnt out on it really quick because it just wasn't my speed.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So, but for the longest time, as far as the content that I have focused on playing the longest and the most consistently, this is going to be weird for me to say, the actual content that I play the most is the MSQ.
I mean, hey, it's content.
Because I make so many alts that that I just that I've actually started getting into speedrunning MSQ recently. I'll probably save getting into that towards the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
Well, I definitely have questions about that now because I actually had interest in speedrunning myself. So I'm I definitely have questions for that later on.
I will be happy to talk about that.
All right.
But before, before I was just mostly just making alts and kind of coming up with different kinds of ways to play, like different angles, like different goals for each character. Like say I wanted to make a character where I don't buy any items, like I don't buy any gear, or I don't take any gear, so I have to craft it all myself. Or I make a character where I complete all the side quests before moving out of an area, or I do as much content as possible before before leaving or whatever. I came up with like little things like that, because I just liked going back through that early player experience with just different perspectives on how to approach it. So that's been my content for a long time. So while the actual prescribed content in the game, I kind of flip-flop around a lot, but that has been always my focus, is like trying to find something, a particular goal outside of the goals that the game gives you for myself to actually give myself motivation to play.
There you go. And that's everybody's different cup of tea. That's something I have had interest in as well. Try to do different limits, different challenges. That's why obviously 11, my Do Not Die challenge 11, doing the Iron Man challenge with y'all for the light party, which is always a blast. That was a blast. Hopefully we get back to actually trying it soon. But yeah, now on the other hand though, we do want to go ahead and start moving on to the next portion of things. So we know that basically none of us really played 1.0, but I do want to ask the main question. Did you have friends or anybody you know of that played 1.0 and told you stories?
I don't know anybody personally that played 1.0, but I was so obsessed with 14 after I played it in the beta that I filled the time that I couldn't play it with this one particular YouTube channel that I can't remember the name of at this particular moment. I'm pretty sure the YouTube channel doesn't exist anymore. But it was this YouTube channel that focused on showcasing 1.0 at the time when it was still live, but it was at a time when it was like it had gone. They had dropped the subscription, the monthly subscription. You know, this was after Yoshi P had taken over, and but they were still updating the game, right? They were aggressively updating the game. So this YouTube channel was showing off all of and it didn't go into any like story stuff. Like it did a little bit, but it mostly was just like showing the different features of the game. And so I'm familiar with how 1.0 was in terms from what I could see. I later went back and like found summaries and digests of the story and the cutscenes and everything like that. So it's like I'm familiar with 1.0 as a concept.
Right, yeah, because you weren't there to be there for that moment, but you see it. Like, right. I mean, I've seen videos on YouTube about like I've seen like the fall. You know, we had the fall out, on the meteor, and then like watching it all, just watching everybody like cheer and do all this stuff.
Funny thing is, that one of those videos of the final moments of 1.0 crossed my YouTube recommendeds a few weeks ago.
It was like,
because I had like, I don't know which one it was, but I think it was I had clicked on one of the early 2.0 promotional videos for that, and I just watched it for nostalgia for a second. I was like, oh.
Right.
Because I'd never seen the promotional video. I'd never seen the commercial for it before. So then after that, it was just like, here's a video about the final moments of 1.0. And I'm just like, I remember that one.
Yeah, I remember the trailer when that all came out for A Realm Reborn. It was like, damn, like with it all together. But yeah, because for me, my memories of it is I did play it briefly, not very briefly. Like I put my toes in the water and immediately said, nah, I'm out. Because I got like Lancer to level 7, Blacksmith to level 3, and I looked back and said, I don't think I really want to spend time in this game right now. Considering how like slow the combat was, considering hitting the button, it just wasn't going to. It took like a million years, it felt like, to trigger like an attack. And I'm like, dude, I want you to thrust the palm. What are you doing? And just thrust the spear. Dot.
That's interesting. Since you played 11.
Yeah.
How did it compare for you? Can you remember thinking about how it compared to 11 in that moment?
It was almost kind of similar with it, but like the difference was like in Final Fantasy 11, you auto attack. Most of your like damage came from auto attacking, and when you went and played in 14, you had your buttons to press. You had to hit a button, you had to keep pressing your buttons. That's I mean between Dragoon. I'm going to talk about mostly my experience because that's obviously because I played a lot of Dragoon in 11, and I tried Dragoon in Lancer at the time in 14. I was really sad I couldn't get a pet wyvern because I thought Dragoons really had because my knowledge was very limited about like Final Fantasy at the time because I mostly played 11, so I assumed that Dragoons could always have a wyvern. My 11-year-old body was like, yes. Can I summon a wyvern in 14? And I couldn't summon a wyvern. I was so sad. And I actually made a lore and story on how my character from 11 went to 14 and lost his wyvern in a sad way.
Oh.
I was like, man, I want my wyvern, but my wyvern
I'm gonna hit all the old people in the chat with
Yeah.
a heavy nostalgia bout right now. It's like, did you plan out a whole Artax scene?
Yeah, I like airship. I think I airship travel or some shit I did, and then like some portal appeared, or some big battle happened, and my wyvern died in the battle, and then it jumps into another portal, and suddenly I'm in Erosia now, and I'm like, rah. Yeah, it was definitely a mad moment, dude. Like, I know sometimes my memories come back from it. So that is my experience. Is that between the two, it was definitely like trying like. They were trying to make 11 2.0 with 1.0, but it wasn't really working out. But the only reason I really got to play it anyway is because of my dad. My dad put it on his PC. He was trying it for a bit. He was struggling. He says, I'm struggling. And he was like kind of like having all these problems. I'm like, all right, Dad, let me play it for a bit. So I got on, and I did a bit better, but I was like, yeah, I can't realize why my dad doesn't want to play this. I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm gonna go back to Final Fantasy 11. Thank you very much. I'll go back playing that until maybe they fix the kinks out here. But in my case,
definitely
yeah,
quite a quirky game from what I could see.
It was definitely very quirky. They definitely made improvements later on, like for the videos and such. But I definitely say when I first played it, and I was like, yeah. I did like the open world, like the fact that there was no instances, like literally you just go from Limsa and you could go zone right into Lenosha, and you didn't have like no loading screen or anything. You just, there you are, you're in Lenosha now, and then you just load into the next zone, which was a nice concept. But
yeah, like I remember seeing him walk the YouTuber walk through the zones, and like even I knew at the time that like it was facilitated by loading tunnels, which was definitely a bit of a novel concept, I think, for MMOs at the time. Because I think even World of Warcraft had zone lines, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So
yeah, to do
the fact that they took the leap and just decided to do loading tunnels instead was a bit crazy.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take a little bit of a small break here as we go ahead and get ready for some Realm of Boring questions. We're actually going to start jumping into the meat of Final Fantasy XIV content.
Yay!
So give us a few, and I need to go drink some water. Take a couple minutes to do that. I'll be right back. And we are back, getting ready for the next set of questions. We are now in A Realm Reborn. And guys, the good news is that somehow the magnetic on the table is gone. So the guest can no longer somehow keep getting attached to me, so we're good there. Alright, starting it up. So, since obviously we both have, like, talked about experiences and whatnot, we'll kind of just say, it looks like when you kind of, you kind of had your excitement for 2.0, and I think this one I'm going to kind of skip on, because originally it was about 1.0 being a nightmare, and then what are your expectations of going on to 2.0? But I think we kind of, like, went over that mostly, and...
Yeah, I kind of have the reverse problem, the reverse experience where I started with 2.0, and then it went back to pick apart people's experiences in 1.0, so yeah.
Alright, so remember when we talk about you being a paladin main, for your class and job storyline, how did you feel about it? But we're just going to specifically focus on the class and job storyline.
Well, I picked Gladiator originally because I like Sword. Because I like Sword.
Hard.
I don't know why I picked Marauder originally in the beta test. I have no idea. Like, I legitimately don't remember. Other than, I guess maybe because it started you in Limsa, and I love the ocean. So I think that was it. But for starting Gladiator, I had no concept of, like, the Holy Trinity for MMORPGs. So I didn't know what a tank was originally. I just saw a sword and I wanted to slash things with it. Starting, and I had no idea that there was, like, well, I guess I expected there to be a story or something, some kind of quest line tied to it, I guess. I was coming into it, was all new to me. Like, I had played Final Fantasy games before, so it still felt familiar. Like, it still felt definitively Final Fantasy to me, but I still had no idea what to expect in terms of, like, the writing, the quest structure, and things like that, right? So starting the quests, I remember reading every single line of dialogue, and let's see. I don't think I really had, like, much feeling about it one way or the other for the early levels, because it's just, introductory. It's just introducing you to your class, and it was a little, and the actions that we had back then were a little bit different than what we have now. But I did think it was very interesting how they tied it into the lore of the world, right? Because I think what I was expecting was kind of more of a cookie cutter, like, this is what this action does, and then you follow this up with this, and it was gonna, like, put you in, like, a training room and, like, walk you through what each of the actions do, right? Because that's what I kind of come to be familiar with in terms of other kinds of, like, single player RPGs, right? So to not have that kind of freaked me out a little bit.
Oh.
I was just like, wait, but what does this button do? Yeah, no, you can just imagine, like, my character, like, grabbing the NPC, like, what does this button do?
How are you doing?
It's like, no, seriously, what does this button do?
How's this button gonna work? Oh my god.
Because I was playing on controller, right? So tooltips weren't exactly weren't exactly intuitive to use or to bring up. I so but I did like the story, right? Like I liked the specifically Mila was a wonderful tsundere character.
Yeah.
And it was just a nice kind of like introduction to some cute characters in Mila and Alvis, and it's and like I feel like the Gladiator questline is real. It ties a little bit closer into the overall like Old Dawn narrative, which is interesting. A bit more. I think they all kind of touch on it a little bit, where they all kind of deal with this underground mob, I guess, this criminal gang, right?
Yeah.
But but I do think it's good that they kind of loop that criminal gang into the actual MSQ at one point, so that if you've been doing your class quests up to that point, you'll have been introduced to this criminal gang beforehand, before that point in the story, and then get to see them in the MSQ as this kind of significant threat is really interesting.
That kind of ties things together, yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely, I never really thought about it that way when it came to the Gladiator. Like, I know I've like played through it again recently because as one of my alt characters, I'm going through and like going through reading all the dialogue and stuff like that, and I really didn't think about it too much about it until you brought that up, and like that's a really good point.
Yeah, so I didn't really think about it much at the time, because it was just because I was coming into it just kind of expecting, it's a Final Fantasy game, so I'm expecting great writing, great visuals, and I was getting all of that, obviously. So it was like, but I didn't have any like point of comparison compared to like other MMOs in that sense, because I treated it as a Final Fantasy game first. So it was like I was setting my expectations with that rather than comparing it to other types of online games which now I have a greater appreciation for the writing in 14 specifically, even though it still has its problems. So like for sure, it's not perfect, but it's definitely a cut above a lot of the competition out there.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask the next question. Now, we talked about, of course, earlier that when it came to playing the game, you would only get up to the first dungeon. You would stop because you just couldn't. You had that anxiety as such. So when you actually decide to go through and get through all of 2.0, how did you feel about that grind? When you actually started getting ready into it.
When I did, oh man, when I did it, when I actually committed to getting through it the first time, it was so long ago at this point. It's really vague. Like the feelings that I had going through it were really vague, because it's mostly because I don't remember exactly where I like stopped. Because I would stop and start and stop and start, right? So I was just kind of like picking at it for a long time, and so I don't remember exactly like where I had stopped in the story, and took a break and picked it back up. So I don't have a lot of like definitive feeling, a lot of memories about reactions that I had to the story originally. It just kind of, and it might have been just because I had expectations, I think, a little bit beyond. I had a frame of reference from like other Final Fantasy games that were really like big and bombastic, like was huge. They went all in on spectacle, right?
Right.
And not that there wasn't that in A Realm Reborn, but I don't feel like it really like it wasn't as impactful in A Realm Reborn to me specifically, because the only frame of reference that I had was Final Fantasy 13,
Right.
which is really big. Like it's very sweeping, orchestral, it's a fantasy, like all this stuff. Its scale is ginormous, right? It just feels so much bigger than you when you're playing it.
Yeah.
But A Realm Reborn story is very grounded by comparison.
Right.
It's a lot smaller because it's just dealing with like this one little like set of nations and this one very obvious like threat in the Ultima Weapon and Gaius.
Yeah.
And
I think,
and La Brea.
Yeah, I mean,
vaguely off in the distance.
But like I like kind of wonder, like, do you remember times when you had to stop and fake grind because you would get stopped by level cap, like anything like those?
Yeah,
like you had
yes.
like especially the 46 to 49 grind. Because you had to stop, and the only way to level was like you gotta unlock like Iron Veil.
Yeah, I tried. I think my brain doesn't like to remember that part.
I think that could be it. Yeah, and there's that was more of my question, like the grind, like getting the leveling, the process of. So, but now I kind of was after I said now I picked, I was like, okay, now I know your feelings on it. Because that's kind of like I think. You're good.
I hate grinding. Even back then, when I had more time on my hands, when I had more energy to put into stuff, it was like I didn't mind it as much back then, because like and that was part of my perception of like MMOs. It was like, oh, MMOs are about pointless grinding, blah blah blah, like that's the point. and like I feel bad because maybe that's the reason why I kind of started and stopped, is when I was hit with those walls that I had to grind to get through the next level lock, right? Because in the early days, this is going to be surprising for all of the babies in chat, okay? All of the babies in chat, we actually had to grind a little bit between, there would be level locks where I would get to a certain point in the story and I wouldn't be a high enough level to continue, so I had to do a dungeon or do some fates before I could continue the story. And when I would get hit with that wall, I would just stop. I would just like, all right, that's as much as I'm gonna do today.
Yep, this was, and it
would take me like 2 weeks to go back to it.
Yeah, because it would be a thing. If you weren't used to that kind of grind, it definitely, so obviously, being your first MMO, you're not used to that sort of thing. That's gonna make you go, I can't do this. I can't come back to it, So like everyone's gonna have that kind of experience. So it's always interesting to hear, because I remember you saying that you struggled. So it's kind of interesting to see, like, okay, well, I remember 2.0 being grindy, like not super grindy, not like I would say compared to other MMOs like back when 11 was back in the day.
It definitely wasn't as grindy as 1.0 was, from what I can see.
Yeah. So, but it definitely still did have its grind, and so that's kind of where I'm interested to see like the people's reaction to that.
I do. It's like, again, like my memories from that far back are a little bit muted, so I don't have strong memories of it, but I do remember the 46 to 49 grinds. I do remember getting out to, and you know what, I wouldn't, and this might just be me rewriting my memories, but I would believe that at this point in time, that once I reached that level 46, once I finished that 46 quest, and was waiting to, and needed to get to 49 to do Cape Westwind, I would believe that is where I like hard stopped for a while, because that jump was just so significant. Like,
Oh,
and it was more
yeah.
significant than any of the previous like gaps before. Like it was like before it was like maybe like a level or two, which was manageable, you know. But a full like 3-level gap like that, especially in the late game, where good XP was where good XP sources were limited.
Yeah.
It was rough. It was a little rough. So
Yep.
I would believe that is where that is the point where I just kind of like left it and didn't finish until like right before 2.1 started.
Okay. But yeah, actually, funny enough, we talked about since you obviously didn't really necessarily, since we talked and you said you didn't really get into 2.1. Remember back in the day, obviously, before 2.1 even came out, there was no party finder. So if you want to do things with people, things like that, it seems like I kind of answered that question for me already, because I was basically gonna ask if you were maybe part of FC. Did you do things to try to shout out in chats to see if like people could help?
I'm trying to remember.
Because
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not that I recall, because again, my social anxiety was pretty high.
Yeah,
it was enough of a significant jump to get me to just do 4-man party content.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Which, if I recall, the trials up to that point were still only 4-man. Ifrit, Titan, Garuda were still just 4-player.
Yeah, because
it didn't get into 8-man
the last
until Cape Westwood.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So no, I don't recall. But then again, like, I can't be sure. Like, I want to say that I tried to join FCs because, like, after I had like broken that dam of like getting through the social anxiety of doing dungeons, like I was just like, oh, this is a game where you play with other people. So like, there was a point after, you know, everything that I did eventually like go all in and like joining FCs and once Party Finder was in, well, actually no, I don't think I ever actually interacted with Party Finder for a long time. So like, I would do everything through Duty Finder. So I don't, but I do remember when they implemented it, and I was like, good for you guys.
Yeah, like, good for you guys. I'm gonna stay in my little hole over here.
Yeah, because like I mentioned earlier, the content that I was doing at the time was like MSQ, so like that was my content. Like I wasn't really doing a whole lot of like other content. I definitely was not doing extremes or even at the time like the hard mode trials or whatever.
Okay.
I did the alliance raids, but that was it. Like that was the extent of everything that I did.
Okay, so before we actually kind of like jump into, okay, so that's actually one of my questions later about the alliance raids. Let's go back to, remember we talked about the last 2 dungeons of Realm Reborn, Vacastrum, Rhodinium, and Praetorium. You remember back in the day where you could just skip the cutscenes and you could just go right through, you know, like right through the dungeon.
Oh yes.
And so my question is, when you went through for the first time, did you have the struggle of being able to watch your cutscenes?
See, this goes back to what I mentioned earlier about how long it took me to actually finish 2.0, right?
Yeah.
So, because I came in late to the game on that front, yes. I was a victim of being left behind because I refused to skip the cutscenes. So I was playing with 2 of my friends at the time, and both of them had already finished. You know, they'd already finished like the story and everything long before. But they were helping me through it, and so they were like running along with the group, but in voice with me, they were like, I'm so mad that these people are just like not caring that you're still back there wanting to watch the cutscenes, and
Yeah.
like they were frustrated about it, and whereas I was just sitting there like watching a movie. I was just it was okay. It was so funny because you could skip the cutscenes.
Yeah.
You know, and the fights in between
Mm-hmm.
the cutscenes
Yeah.
would go so quickly that I would just finish one cutscene and immediately roll into the next cutscene.
Congratulations, you hit movie time.
Yeah, I was just watching a movie at that point. I was just stuck there. I was just like, this is my life now. This is the fate that I have chosen for myself.
So that's
and it ran all the way to the end, and like I was sitting there probably for like 2 minutes after everybody else had left.
So it's funny because like for me, I mentioned this yesterday, but I want to definitely bring it up again. Is that from my experience with it is, I remember when going through at least Castrum. I did unfortunately when I went through the first time, people were already trying to rush it, and mind you, this is still 2.0. Like we just got the game was released and we just got there, and I'm sitting there trying to watch cutscenes, and I'm remembering people in the chat, and I was by myself, so people was like, "Watch these at the end, watch these at the end," and I'm just like, really, dude? Like, you do realize you're a duty finder, right? If you really want to do this content, like, consistently, get 8 people together and do it. Like, goddamn. If you guys want to skip all the cutscenes, I'm going to watch them. But thankfully, Praetorium was better for me because my sister and one of my friends at the time jumped in and helped me, so I could enjoy the cutscenes, and they can keep biting off the backlash I was getting for not, like, skipping them. So that was, thankfully, my experience at Praetorium was great. But but Castro, it was a bit more like a it was definitely the one, unfortunately, kind of like a really, guys, really. So, but I always tried, like, and I remember even like when newer people would try, so I was like, guys, just don't enjoy the cutscene. You can go through, we can go through this. We don't need like all 8 people to get through the content. Just let's blast through it. If you really don't care, just let them watch the cutscenes, man. Let them have their movie. Let them enjoy their movie, man. If that's what they want to do. And that's because unfortunately, because you know back then you were like trying to grind all those tombstones because you wanted to get like your gear and be prepared to do the raids and all that. So
yeah. So now, Guava, I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure. Yeah.
If they added mandatory cutscenes into, say, the final dungeons for Dawn Trail, and you had to sit through those cutscenes every single time, even as you're doing your expert roulette, would you be frustrated with that?
That's a good question to ask. Honestly, not. Because, I mean,
yeah.
I get it. There are people who do enjoy, want to watch story stuff, so I get it. Like, I've learned with the mentality I have is that, because as my experiences, I've been in Party Finder since literally end of, like, Endwalker. Into, like, basically all of Dawn Trail, stuff like that. So, and even do Duty Finder constantly. So you're always going to run into all sorts of different people. You got people who are going to be there for story, people just trying to rush, people trying to be the latest, trying to parse their runs. Like, you got all these types of people you're going to run into. So you just kind of, for me, I just kind of go with the flow. Let's go, all right, we're doing this? Okay, cool. I know how to do that. Oh, you want to do that? Okay, cool. We'll go the other way. Hey, you want me to slow down? Okay, cool. I got you. Like, I can kind of adjust because I understand that everyone's got different pieces and things like that, too. And that's one of the nice things sometimes I run into, thankfully, is I found people that be like, you know, I'll be a DPS, there's a new healer, and the tank sometimes we ask, hey, do you want me to do small pulls, or do you go with me pulling big? And they'll say, most of the time the healers will go, just pull big anyway. But I like, but you know, they're being nice, at least the tank's enough nice to ask, so. But regards to the, your question about the cutscenes, yeah, it wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, but you can see why people were frustrated. It's like, yes, of course, for us at the time when we were going through it, it was it was frustrating and hurtful for people to tell us that the way we wanted to experience the game was being attacked like that. But like for me, like I didn't really take it too personally, because I knew that was the way that that was the norm that they wanted to push, right?
Yeah.
And it made sense because that was pretty much the only content that you could run to get tomestones at the time.
Yeah, it was that, and then like only like two dungeons, like Ampador Keep, and you had Wanderer's Palace. Yeah, Wanderer's Palace,
yeah.
and yep, there was those two dungeons.
Because Pharaoh Sirius didn't come out yet, did it?
Pharaoh Sirius was 2.1, I think. Yeah, because it was only on Ampador Keep and Wanderer's Palace at the time. They were the two first level 50 dungeons you had access to. So, yeah, since we did talk about, we kind of touched on this a little bit. I was going to ask if you touched the coils on content, but I'm assuming so I know you, so you went back to it later on.
Yes, me with some of my friends found somebody who was willing to talk us through it. And we just, and I think this was in Heaven's Word that we did this. We went back and we just did the ends of each of the coil turns, right?
Okay.
So just Twintania, just Nail? Question mark?
Yeah, there's Nail. Yep, that's
just
Nail.
Bahamut, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just did the ends, and just to complete it, right? And, and it was just the normal versions. There is a Savage version of Second Coil.
Yeah, Second Coil had a Savage.
Yeah. So it was just the normal versions. Didn't go that hard into it. And this was obviously when we did it unsynced, and so we could just breeze through it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, like it was a piece of content that I had always sat there thinking, because I knew it was part of the story, that there was that loose end that I couldn't experience because it was wrapped in that not just party content, eight-person party content, but also like it had this understanding of being harder content, and I was just like, well, that's definitely not for me.
Yeah, and that was I was like one of the few things I'm really excited to talk about the next part. But yeah, the coils would it was literally your raid content at that point in time. Because I guess the major thing I think I look at it as is they weren't sure what kind of difficulty they were wanting the raids to be at yet. And I think that's kind of why they just said, we'll just do the raids this way. We'll still got story in them and we'll have them do the raids. And I got, and that was kind of like, I remember back when it was just like 2.0 and the struggle of fighting and beating like Titania. And I was actually one of those people who did try to beat Titania at the time, and yeah, that shit hurt. I was like, ow.
Didn't it take like something like 2 weeks for the first group to clear it?
Yeah, it took some time.
Was it partially because it was bugged, right?
Yeah, it was bugged, but I think also it was it was definitely bugged, and I think there was some kind of like I don't know. No, I know stats were an issue later on. We'll get into that in Heaven's Word with Savage. But with regards to Coil itself, that was just another beast. I did it one time, and I never really completed it till I think till 2.2 came out, because then because at the time, of course, you couldn't unlock the second coil to beat the first coil.
Right.
Because, they went through that whole thing. So, like, oh, I have to go through this in order to even get to this. Cool. Thanks, game. So, but yeah, it's always a... But how about the story itself? Did you happen to enjoy the cutscenes when you went through it?
I tried to. Again, it was a while ago, so it was like I do have a bit of a better memory of when I first went through them. But because I was doing them with my friends,
Mhm.
and because I had kind of sidelined that content for so long, I had kind of lost any kind of investment and even any internal investment in it. It was nice to actually like finally have that loose end tied up.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't really. But for me personally, I didn't have much connection to the story. I didn't. I did. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think if I actually like remember liking Alisaie's character through that or not. I just really don't have. I think I did. Like I liked the story, but it was more like I just kind of like thought it was a cute story, you know, overall. Like as I do like those kind of slowly unfolding tragedies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was good, but it was so short by comparison to everything else, right? That it's hard to kind of like remember how I felt about it.
And that's
Going
totally,
through it.
and that's totally fair and valid. Because I went through it again recently and all, but like, just to be able to watch like the cutscenes and how if the finally like Louis Swall's story, like finally, like how what actually did happen to him, and then the everything that happened to basically save us from another Bahamut from being resummoned in.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a nice touch to know that he was still technically in a weird way alive, but through a thrall, being a thrall of Bahamut, and then eventually being able to then he did it again. He shielded again and saved us all again.
I remember seeing because there's a secret scene, right? There's a secret cutscene that plays after you finish the final coil, right?
It was actually, I think it was when you finish. Yeah, I believe it's either after or it's actually before Bahamut because I know. Yeah, I think it was after. Yeah, it had to be after. Because I remember the Louis Waugh scene, and then it was just like
the extended,
Yeah.
the extended the extra deleted scene from the Realm Reborn opening cutscene, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I remember seeing that because it was a big deal. That was such a big deal, like going around, that they had hidden that piece of cutscene behind that. So I remember seeing people talk. So I remember seeing people talk about that, and so I saw that at the time when it came out, but I didn't actually get to see it myself until much later.
Okay. Yeah. Because I said it was definitely one of the I think it was one of the coolest moments for especially a lot of people that were 1.0 and it kind of like again loose end.
Mm-hmm.
And also as a fun fact, if you completed the coils before going through more story, I believe there's a scene with Alisaie that you have that kind of in the MSQ that kind of relates to what happens when you went through the coils. That was some kind of a, which was a very interesting kind of like point. It was like, huh. So if you did the coils, you had this in the story that was said. If you didn't, well, you know, it wasn't there. So you kind of missed a bit point if you didn't do it.
Yeah,
but it was
a
still
couple places where they had flags for that. Yeah.
Yeah, which was very interesting. So with that, though, let's go ahead and move on to the Alliance raids. We're going to talk about the Crystal Tower raids. What were your feelings on those?
Chaos. Just it was crazy to me to think about because it was already like chaotic enough. I felt for 8 people in a fight, in just like a boss fight.
Yeah.
You know, like, but to extend that to 3 groups of 8 and not just one fight, but an entire dungeon worth of fights. Actually, more than a dungeon worth of fights.
Yeah.
Like several dungeons worth of fights.
Yes, yep. And
It was
yep.
the biggest thing I'd ever seen them do, and so I was really intimidated by it at first. I was just like, okay, so we're all like we're all in a group, and each group has a specific role, and it's like no, everyone just rushes in there and just starts hitting everything.
It just goes
without any regard, and I'm just like, okay.
Yep. And that was
I
back.
was playing. Yeah, I was still playing Paladin then, so I was expected to like be at the front a lot, and I was just like, I hope that I'm doing this correctly.
Yeah, it was Paladin as well when I went through it. And it's funny because back then too, you had 6 tanks.
Yes, because it was 2 tanks per.
2 tanks per group. And one of the funny.
For Labyrinth specifically.
Yeah. No, I think they actually did also a Circus Tower, but then removed it after.
Yeah, see, I remember that too.
Yeah.
But Elise actually corrected me when we had this conversation on a previous stream of yours.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That they introduced the Alliance Raid Roulette is when they standardized all of the role positions.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And I think Elise found out that it was introduced with the second raid, which was Circus Tower.
Okay, yeah. Because you could at the time only have you could have just 2 dungeons in the roulette. So yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
that's still a thing to stay.
Yeah, I think it just feels like it was 2 tanks for so long for us because it took 8 months for Circus Tower to come out.
Yeah, it took a long time.
You know, it took like 6 to 8 months or something. It wasn't like 8 months, but because the cycles were a little bit shorter back then, but it was like 6 to 8 months back then, and that's a long time in MMO time.
Yeah, it's definitely a long time for the cycle to definitely come around to it. And so with that, if you remember back, Labyrinth Ages have the 6 tanks. Remember when you had a tank in a tower, a tank taking care of the Iron Giant, and then a tank taking care of the Behemoth?
No, I was that tank. I was the tank. I was the tank handling the Iron Giant. I was the tank. I'm trying to remember all of the old mechanics that we.
Well,
don't
there was
do
also
anymore.
there was the bombs. You had to be careful.
I was the I remember I remember wanting to be the tank to take the Bone Dragon because I hated dealing with the Palatnals.
Oh yeah, those were awful, man.
Yeah, so I always wanted to be the tank taking the Bone Dragon, but I did end up being the tank handling the Palatnals a few times, and that was annoying.
It was like, man, come on, give me that main tank action. Give me that main character action. Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have to move around as much if you're taking the Bone Dragon.
Yeah, you just chill. Yeah, tank is spank, as we called it, you know.
Versus having to run around all over the place, having to worry about Palatnals getting pulled to the wrong.
Yeah.
Because that was the other thing. The aggro problems.
Yes.
The aggro problems.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yo, congrats. Oh, you remind. I really didn't think about that. The one I always remember is the second to final fight. That's like the one that always comes to mind when I think of Labyrinth. Yeah, Behemoth. Just because of all the mechanics you had to do in Behemoth. I really didn't think about Bone Dragon and all those the skeletons.
Man.
And you have to stop the skeletons.
Man.
Oh my god. And you just stun lock the hell out of them just to stop them from moving. If you're a paladin, just
tell you
bash.
How many times I cursed at the Black Mage because as soon as the Black Mage would hit a Palatnal, it would pull aggro off of me. I would be like, God damn it!
Simon, no! Stop that! My favorite, just stun it, just stun lock it. You just stun lock everything. Just stun lock until you could. Okay, I can't stun lock it anymore, guys.
Yeah. It was awful.
It was definitely brutal. So with that, how about the story about Crystal Tower? Because we talked about like the mechanics and such. How about the actual story?
Interesting. This is interesting because I think I don't know if it's because I've just like done Crystal Tower so many times, but I actually really enjoy. I have a firm memory of like really enjoying the Crystal Tower story. I don't know why. compared to everything else, I feel like it's just got to play to this like this innate sense of mine because I'm really into history and like in archaeology and anthropology and things like that. So like culture, especially old cultures, are a big deal to me. So anything that kind of like feeds into that, because this whole project it was like, oh, this is this this old civilization we know next to nothing about, and we've had this massive ruin that we've unearthed, and so going through it with that kind of setup just immediately endeared me to it. And then Graha was just a great character.
I was like, it had to be
right off the bat.
I was like, it had to be Graha. That was the main thing here. Come on now.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people gotta be like, it's the Graha. It's who's now best boy. But back then, we're gonna call him pre-best boy because he had his issues. I went through it and I remember like, oh my god, you were so arrogant. And then like he actually grew right after, and it's just like, wow, now you're best boy.
Yeah.
He got a complete character change, and that was because of like Shadowbringers and everything. It was pretty awesome. He's just so funny.
I mean, even in the Crystal Tower, the initial Crystal Tower story itself, you can see like a shift. He goes through an entire character arc, and it's so cool. Like even just from the first one, from completing the first quest, like from when you initially meet him in the lead up, which unlocking the Crystal Tower raids back in the day was such a pain in the ass.
Yes, they were.
Oh,
the memories.
Such a pain in the ass. I'm so glad they changed that.
Yeah.
Okay, for the babies in the chat, just real quick who don't remember, we actually had to like camp out fates in the different zones in order to do specific fates that were required for the unlock quests. So I ended up spending like hours just camping out zones just for this one fate. Like it was awful. But yeah, no, it's like from that one little bit of when you first interact with Graha through his disembodied voice.
Mm-hmm.
It was really cute because like he's got this like bombastic, cocky attitude, and he thinks so highly of himself, and like and when you look back on those moments after seeing his whole arc, you understand that he's just posturing. He's trying to project himself as on the level of the heroes that he admires so much, right?
Yeah.
Which is extremely cute.
Yeah, you're like,
it just melts my little weeb heart so hard.
Pet.
Yeah, and so and then you finally meet him, and he's still doing the whole bit, but then like once we actually like go in and we start unraveling some of the story behind the Crystal Tower, you start to see that facade kind of pull away a little bit, just with each scene with him.
Yeah, he's slowly happening.
And it's just, like, I don't know what it is, but like, there's just something about the Alliance raid stories specifically that's just so good.
Mm.
Like, if you've been, I don't know, it was obviously everybody's gone through the Crystal Tower raids at this point because it's required now, but
Yeah.
But like, if you enjoyed that quest line, you haven't done any of the other Alliance raid stories, you're missing out, man. Like, it's some of the best side quests.
Oh, definitely, for sure.
Bar none, like.
Yes. Oh, definitely, and I think it's really... oh, I don't know what happened there. It's fine. So next up on our list, we have here is, we talked about it kind of briefly already. You talked about you didn't really touch the extreme zone content, correct?
Not on content, no.
I
didn't even touch the hard modes.
Okay, that's completely fair. So next up, we actually have more side story related stuff. Hildebrand. How are your feelings about Hildebrand and the 2.x story?
When did I actually... I remember doing Hildebrand in A Realm Reborn, like in 2.x, right?
Right.
I can't remember if I did it like when it came out, because it came out in one of the follow-up patches, if I remember correctly. It was like 2.1 or 2.2 or something that they added it in.
Yeah, that's about accurate.
And I remember doing it then, like around the time that it came out. Like, I wasn't totally sold on it at first, but then like my friends started doing it and it was like, you gotta play it, it's so fun. And I was like, okay. So then I started playing it and I just rolled every time. like the little one story in particular was just so funny.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I mean, and that's great about it. Hildebrand is like that. It's a goofy thing. And
right.
That's the best part about it. Like, everything else and most of the stories are usually like dark and really sad.
Yeah,
and like, and in Hildebrand,
the rest of the writing is so serious. Yeah.
And then you'd like go and go, oh,
yeah,
like, oh,
and,
you know,
and it's specifically like it's written and choreographed in a way that's specific to the Japanese kind of slapstick humor.
Yeah.
Which I didn't really have a whole lot of exposure to. I've seen some, like, you see a little bit of it in anime. So if you've seen any amount of anime, you've seen a little bit of it. But to see it to that degree, you know, where it's all comedy skits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
yes.
that,
mm-hmm.
It's hilarious. You know, so anyone who hasn't seen it before, like, it was just so good.
It is really good. So you any opinions about certain characters? Well, actually, one of them I'll point out specifically, Greg.
Oh yeah, I love Greg.
I love Greg. Greg, best Greg.
I love that they even added sound effects to Enkidu, the chicken.
Yes.
Because it reminded me of Hey Hey from Moana.
Oh my god.
The chicken that just makes chicken noises. Just like, of course they have to add chicken noises to the chicken.
They have to, you know. They got to. They got to have a little more of that moment, you know.
So just like every time I hear Enkidu make a chicken noise, I just see that that chicken from Moana.
All right. So next up, actually, we're gonna kind of go away from still kind of story related-ish, but it is about one of our jobs. What are your feelings about the release of Ninja doing the 2.x series? Like, Ninja wasn't. Yeah. Was it weird timing? How did you feel about it?
I mean, I didn't have a frame of reference to say. I mean, I think I wanted to think that it was kind of weird to have it released in the middle of an expansion cycle. But I didn't really think much of it because I didn't have a frame of reference before. Because again, I didn't have a lot of experience with MMORPGs, so I didn't know what to expect.
Right.
So, but when I saw it, it was in the context of this is my first experience of like a job reveal in an MMORPG that I'm playing. You know, like this is the first time that I'm playing an MMORPG live, and I get to see these updates happen in real time, right?
Yeah.
So I was just like, oh my gosh, new job? What? This is crazy. So I thought Ninja was cool. Like it was, and like there was also like the slow reveal of it with Yugiri's character through the MSQ, which I thought was cool. I thought it was cool that they did that. Try to like loop it in to the story. I remember trying it when it came out.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it when it was, you know, back in 2.0. I didn't, but it wasn't like aesthetically strong enough for me to switch. But yeah. I do still really like Ninja, like aesthetically. I have been thinking like lately of like putting it in with my job rotation lately. So, but I'm not sure because, again, like Ninja has evolved so much since then.
Yes, it has. It's gone through quite a bit.
So much.
It's changed quite.
We'll save this for later, but like I'm interested to see how it evolves once again.
Yeah, right. But yeah, so like definitely for me, it was a weird time to release it. And I remember when they released it, I actually had a little fun conversation back with Mr. Happy in one of his streams. We were talking, so we were talking about the release of Ninja, and I remember, like, to me, like, I was wondering to myself, why are we getting, like Ninja Rogue, like, they're allowed to lock Ninja and Rogue at, like, just get level 10, and they're gonna lock Rogue at level 1, but you wouldn't learn more.
Yeah, I remember that being the conversation, Why wasn't it added to the character creator?
That's in the very beginning of the game. But also, for me, it was more like not character creator. It was more like, for some odd reason, I had the mental of like, why would you just... Well, you don't see ninja till later, so why wouldn't our characters learn how to be a rogue and ninja later on in the story? So I was like, why are we really getting it so early? But so like, after the discussion though, you know, it makes sense. And considering how everything for jobs today and stuff and how it's released, yeah, at the end of the day, it all makes sense. But I always may remember that was like my first conversation I had, because in my brain... usually a lot of MMOs that I played a lot of 11 and such, and the jobs would be released with like their expansion. So like I was used to like, okay, I go out, go get this job, it starts at level 1, I gotta level that all the way to 99. But that's because that area was where the job originates from. But like with, you can kind of already get introduced to it in some ways and things like that. But when playing 14 and then seeing Ninja in like 2.2, 2.3, it's like, why can I unlock it at, like, why can people just unlock it as soon as they play the game? Because I wouldn't, so, and that was kind of like my mental thought on it. But now that's changed over time because I've seen now what the game does and evolves, and now it all mixes together and makes sense because of the whole, it just makes it easier, more accessibility. So if people wanted to like jump in and play Ninja right away, they have the ability to play Ninja right away, or at least play Rogue right away and get Ninja, etc.
Yeah.
So it was like one of those interesting moments for me. It was like, huh.
Yeah, I think for me, the question was, if it starts at level 1, why isn't it part of the character creator?
Right,
and like, you know, like that was the question for me. Like, it was, and if I remember correctly, it was a job that they were trying to get ready for 2.0, but it ended up getting pushed back.
Yeah. I think that was something.
Or at least that seems like that. Or at least that seems like that was the case. That might just me being projecting my own idea onto it.
Yeah.
Because it could have been the reverse. It could have been that they were they were working on it for the next expansion, but they ended up pushing it up the timeline. You know, but
that makes sense.
But yeah, no, it was just. I remember the main thing for me was like, I want to be able to start as a rogue.
Right, exactly. So next up, I have question-wise is in 2.1 they introduced housing for FCs. I don't know if you were still in the FC at that point or not. If you took advantage of it, and in 2.38 they introduced your own house. So did you get your own home, or did you just jump in with the FC and do stuff in their house?
I'm trying to remember, because again, my engagement with like the social features of the game was a bit delayed. But I really I do remember going hard into the social aspect of the game after the PS4 version came out. So before then, maybe I was in an FC at one point that had a house and got to see what that was about. Because I do remember them that live letter, them talking about housing being released, and like that was a big deal, especially the way they were doing it.
Yeah.
You know, like we all have our feelings about the housing system as it is right now, you know, as after the fact, you know, after it was implemented and seeing the limitations of it. But back then, it was just big hype, right? Like, oh my gosh, they're finally introducing player housing, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
You know?
It's a thing, it's happening.
Yep, it's finally happening. And I remember, and I have it's my memory wants to tell me that they mentioned that they really only had plans to make it available for FC groups initially, and only through an immense amount of player feedback did they eventually allow it for individual players.
Yeah.
And like that was kind of the big thing, right? Like it was, and again, I didn't have any other MMORPGs to really like have a frame of reference for it, but knowing what I do about Final Fantasy XI's housing, quote unquote, system, it makes sense why people, you know, had mixed feelings about it at the time. Like it was definitely a huge like risk. It was definitely a different way of approaching that kind of system, where they decided to make instance neighborhoods essentially.
Yeah.
Instead of just a house, you know.
Yeah.
That was definitely a choice, an interesting choice that they made.
Yeah.
And personally, I think that it was a good choice, but the limitation is in the execution, right?
Yeah.
Because yes, I totally understand that, like, not having housing just being freely accessible to anybody that wants to use it is really bad. It just feels really bad because there's this entire section of content that people are just locked out of, and that feels bad in an MMO that kind of presents itself as being open, and you can especially like the biggest innovation for this game is that, you know, you can have all of the classes, all of the jobs on one character, so you can freely switch between them, and you can change out your gear, and you can, then you have like they didn't add glamour until a while into the first patches of the game too. Remember that?
Yeah, you are stuck looking the way you were. Yay,
Yeah,
congratulations.
and everybody looked the same after a certain
Yes,
point.
pretty much. You're like, huh, that warrior of light. You look like me. Yeah, you look
Everyone
like
was running around
me.
in dark light gear.
Oh my god, especially you look like a trash can.
Yeah.
Especially
Oh my
when
gosh.
El's in or you were like the male row, you were always
Yeah.
called a trash can. Just because of the armor set. And I'm like, yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Especially playing the male row. But yeah, I definitely didn't think about the glamour system. It's just kind of like at this point, it's so like because I wouldn't remember when it was released, just because now at this point we have had the glamour system for so long, so my brain doesn't remember the time. Like I kind of almost forgot about the time where we never had it.
People still complain that it's not accessible at start. That you still have to do the quest in order to unlock it. Like the people want that change still.
Yeah.
But they just want it baked into the game.
Right, but
from the beginning.
I mean, at the end of the day, it just to be real, it kind of is not. I mean, to me, this is my opinion. I could be wrong, and that's fine. But honestly, getting to level 15 and getting to Ul'dah and Duna is actually not too bad. It should be pretty quick to get there now. So it's like
takes you like 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. You could literally just, if you're especially in Ul'dah, congratulations, boom. Go over there, go get it, and then go back to whatever you were doing. I mean, that's that, you know.
Yeah.
But next up, since we did talk about, I know you did mention you did have quite a bit of social anxieties, and whatnot. But was there any chance that just out of whimsy, did you happen to participate in any kind of random community event? It could be simple, such as like parading around Mordona, or like maybe you were just role playing in a venue, or being in some kind of venue.
I definitely did not get into role playing. I still don't have an interest in it. I mad respect people who do that. That is some work. I am fascinated by it, but I could not do it myself.
Yeah.
As far as like eventually I did. There was some stuff, but most in the early days, most of the stuff that FCs did was centered around content, right? It was centered around doing content together. So there was like people, it was like, we're gonna be doing Crystal Tower. We're gonna be doing Crystal Tower at this time. Does anybody need help with this? Does anybody want to do that? That kind of stuff. Like, especially like they added in hunts in like 2.3 or something like that.
Right.
Now is a big deal. And there was like, I think like this, and this is gonna be a wild throwback. Like I remember doing like leave parties. Do you remember that?
Leaves. I think most part I kind of did most of these on my own, but I usually would do like when we like the same level or one level above.
Yeah, no, it was like a popular thing, or I wouldn't say a popular thing, but it was a thing that I did with at least one of the FSCs that I was in, where it helped low level people level their jobs quickly, because you could just load up leaves together, and go through them really quickly as a group. So that I do remember doing that, but it wasn't as it wasn't as efficient, obviously, but it was like, it's weird because like it's weird to talk about it now because the system of efficiency has changed so much since then.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Leaves were kind of considered to be the quickest way to level back then.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't the most efficient, because you had only a set. You all had a maximum number of leave allowances, and they accrued like one every like 12 hours.
Yeah, it was.
Like that.
Yeah, it was rough. So that
rough.
it was rough, definitely for sure. So
Yeah,
that's
so
actually.
it's like it wasn't the most efficient way to do it, but it was still considered the quickest way to level because you could do them as a group, and that meant you could gain a decent chunk of experience. Like you could gain more experience in the same amount of time as it takes to do a dungeon than dungeon experience gave at the time.
Right, yeah, because especially and back then you had the mobs gave you XP and all that too.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah,
so.
like because dungeon, all the enemies gave XP.
Yep.
Back then, bosses had more XP, but even then, it was like not nearly as much XP as they give now. Like not even close.
So the
like,
next,
they buffed it so hard. So yeah, like the most that I really interacted with in terms of like community events was stuff like that. You know, just like kind of like leveling parties, content parties, that kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah. That's actually very interesting because I never heard of a leave party till today. That's because it's usually back then, and that's something really because like to me, I think Les or like kind of the way I usually, because I usually end up dungeon grinding, or I would jump into doing fates just because I was tank as it was, so it was easier for me to get dungeon queues. So it was easier for me to level my jobs a lot more quickly. But when I had to level my other jobs on the hand, like my DPS and such, whoo boy, that was a different story. My DPS trying to level them. But yeah,
like I think that was the thing that they wanted to do because it was because of the level sync feature, like for it, or it's like I don't know, like I don't really know. I don't really recall like asking them what the reason behind focusing on that was, but
yeah,
you know, like it was, you just had more variety, and you could do it for longer periods of time it just felt better than just running the same dungeon over and over again.
Yeah.
Because that gets really stale after a while.
Oh yeah, they'll definitely.
And like leaves were like the big thing about 14 back in 1.0. Like that was their selling point, was leave quests.
Yeah.
Where it's like you can pick up a quest and do it anywhere.
Yeah, right. Like that. If that fucking
put a quest in your pocket, kind of thing.
Yeah, right. Yep. Oh, so we're going to assume since you didn't actually do any of the hard modes, have you so you probably didn't touch
sense, but
right, yeah, but like back in the day, so I guess you never really tried the relic grind on content then.
Oh well, see that's different because I did.
You did do the relic grind on content.
I did. Not until later, obviously. So I came into the relic grind late in the phase, but I do remember doing the Atma grind, which was awful.
So
I remember the Atma grind. I remember the light grind. Yeah, because I really wanted the paladin sword.
So to let you know, you did have to fight all the hard modes to do that too.
Yeah, so I did end up doing. So that's how I ended up doing the hard modes. Was through that. Like that's what got me into doing them. Finally. Obviously now you actually have to do the hard modes as part of the story.
Right.
So that makes it a lot easier to just jump into that. But yeah, no, I remember that. It was me and my friends had all committed to doing relic grinding in like during the lull period in the 2.x cycle, right before Heaven's Word, you know?
Okay. So there's one thing I want to talk about specifically. What were your feelings of the dungeon farming part? Back when it was 1.4%.
Because what step was that?
So that was basically the second to last step. It was right before you did more light farming for the Atmas you collected. Because you had to like get lights for 8 Atmas for like the final step. The step beforehand, you were gathering items from all, like, from the higher end dungeons.
Yeah.
And you had like Decibel Darkhold, you had, and one of them was Iron Veil.
Yeah.
And the reason I talk about that is because that is the reason why I hate Iron Veil with a passion. Because it was getting that drop, getting no reward for it, and I ran that dungeon at least 50 times before I finally got that drop.
Yeah.
And I had to do, I did everything in the books, and it was so funny because I kept a notepad up to count how many runs of a dungeon I did of each to get my drop, and that one had to be the worst. It was 50. It was 50 runs of it, and I'm like, I'm getting no reward for this because literally all the jobs I have played are literally like level 50. I'm at cap, and I'm doing these level 49, so I'm missing my level 50 ability. That's like,
Yeah.
I want my level 50 ability. Like, come on.
So, I don't think I got that far into the relic grinds before Heaven's Word came out. I think I got as far as getting the first form of Cortana, and just kind of... No, I got the second step.
Okay.
But I do remember doing the item collection. So maybe I did get through that step, but I didn't get to the dungeon grind part. So I didn't go all the way to the end.
Gotcha. So you kind of got to a certain point, and then just kind of, and that was all.
And by the time I actually, I think I don't remember if I ever did, but I want to say that I did at one point go all the way to the end, but it wasn't until much later after they had like adjusted it.
Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair.
So unfortunately, I can't empathize you in your pain.
You're right. You're like, nope, I can't understand what you're doing. Goodbye. Yeah. That was because also I was a big time raider and trying to get turn 13 done on content and beat the relic.
Yeah, wasn't the relic Biss?
It was Biss. Oh, it was definitely your Biss because you could rearrange the stats the way you wanted to. And I need a lot of parry and block. Flatten would definitely fucking flatten you in T13. It would flatten. It would hurt. Even with like almost
days of melding accuracy.
Yepers. Yep, be good at accuracy that you needed. Hey, you want to hit the boss from the front? You need this much freaking accuracy. Hey, you want to? You need to. You need to hit the sauce to the side. Here's your accuracy count. Oh, from the rear. Here's your accuracy count. And I'm like, bruh.
All power and respect to the old school MMO players who go all in on that artificial difficulty for accuracy's sake.
Yeah,
right? To really like make it immersive. They felt like they had to have the stats to back up the immersion. But goddamn.
Yep. So we're almost to the end of the Rumbleborn here, so we're kind of gonna go ahead and get a few more questions in. Have you touched PvP in 2.0 at all? Like the Feast or Slaughterhouse?
I remember doing... I did not touch Slaughterhouse, but I think I did play... I did play Feast a couple of times.
Okay.
I tried it out, obviously, but like, you know, like PvP's not my thing. I remember because Frontline came out before Heaven's Word.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. I remember Frontline being fun. Like that's...
I do miss
still
Slaughter.
Didn't really...
I miss Slaughter. I miss Team Deathmatch.
You miss Slaughter?
I miss Team Deathmatch, man. That was what it was.
It was Team Deathmatch?
It was literally Team Deathmatch. So... You go around and you just kill the other people. That's all you did.
So in comparison to Feast, so Feast was
I think also
Battle Royale, right?
Yeah, it was like I think it was like a 4-on-4 Battle Royale. And it was still kind of like a deathmatch of sorts too.
Oh, but it was only 2 teams, and Slaughter was.
Slaughter was Slaughter was the 20 the 20 the big one.
Oh.
Go around just kind of kill each other.
I remember hearing about it, but I didn't play it, so I didn't really know much about it.
Dude, I just want to go back and go slaughter people. It's fine. That's my true PvP right there. But like, I understand why they did what they did. They need to make PvP more engaging for more folks. But I do miss slaughter. But that is okay though.
Welcome to the Hunger Games. May the odds be ever in your favor.
Yes, yes. All right. Next up is the Ally Society quests. Have you touched those? The Amalja, Xali, Shahins.
Oh yeah. The Amalja are my favorite.
Okay.
I like my lizard men. I remember back in the day getting all the way to the end of their storyline. But not really not doing the same for any of the others. Like, I have done all of them, at least a little bit. Actually, still have my reputation up on my character. Let's see, Roman. Oh, on this character, I only have the Amalja and the Sylphs unlocked, and I don't have them maxed out on this one.
Okay.
But I have done it before, at least on one character that I made at some point. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I maxed out too. I don't know what
it is. Yeah, it's like I don't know what it is about the Amalja, besides the fact that they're native to the desert, and the Sigoli Desert is my favorite zone in the entire game.
I will say flat out, what's really cool about all those Beast Tribe quests too is they were not a fan of their actual own primal. Like, if you kind of remember, them like being against the Amalja being against Ifrit, the Xali being against Garuda, and they were just more like they just wanted to live their lives. But for me, I did complete the Amalja storyline, which was fun, and I did complete the Xali storyline because it gave me a reason to level my crafters. It was a reason to like, okay, at least I go do this. Okay, this is an easy enough daily to do. I don't have to think too hard on this. Here's a normal quality of this. Enjoy. I get my timer in, call it a day. That was such a nice little relief for me. I was like, oh, cool. I can find a way to level my crafters without actually having to touch a crafting system.
Oh my god.
Because I was not a big fan of crafting and gathering until later. But like, I was just not a fan of it.
Yeah, no. And you were not alone.
Yeah,
the crafting system was definitely a bit of a commitment.
I mean, I will say definitely see the definitely better than it was in 11, because 11's system was more like luck. Good luck, have fun.
I mean, my favorite thing to talk about from 1.0, from 14's 1.0, is the crafting system in 1.0, which is the most sadistic thing I have ever seen.
And bruh.
Oh my gosh, like, the fact that you can reach 0% durability and still fail the craft is actually evil.
Yeah.
Like, that's so bad, like,
yeah.
Who does that? And everything's on a timer. Like, why?
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah, I remember that being
on a timer.
Dude, that's what actually happened with the. Oh my god, you made me remind me when I was doing the blacksmith ones, because those levs. Oh my god, I remember that being like, all right, they gave me the materials, that's awesome, but then doing the actual like sit there and crafting it, and I'm like, really? Really, you time me on this shit?
Yeah, like,
and I'm trying to learn this shit quick. You're just gonna do your timing on it?
Jeez.
Yeah, okay, game. I see what you're playing at.
So dumb.
I'm glad they removed that. But number 11's basically just being you go and gather the items, you sit and you craft, and you hope to the gods that you succeed or not. It was literally just luck of the gods. It was literally a hope to the gods you got it. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, even had higher levels and like in your craft, you had a better chance, but you still like good luck. You better
Yeah,
hope
there was still that
that
percentage
RNG.
chance that you could fail.
Yep,
Yeah.
the RNG could not sometimes may not even be in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the last. Oh no, sorry. Before we go into this other topic, the next one I'll ask is here. What are your feelings about having to level multiple jobs to get certain abilities?
I
yeah.
actually loved that.
Okay.
Because I liked playing the game so much. Like, so like more excuse to like play the game was fine. It was fine with me. Like, and I remember my brain. Oh my gosh! Like, this is how my brain worked. Is I played all the classes.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, and there was one character that I made where I wanted to do all of the unlock all the jobs right on one character.
Mm-hmm.
And what I did was I figured out that how the classes and jobs fit together, created a ring where you could just go around in a circle, coming all the way back to the class that you started with.
Yeah.
And it was so wild that they set it up that way. Like, say, for instance, like I started with Gladiator, right? And I needed Conjurer to 15.
Mm-hmm.
And then Conjurer needed Thaumaturge, I think.
Yes.
To 15. And then Thaumaturge needed Bard, I think.
It was Archer. I believe you're correct.
Yeah,
so
Archer.
Like,
yeah,
and it was
Archer,
like, and I think it was like Dragoon kind of like
Archer needed Lancer. Lancer needed Pugilist. Pugilist needed Marauder for some reason.
Or was Lancer needed E
or something.
Yes, we're talking about cross class stuff.
Yeah. And then Marauder. No, it wasn't Marauder.
No, I think Marauder was. I thought Lance
because Marauder links to Paladin, or Gladiator. I think Marauder needed Gladiator.
Yeah, Marauder needed Gladiator. You're correct.
Yeah. So Pugilist needed something.
I think it might actually have been. Answer.
Yeah. No, I'm missing something, but I haven't looked at it in a million years because obviously it doesn't. It
doesn't exist anymore. Who doesn't
exist anymore? So, but I had figured out like a ring, right? Like you could make a ring, and like Arcanist had like this little hang off, right? Because it broke off into Scholar also.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that was.
Yeah, because with you needed Conjurer, you wanted a Scholar, and you needed Thaumaturge.
I think Thaumaturge needed Arcanist.
Yeah, I might be right.
Yeah, and then Arcanist needed Archer, or the other way around.
I always thought because I think one of the I get where you're going with that because I think it was because I know I think Black Mage did have Raging Strikes. I think.
Yeah, you're right. It was Archer. Anyway.
Yeah, because.
So I thought it was funny that they had like set it up like that you could start at a specific point on the ring and make all the way and go all the way around. Just follow so like you start with Gladiator and get Gladiator to 30. And then Conjurer to 15, and then you get Conjurer to 30, and then the next class to 15, and then keep going down and down all the way around until you come all the way back around.
Yeah.
And I was just like, that's so cool.
Yeah, right.
So I did that. I did that once. I didn't do it again. I have since tried, and we've talked about this before, where I've made or at least several times in my alcoholism journey, have tried to make characters where I level all of the jobs simultaneously. which is a bit of an endeavor.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of it's I've made it. The farthest that I've made it so far is I got into Heaven's Word and kind of fell off of it, because it's a lot.
Yeah. So
It's
I
a
will.
lot.
Yeah, and especially I think one of my favorite moments was Paladin having the ability to raise, but you couldn't raise in combat anyway. It was only outside
Right,
of
yeah.
combat. But you had that, and you had Stone Skin. So you're like,
Yeah, you had Cure and
Yep.
Stone Skin and Protect.
Yep, so
Yeah,
you're like-
I remember
I
those
remember-
days. Like I low key kind of still miss having those spells. You know, because like it fit for me. You know, like it's a paladin. You know, like it's a light based, magic based tank.
Yeah.
You know, like it's protective, so it's got to have all the protective spells and blah blah blah. So it's like it made sense to me, and it fit. Like, sure, you can't raise during combat, but like being able to raise out of combat was pretty cool to me. Like, and
Yeah.
not having swift cast was kind of well, actually, White Base didn't have swift cast at that time, did they? I don't remember.
No, you can unlock it through.
Oh, that's right. You could cross class
Swiftcast. Yeah.
Swiftcast from Thaumaturge, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Anywho.
Because each job had like 2, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, now we do gotta go through the final question. We probably touched on this quite a lot with the previous questions. But actually, we're just gonna specifically talk about the ending of 2.x. So obviously, you played the game. You probably played through the rest of the story until the very end before Heaven's Word.
I stayed current with the story. Yeah.
So my question is, after everything that happened at the banquet, what were your feelings? What were your emotions before Heaven's Word's release? Like, what was going through your mind? Yes, the Red
It's
Wedding.
Like, I was just like, this is just the Red Wedding from Game of Thrones. I was just like, really? I mean, obviously, I was devastated. Like, I was shocked. Like, I was legitimately shocked at that ending. I was like, there's no way they're committing to this. I mean, we now know that they didn't, and we'll get into that later. But at the time, I was just like, what?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
You're like, wait,
They didn't.
they went this far? What?
Yeah, I was like, I was just like, I was watching the scene with the Sultana, like, choking, and I was just like, wait, what?
Yeah, wait, hello? What's going on here?
Like, but then but like, the thing that sticks out to me the most is like all the stuff that happens before that.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, is minor detour to talk about Depths of Faith, which was the trial that happens right before all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, which used to be a 8-man trial, is now a solo instance. Have you done the solo instance?
I have. I did.
Yeah.
It's definitely so different compared to what it used to be. Like,
It's legit.
I mean, like,
I like it.
Yeah, it's really cool. But I do kind of miss when you had to do 8-man and you didn't have this, and you didn't throw like the javelin down just in time.
Oh,
he just a big ass dragon just fly in the air, and you're just like, you missed.
Yep, he just jumps.
He just jumps. He just flies, jumps, and he goes. And all I can think about is hear that Mario Point noise, miss. And I'm like, how? He's a big ass dragon. How did I miss it?
God.
Especially.
Like, forgive me for saying this, but I was actually sad that they said that they were going to change it. I was just like, no, my memes. How could you?
Yeah.
It was so good.
Hey, and that's an opinion everyone's gonna have, because some people may like it. People are like, damn, I miss it. Like, I will admit, it is a night. I do miss having it. I understand.
Of all of the party duties for Duty Finder that we had to do, that was my favorite one to do, because it actually forced us to actually communicate with each other. You know, like, because it wasn't, because there were so many layers to it. There were so many things like it was just like you have to target the turtle, you have to do this, you have to hit the javelin, but you have to wait for the right moment.
Yeah.
You know, like there's so many layers to it, and it was so good. It was so fun.
Yep.
I understand why they had to change that for the MSQ specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But so it's. And what they did is they just ended up taking that similar kind of concept and moving it into other kinds of content, which is good. So we still have that kind of content elsewhere.
Yeah.
But I remember enjoying that fight so much. I was just like, oh yes, this is my favorite fight.
Yeah.
It took forever. It's you know, like from a time perspective, it was the biggest time sink for a trial.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. It definitely was a lot.
It was still so fun.
Mm-hmm.
But getting back to the ending story, and then like watching all of each of the scions disappear, kind of fade off into the distance, like we'll meet again someday, you know?
Yeah, you don't know. You're like, fuck, I just got to.
I'm just like, no, you're not doing this to me right now.
No, stop, please, whatever you do. And yeah, it's just like, damn, like what happened to what they all doing? No, all my friends.
Especially since like this was the first like arc ending that we had, so we had no way of knowing if they were actually going to commit to these character disappearances and for the long haul or not.
Exactly. That's what the anticipation of like, what's gonna happen? Were we gonna see these people again? Or are they gone for good? Like what?
I would have been happy either way. Like honestly, like if they had committed to just dropping the Scions out of the story, I would have been fine with that. Bringing in a whole new cast, that's totally fine with me.
All right.
Yeah. Or not, or just like, you know, the whole thing being like we have to bring our friends back, all our friends back, and that's our next adventure.
Hell yeah! All right. Yeah.
I remember, because I don't know if you remember specifically. There's that little moment where you have to go out to Central Thanalan to find the vial.
Yes.
And you're standing there waiting, right?
Yeah.
And there's that system text that pops up.
Yes.
Talking about how you're reminiscing about all of the adventures that you've had up to that point. And, you know, that got me because that was the first time the game had actually like called me out and asked me to think about all the time that I'd spent in this game so far.
Aww.
And I was just like, I was crying.
Just
like, oh my god. Don't do this to me.
Stop, don't do the things.
Because, you know, at that point we had all the information about Heaven's Word coming, and we were ready for the transition and everything. So we knew what was coming next. But for the game to actually like make you sit and think about all the time that you had spent in this world up until that point just hit really hard.
Yeah.
At that moment, it really felt like it was impressive for them to pull off all of this and make it feel like an actual like ending. Like obviously it's in such a way where it's like there's still more to go, but it kind of tied off or it kind of folded everything in such a way that it really felt like leaving stuff behind, like as you move forward. And that's really hard to pull off.
Yeah, no, definitely for sure. And like I said, like that whole fiasco, and I said that I was on the edge of my seat for a while. Like, damn, what's gonna happen? What's going on? Like, I mean, we're apparently being able to get in this place, but like, it's like
That was our first. I believe that was our first. Our first introduction to the several cutscenes we'll play in sequence.
Yes. Yes. You're going to get you're going to play several cutscenes we'll be playing in succession. Make sure you have time to watch them all.
Yes.
And I was like, thanks for letting me know, game. I appreciate it.
And I remember that being added in based off of player feedback, because players would queue for something while they're going through story and hit a cutscene and not know that the cutscene was still going to be playing after their queue pops. Or it's like they would just and their queue would pop in the middle of the cutscene, and say if it's a long cutscene, because queue times were a lot longer than back then than they are now. Even for tanks and healers, because the duty finder was just on your server, was just matching you with people on your server.
Yep.
So queue times were a lot longer back then, and the fact that we had a lot less people playing, so there was also that.
Yeah.
So their queues would pop in the middle of cutscenes, and if it was a long cutscene, they would have to go back through the cutscene from the beginning once they got back out.
Yep.
So they finally added in at the tail end a message saying, "Hey, this series of cutscenes is going to be kind of long. You should maybe think about not queuing for something while this is going on."
Yeah. Which I think is definitely important. So before we end our full thing, how about everything else in the storyline? Do we want to say that it was pretty much good in general? What were your feelings?
I remember the happenings after Titan, right? The twist, I thought that's still my favorite part of the entire story, even having gone through Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, etc., etc. All of that is just beautifully laid out and structured from a narrative standpoint, but this particular moment, from a game standpoint, is brilliant. Where you get out of Titan and you have the scene where you talk to Y'shtola, Y'shtola says you have to report to the lieutenant, right?
Yeah.
Back in Limsa, and then you get the link shell call from Minfilia saying, "We're ready for you to come back." And then you go back, which you didn't have the direct teleports, so it's you teleport to Horizon, go all up in, and truck all the way up by foot. And to get there, and to see everyone on the ground, and the lights dimmed, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh yeah! Oh god! Yeah!
You had nothing. You had nothing. There was no lead-in. Nothing.
It was just
no idea what was happening.
What the hell?
Just like, wait, what?
Hello?
What's going on here? That's so from a gameplay standpoint, that is so good.
Yeah.
I wish they would do more shit like that.
Oh my god, dude! It
was so good.
All right. With that, though, we're going to go ahead and just take a little quick break. We're going to get some water and stuff like that. And we're going to get ready for Heaven's Ward. We're finally jumping into the next expansion. So, we'll be right back. Alrighty, and we have returned, and now we're here for the Heavensward portion. You know, because Heavensward.
Heavensward.
That was one. Actually, tends to be still one of my favorite expansions with the song from Dragon Song. Still my favorite song to this day, because it still hits the feels for me, and it's just because a reminder where I came from before. It definitely reminded me of a time. Literally, the song say something along the lines about the truth. Yeah, I was uncertain about the truth at that one point in my life, and that definitely hit and resonated with me. I'm like, damn, dude. Like, you made this song in a time that I finally left something, and now I'm not sure what to think of things. So, but with that being said, we'll go ahead and jump and get started. First question I do have, but I think for the luck of things, you already answered this a while back. Did you try Dark Astro Machinist when it got launched?
Yeah, obviously I mentioned that I switched to Astro for my main as early as possible. It wasn't quite immediately, but as early as possible, I switched to Astro. I was kind of, and I had to do that grind of from 30 to 50, which is kind of annoying, but
That's usually the grinds go.
I do remember picking up Dark Knight, but I was all in on Astro, so I didn't really get very far with it.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, yeah, so I remember unlocking it, but I didn't really get very far with it.
Okay.
So yeah, it was just all Astro all the time, and I love those quests. I love those job quests.
Yeah. So I suppose since we talked about that, we'll jump into it real quick. So basically, with your main story, we'll focus on Astro because what you made. What were your feelings on that storyline?
The Astro storyline, right?
Yep.
You know, I haven't done it in so long. I'm trying to remember. I still remember doing it. And the things that I remember about it are it's not really like the plot of it. Like I do know what it was. Like you know they were at they had defected and they were Astros that had defected from Charlian, and the Charlian Forum was hunting them down to protect their secrets or whatever. And I'm like, that's whatever, but it was the other stuff. It was the job lore that really drew me in. So getting to learn about the constellations and how they tied in with the cards and their meanings, like all of that was the main focus for me, and I love all of that.
Okay. All right. So this is I think a question you might have answered already. Aura was released around Heavensward. Did you change immediately?
Yeah, I did. I took that Fanta immediately. We got a free Fanta. I drank it immediately.
So let's go. I'm getting it.
I had made the Aura on the benchmark beforehand.
You were just ready. You're like, all right. So you're at least ready to go. Whoosh.
Yep.
And I said for a fun fact on my end, I definitely was I was still playing. Well, actually, at that point, I think I was still playing a Roan of such Elizon. So I was mostly still that at the time. I didn't really change to Aura till like I think actually towards the end of Stormblood is when I actually finally stuck with that look because I really liked it. Because I assumed I was like, you know what, I like my Aura now. This is what I stick with. Obviously, people changed my race for a while streaming and stuff like that. But for the most part, I always went back to my Aura instinctively. So, but it's because lizard people, dragons, they're my thing.
Yep.
So,
I also like dragons,
yeah.
So that's why I wanted to try out Aura.
Okay, gotcha. Next up on the list here, the Alexander. Oh, sorry, before the Alexander race, this was the era of caster range. The caster Fizz Rage. What were your feelings? Did you try one of those classes during the time?
So, I didn't play Bard or machinist. But my friend did play bard. She was a bard main. So I heard from her the many gripes, the many frustrations with having, and I remember seeing it in the job trailer. It was, you know, when they first talked about all the job changes, right? I remember them talking about that, and I was like, and even though I didn't main bard, but I played bard, right? So a little bit. So hearing them talk about them changing bard like that, I was like, I kind of get it, but also like, why?
I definitely think it was more in a why moment because, dude, like, come on, man. Why you gotta do this to cat? Like, make the fizz range still be able to go pew 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 and walk around. That's what they were good at, you know? They could go pew pew run around. Why do we have cast bars?
Yeah, it's like it didn't make any sense. Like, from a Final Fantasy history standpoint, like, and I only learned this like later, I think. After having played Final Fantasy IV and some others, like in the old Final Fantasy games, Bard was more of a caster, magic user type job, that just happened to have the ability for some ranged weaponry. It changed based on the game. So from that standpoint, it made sense to me that they would try to kind of like push Bard in that direction. But it didn't make sense for the game that they were making, you know, like it didn't make sense to take a job that had been known for its freedom of movement and everything, and then push it into that direction where it's no longer able to move around, right? Like that. So it was an odd choice, even though I didn't have a personal stake in it. I still recognize that was a bit weird.
It was definitely an odd moment, especially for phase range at that time, for sure. Because especially if, like, I remember watching my I think when my fizz range and my static was getting really like they had like swapped their stances or whatever, and I remember doing like out DPSing them in Savage, and I'm like, dude, I'm a warrior. How? Yes, I know I can fell cleave with the deliverance and go boom, but Jesus Christ. Yeah. Like, come on, man. I should be like, I mean, I still at least be definitely do more of my healers, but I shouldn't be doing more than that DPS. Like, come on. And it wasn't their fault. It's just, the system was so weird. It was wild. But, you know. But next up, the next question I do have, the Alexander raids. Before we actually go into about the story itself, what were your feelings about having a Savage version and a normal version?
I was happy about that because, like I mentioned in the previous section, like, it felt bad to me to be left out of that loose end, that story tie-in, simply because I didn't want to put in the commitment to, especially back then when there was no, you couldn't queue for that content through Duty Finder. It was all through Party Finder or Shout Chat, you know?
Yeah.
Before they had Party Finder. So I didn't want it. It felt bad that there was that story that I didn't get to see until much later. Because I didn't want to commit to all of that. So when they announced that they were going to be splitting it into like that, I was just like, thank God.
Yeah, I think definitely best move ever.
Yeah.
I think definitely a move that was definitely required, because if they kept
Mhm.
if they kept the way they did it, I think definitely things would be a lot differently. So it was a really smart move on their end. I think basically though the Realm Reborn was a test, it was a trial to find out again, like, because new game, new setup, whatnot. So I guess you were testing the waters to figure out what they could do differently, and that was a first test, like splitting into two different tiers. Um, Next up is, what did you feel about the story about the Alexander raids?
I didn't, to be honest, I didn't really care much about it at the time. And I didn't really understand, like, to the point, like, I didn't care enough about it, to the point where I didn't even really know what happened
Mm.
until much, much later, until, like, uh, this is so embarrassing. I don't think I actually understood what the story of Alexander was until about like 4 years ago.
I
uh,
mean,
yeah, like, because I actually, you know what? Like, I'm not sure that I actually finished the story on content, and that might be why.
mm,
Because it wasn't required for the story, and I wasn't really enjoying the raids, even the normal versions at the time. Um, so I just kind of stopped doing it, um, until much, much later. And so it wasn't until relatively recently that I kind of went back over somebody else's playthrough of, or explanation of the Alexander series,
mm-hmm.
the story specifically, that I actually understood what was happening. Like I gotten the gist of what the story was at the time, and that's just kind of what I had settled for. But I was like, oh, okay, so like Alexander's this time traveling robot, and there was some shenanigans or whatever going on with that, and
Yeah.
we defeated it, and that was it. Like, loop closed. Cool.
Yeah, pretty much.
Time travel for me is really tricky. Like, it's a really tough sell for me, because my brain is the type to like pick things apart of like how it works.
Mm-hmm.
So if I get too caught up in the minutia of time travel, it just completely short circuits my brain, right? So trying to figure out how the time travel worked, was not me was not my favorite thing. So and
That's
and specifically, like, it was the other part of the story with the Aura, which I don't remember the name of. Like, I know she was looking for her partner that got lost in the time loop or whatever,
mm-hmm.
or disappeared. But I don't remember actually, like, paying attention to that part until much, much later. So I didn't know what happened with that. Like, I just kind of like hand waved it off. It was like, oh, okay, she's looking for her lost love or whatever, and it's a tragedy, whatever. And so, but once I actually like went back and found out what happened, I was just like, oh, that's actually kind of neat.
I see.
Yeah, like, as I do like the twist that Alexander was brought into existence and then immediately just determined that it needs to set up a scenario for somebody like us to destroy it. Like, I think that's neat. Like, that's a neat premise. And it's still like, I still like the tragedy of it, you know, with the Aura characters, where they were kind of dragged into this scenario specifically to fulfill Alexander's goal, right?
Right, yeah, well, he wanted wanted to achieve and such, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, it said definitely for me, definitely, it was definitely nice to definitely see that it gets split into two. Definitely one, just enjoy the story, which I thought the story was fine. It was fun. And then doing the Savage version, which, just to kind of go over it briefly, spend not too much time. For folks who didn't know, when it first came out, when Savage Gordius came out, when that happened, it was about, I think, 2 to 3 weeks before we got a first clear of that, just because it was a gear check. You legit, people were struggling with DPS. It was bad. Like, it was like, to a point the race kept going on. I think it was like, people were stuck with A3 for a while, and then like A4 took even longer, because people were just not having that, like, they were struggling on how to deal with like the mechanics and such. So it was like very interesting when they did 2 versions, and how they might have, like with Savage, might have overtuned it when it first came out, because the people were struggling for World First.
I've heard many stories. Yeah,
that was one of the things I heard. I remember watching it too, because I was really interested in doing the content at the time. I unfortunately never got past. Well, I did the other 2 tiers later, but I never got past A1S on content. I think it took us forever to get through Faust, because that thing was a DPS check.
Yeah.
An asshole. But yeah, I just wanted to bring it up a little briefly so people kind of have that.
Yeah, my experience with the Alexander raids is purely through Nest videos, old Nest videos, which I didn't start watching until COVID. So.
Gotcha.
That was.
Yeah.
That was a long way. Long way out.
Next up on the list, we'll go ahead. What are your feelings about the Warring Triad? Sophia, Sephiroth, Zervan.
Trying to remember. I think I did them when they came out. Not the extreme versions.
And normals.
Yeah. I thought it was neat that they brought in a new character, Unokalhai, for this, as kind of and in hindsight, you know, like in hindsight, I like how they did this. This was their Shadowbringers seed to see how people would respond to it. Or at least that's my theory, you know, like this is just me speculating. Because, you know, Urokalhai talks about his connection to Elidibus, and the fact that he was a resident of the 13th, that we know as the Void. But I think it was but the reason I say that it's connected to Shadowbringers mainly because that's where we deal most closely with Elidibus and his story in the post-Shadowbringers story. And the fact that if you do all of the Warring Triad and then do all of the role quests in Shadowbringers, there's a capstone role quest that brings Unokalhai over to the first, which is really interesting. So I thought that was adding in that extra lore through Unokalhai was really interesting, and just like a side story Like, it felt like it was a little too consequential to be shoved into a side story like that. But especially since as the side story for the Warring Triad continues, you also interact with Van Hydrus what's his name? Who has an interesting story going on there. And I agree with everybody that he got dealt dirty by being shoved into a side quest that nobody has to do.
Of course, but how things
It do be like that sometimes.
It do,
though.
yeah. So, before
Yeah.
let's go ahead and get out, because I know it would probably be for a bit. Let's go ahead and get into the next question here. Let's go ahead and talk about the, just real quick, gonna talk a bit more about the content stuff. So during Heaven's War, did you have a little more that your social anxiety kind of do you better? Is it was still the same like as the Realm Reborn, to where you could join in with more community-driven events?
Now, as far as like larger community-driven events, I still was pretty insular but by that time I had an FC that I was regularly interacting with, that I had stayed with for a long time. It was the FC that I had joined when the PS4 version had launched.
Okay.
It was specific, so it was a group of people that were specifically playing on PS4. So we all were in voice chat together, which was a big thing, because PlayStation 3 didn't have voice chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or at least it didn't have native voice chat. And I wasn't playing on computer, I wasn't playing on PC, so having voice chat availability was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
So being able to talk with people directly was the biggest thing. So I was doing a lot of content with them, and it was just mostly focused around, just helping each other out with dungeon runs and like treasure maps and things like that.
Okay. Just kind of like stuff that happened. I think. Well, I know you said you slowly got involved in the Realm Reborn, so kind of like it translated over to for Heaven's Ward in a sense.
Yeah, but as far as doing Duty Finder content, I was definitely warming up to it, particularly since there were times where I was the only person online. So of the people that I would normally ask for help, that I didn't have anybody else to ask for help, so I just had to hop into Duty Finder myself. And having switched from tank to healer was definitely it was definitely an adjustment, because that was a completely different playstyle that I had to learn. As much as I love Astro, I really like healing, but the thing about healing that messes with me, I think, sometimes is not having the control, because the tank has all the control over the pacing and the direction of the dungeon run specifically, while the healer is there to directly support them, right, and the rest of the group, right? So so healing feels to me more passive, which was hard for me.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, too, it really depends on the party people behind as well. So, if you're gonna jump into Duty Finder, you might have a tank that might ask, "Hey, how do you feel with the pulls?" Otherwise, some tanks just go in, assume that you know what you're doing, and just go. And that's
But yeah. For the most part, going through Heaven's Word as Astro was pretty smooth for me. I didn't have a whole lot of I don't recall having a whole lot of problems. There was one there's one instance later in like I don't remember if this was this had to have this was when the anti-tower came out. I had hopped into it. Yeah, I just unlocked it, but I was like late into it, right? I wasn't doing this wasn't like day one, right? And the tank had left for some reason. I don't remember if like they DC'd or something. I think they DC'd. So we had lost the tank, so I'd asked one of my FC mates to kind of see if they could jump in to help. And while I was sitting there waiting for them, one of the DPS, which I think was a black mage, not that that matters, but one of the DPS was like, was like looking at me and it was like, how did you get in here? Like, and I was like, what? Like, it was like your main hand and your body piece are like really low, and I'm like, dude, you're looking at me in this duty finder, so clearly I meet the level requirements. So what are you on about?
I gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't remember. It's like somebody was like, I would like occasionally come across like stuff like that where like I'll admit that I wasn't the best healer because I was still there was still a lot about it that I didn't know. But there were still some moments like that where some people were just kind of like, hey, you're kind of bad, what are you doing? And I'm just like, can you leave me alone, please?
Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, so next thing I'm gonna go ahead and jump, but yeah, it's people are crazy. People have their mentalities, and they kind of just and just like, okay, man, I'm just here to do a dungeon, call it a day. You're a deity finder. You just only deal with me once, and you probably see 100 other people later, unless somehow we queue at the same time, the same way. But that's like a 0.01%. Like, you know.
It's like it wasn't my first time doing the anti-tower. I don't think, if I remember correctly, like it was. I just hadn't been focusing on gearing my Astro at that time. So.
Yeah. So next up, to continue on here a little bit here, did you do the relic grind on content?
Oh no, actually, I think I attempted it because I remember unlocking and I think I still have it in my inventory. I remember having the let's see, is it still here? Let me see. Yes, I still have Solstice. Oh no, that's the level 80. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and it'd be like, yeah.
But I did. I did have the heavens, the relic, in my armory chest for a long fucking time, a really long time.
Okay.
It just sat there taunting me the entire time. So, like, I remember picking it up and starting it, but I couldn't get very far in it because as I mentioned before, like, I hate grinding. Like, it's so abrasive to my brain.
That's fair. Yeah, it's completely fair.
So it's like but I wanted to do it because I wanted the pretty astro globe.
Most important, you need that glow, the nice little glow of the Astro. Yes.
I wanted the globe. I wanted the pretty shiny.
Pretty shiny. You need the shiny.
But it was not for me, man.
And that's totally fair because at the end of the day, that relic, like, you know, like, I mean, I actually almost finished it twice on content. I did my first one was I did Warrior. And I got to the final stage. The group wanted me to switch to Scholar, so I started the grind to get my Scholar, the book. And then they were like, nope, we need you on Warrior again. I'm like, oh, god damn it. And so my scholar book sat at like one of the other stages for the longest time, and I just went back, finished my warrior one, and I was like, okay, I'll just deal with that because that's all they wanted. So that's kind of like that was my thing on that. I'm just like, man.
So real quick, did you think that relic grind was better or worse than the Aroma Reborn one?
Honestly, better. I definitely think slightly better, definitely improved, and the fact you could use your Zodiac weapon to do the grind. So if you did the whole Realm Reborn,
Right.
you could use that to skip a step, which was probably
Right.
one of the
I remember that.
because you could skip the fate farming.
Yeah.
You could skip that step. You had to do the dungeon grinds, you had to go through all the dungeons, but you could at least skip pretty much having the fate farm, which was really nice. Next up, did you do the original diadem?
No.
No?
Because
Okay.
my FC, because it was locked to FCs pretty much because of mechanical shenanigans, right?
Mhm.
Because the only way you could actually access it was getting the ceruleum tanks, and you can only get the ceruleum tanks by exchanging free company points, right?
Right.
So it was pretty much locked to FCs, and my FC was not big enough or interested in doing it.
Okay.
And it wasn't even content that appealed to me anyway, because like I was intrigued at first, but then once I started hearing about like what it was, I was just like, yeah, no. Because again, I
Okay.
was just kind of, it feels kind of weird to say, like, I was focused on tome grinding at the time. I remember hearing about the armor sets, the gear you could get from there, and how
Yeah.
mad people were about that.
Oh
And
god,
I
the
was-
armor. Yeah, because I got
Yeah.
actually one of those pieces. Like, I got like I don't think I have it anymore, but I used to have a pink pair of gloves I got from there. And I'm laughing to this day, like, wait, I get pink gear from this instance? What?
Yeah.
It was insane.
Yeah, I still kind of have whiplash every time I see an ethereal piece drop in one of the first 3 dungeons.
Yeah. That's just it was just
'cause-
crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
it
it
just
was
reminds me of that whole thing about diadem gear, and I'm just like,
Dude.
that was so bad. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't care,
Uh-huh.
because I wasn't mid-maxing or anything, but like, but still, like, if I could empathize with the people who were, because it's not like I don't know what optimization feels like, because I've done it.
Right.
So to have that, yeah, thrown in your face, like, hey, do this content a million times and you still might not get the piece that you need.
Yep. Shoot.
As if the game wasn't already, as if the state of hardcore of the higher end rating scene wasn't bad enough.
Right. Yeah, have this. Here, take this.
At that point.
Mhm.
And it's like, I remember that, and then later I was like, I'd heard about how WoW did it, how WoW does it too. Like World of Warcraft does something similar, where they have gear drops with randomized stats and
yeah.
and things like that. So I only hear that from friends who play. So
yeah, I mean, I can kind of pretty much
yeah, that
I can kind of
died.
yeah, that's kind of what yeah, I can definitely vouch for people who talk about for WoW. So I could definitely agree. I haven't played WoW. Well, I did play a little recently when the expansion came out, but I stopped because obviously, you know, 14 took up my life again, and
Yeah,
I'm here again.
it's
So
hard, man.
yeah, have multiple MMOs, that kind of goes, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the rub.
yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask the next part here. The Allied Society quests. The Vanu Vanu, the Voth, and the Moogle.
I do remember doing the Vanu Vanu and a little bit of the Vath. I liked how that set seemed to progress a little bit quicker than the Oromoporn ones. So I liked that. Because I wasn't into crafting and gathering at the time. Or at least I hadn't leveled my crafters and things into Heavensward. I didn't do the Moogle quests. So
yeah,
I
not the only one.
The Vanu ones were cute, and I thought it was. And the thing that they added with that was I don't want to say adaptable, but like the like little areas that would like update as you progress, right?
Yeah.
So I thought that was really neat for them to add in. So like the Vanu Vanu had that little island in the Sea of Clouds that where the stuff would update. It would like add stuff onto it as you progressed.
Yeah, I mean, I said definitely. Well, you're not the only one who didn't do Moogles, because honestly, I avoided. Because like when I found out how to unlock the tribe was literally doing the Moogle quest line, I was like,
oh,
yeah, forget about that. I think I'm good. I mean, granted, yeah.
It was on a character that I actually wanted that I actually did do those actually wanted to do those on. I remember looking it up and like, why don't I have access to these quests? And looking at it was like, oh, it's because I didn't do this entire chain of side quests that's required for some reason. And I'm like, what? It's a long chain.
I'm like, yeah, forget about that. I'm gonna go back the other way. Okay, thanks, bye.
Yeah, like why would you do that? Because none of the others you have to do that for. So it's so weird.
Since we are talking about the Moogles, we're talking about crafting and such. At the time they added specialization crafting to the game. Did you touch that at all, or were you all?
Oh, no. It's even to this day I haven't really touched specialization.
That's fair, because I think I got all mine to 100.
I don't understand it at all. Like all I know about is that it gives you access to a couple of like new actions, and that's it. Like, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I personally haven't touched it, so I can't tell you anything either on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know it's been added, but I don't know much beyond that. So, now we're gonna go back into more story stuff. Before we go talk about the MSQ itself, the Void Ark series I wrote down as Weeping City of Mock series because Wiping City tends to be the most memorable name. But the Void Ark series, your opinion, and how did you feel about them?
I remember thinking that it was cool. You know, like we got to. It was more, you know, leaning on like history stuff for the lore and stuff, which is always good in my book. So like, we got to learn more about the War of the Magi through that, which was interesting. And got to learn more about Void Scent and kind of the Void. Sorry. So like all of that lore stuff was good in my book, and I still have fond memories running the raids back in the day. I really enjoyed them. I know some people have mixed feelings about it. And it's like, even though Ozma is Ozma.
Alright.
You know, like it was And I feel like my nostalgia is kind of rose-colored simply because it was a different time socially for the game.
Mm.
Because of stuff like Ozma, right? Like people actually communicated more. And this might be me just kind of having memory bias because I don't engage with as much like on content these days. Like I still have not done Winders
Yeah.
to this day. I will get on that eventually. I still have not done the final leg of the Arcadian and everything. So like my on content track record has kind of slipped lately. But back then I was doing everything on content. Everything within my reach. Right.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So it was I remember like people talking about like remember do this, you have to do this when this happens, you have to do this, you know, like all of the chat messages, all the shout chats for
Yep.
alliance raids, and it was the same for Crystal Tower back in the day too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when people were still learning it.
Yeah.
You know, and I think this is something that like gets lost over time. You know, like simply because the content has been around for so long that people just get tired of having to remind people how to do it.
Yeah.
So it just kind of falls off. So the communication just kind of falls off, and I think that's probably the largest reason why raids like World of Darkness specifically still feel like people still hate getting World of Darkness in Alliance Roulette because people don't know how to do it, and nobody feels like explaining it anymore.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, if that comes down, because again, content is so outdated at this point. Because obviously and obviously we'll get into that when we get further out. But this content now isn't up to par or anything. So like when you go do older content, you're kind of being like, oh, what the hell do I do here? Or some people just like, oh, okay, I know what I'm doing here. I want to get through it. I don't want to teach it. I just want to get through it. I want to be done, move on. And so, you know, I think it's definitely one of those things that to consider when it comes to like doing those roulettes. So I kind of really get the picture, the idea. So with that, we're gonna end this section here. We'll go ahead and talk about the MSQ itself. What were your feelings of the MSQ? So I think I'm gonna
feelings.
Well, I got one word.
Okay.
Vault.
Yeah. I love the vault as a dungeon, just aesthetically. You know, like I love the music in there. Just from a dungeon design aspect, it's gorgeous. Like the fact that that's like the first dungeon that I recall that feels more open. Like it's not actually, it's still the same like linear path, but it feels open because of the environment.
Yeah, right? No, I agree with that. Like when you walk in, you feel like you can kind of
you walk in and you see all of that. You see the cathedral just open before you, and you're just like, whoa.
Yeah, like what?
It's like you know you can't run out and touch anything, but like
you're like, whoa.
But it's there, right?
Yeah,
like
reach out for it. I want to touch.
Yeah, like,
I want to touch.
Even compared to something like All, the mountain climb.
Yeah.
Because it's a mountain, because you're inside of a mountain, it feels more claustrophobic, right? Until you get to the very top. right?
All right.
So like there's just like this great feeling of scale to that dungeon. It's still one of my favorites. Story wise, I leading into that dungeon, I was like, we definitely gotta go into that vault and beat the shit out of Everett for being so goddamn stupid.
Right.
It's like, Everett,
Get out of the
I love you,
way.
boy, but we gotta talk. It was like I understood. It's like the thing about Emmerich's character is like I understand why why they wrote it like that for him to do that, because it makes sense for his character. But you know, just internally, you know, just all the things, all the alarm bells going off, like don't, just don't. Don't. And then so it was just this great moment going into the vault, of just like feeling that motivation, you know, going through it, of just like you really just, and for me specifically, like I just felt like I was feeling every single, like bashing every single person's head in, right?
Yeah.
Like I was just like, get the fuck out of our way.
Yeah.
You know, like it felt good. It was really great. And then the, you know, the scene after everything, which I'm gonna say, okay, I think I'm not going to say that the Horshfont death scene didn't hit me as the same way that it hits other people, but I think it's not that I didn't cry in it, but I think I cried for a different reason. I think I kind of knew that Horshfont was going to die simply because of the narrative hints that were being dropped. And that's just because of my experience with stories like this, right? Like, it would have been more surprising to me if Horshfont had just lived all the way to the end, right? Which, you know, I wouldn't have really thought of, which wouldn't have been as impactful, obviously. But I would have thought, it was like, oh, well, that's not what I was expecting, but okay. You know,
Right.
So to get into the Horshfont scene, and knowing, but it's still a credit to the team, the story team, with how they crafted this scene. Because even though I knew it was coming, I still felt the impact of it, right? Like the way it was edited and the way that it was shot and everything, like, you know, it was good. It was really good. But the part that actually made me cry was actually like made me like start to cry was the part when your character grabs his hand. Right? Like that's where it started to get me. I was just like, oh, that hurts.
The feel's right there. Oh.
Yeah, it's when the story actually pulls me into it. You know, it's when the game actually forces me into the scene with that gesture. That's where it started to get me. And then of course they immediately follow that up with the double whammy of the line.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Dude.
You know, and I'm just
that
like,
line,
oh,
man.
God,
Not the
God
line.
damn it.
Not the line.
Yeah.
So, then we talked.
So yeah, just beautiful scene. Beautiful scene.
All right, and another part we want to talk about is Belisar's Wall.
Okay, so I know this isn't a talk about like the dungeon specifically, but more the story of it. So I'm gonna start with that. I did not peg Ilberd initially. I thought he had been completely sidelined in the story, so I was just like, oh, you.
I remember you. Oh,
Yeah, I was like, okay.
now as though as sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, memes abound, and I love it.
Yeah.
So, the scene afterward with Papa Limo really choked me up a little, because I did not expect, because knowing so little about Papa Limo's character specifically, kind of made it more unexpected that he would to see him act like make that choice. Not that I didn't think that it was out of character for him, but it was just Papa Limo got so little screen time that it was still kind of like blindsided by it. I was just like, oh,
that's fair.
and it was, and it was another one of those moments of like, I'm not sure if they're actually going to commit to this. Like, there has to be a way where he comes back, right?
Right.
But no. So I was like, but this was actually, and this was after the Yes, this was after Minfilia's sacrifice also.
Mm-hmm.
So we had already seen, but we kind of had like a hand wavy of like, maybe we'll see her again later, but she was definitely gone from our story for the time being.
Okay.
So like them committing to that was a bit of a surprise to me. So then seeing them do it again with Papa Limo was more of a surprise. I was just like, oh wow, they're kind of setting us up for something here.
All right.
They're kind of making a statement with these.
Yeah, these is happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, like to see him just basically use all that power and basically just to kind of like deal with Shinryu and Omega.
The specific scene after you finish the dungeon where you watch Ilberd kill himself, and the whole scene of Shinryu, or no, was it Shinryu? Yes, it was Shinryu. Yeah, I'm forgetting how the story was because I'm like, wait, Shinryu's Xenios, and I'm like, oh wait, I remember.
Wait.
There was a Shinryu, non-Xeno Shinryu before there was Xeno Shinryu.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that I'm a big fan of, like, kind of existential dread type scenes. Where it's kind of like existential horror, but like I don't want to call myself a horror fan because I'm not.
Yeah. Right.
So it's like I like that little bit of tension of like existentialism where because like you see all of the bodies on the floor, and then the eyes glow and it pulls all of the energy, and I was just like, oh, like I remember loving that scene because it was just because the camera angles were so good for it.
All right.
Like it was so well edited, so well shot. I was just like, oh, that's so good.
Right. So the final part I'm going to talk about, though, when we gotta get before we actually finally jump into Stormblood, is for now we find out that we're finally going to be able to fight after all this time. They hear about we went to a little Alamigo. We've been hearing that they always want to take the fight back to Garlemald. They want to take the fight against Garlemald. And finally we're hearing that at some point we're going to finally be able to go and do so in Stormblood. What were your feelings going into it?
Oh, I was ready. Like, I I had a feeling that this was, like, I kind of knew that this was the direction they were going, because the last, like, Ascian thing we dealt with was the Warriors of Darkness, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that was more like indirect Elidibus, like we didn't really deal with that a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
So after that was resolved, there wasn't really anything else, any other way for us to go. So the only other way to go, it was in the direction of Garlemald.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
I was ready. I was interested to, because it meant that we would get to learn more about Garlemald in general. And I was also excited about Alamigo,
Mm-hmm.
because this is a Highland, kind of steppe type of nation. It's a lot of mountains and arid environments. Kind of sparsely vegetated. So I was really interested to see what kind of cultural representations they were going to do for that.
Okay.
And there was also just, like, our understanding of these areas was that they were occupied, right? So I had a feeling that they were going to go the route of, like, we're going to see what the conditions are under Garlean rule.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of work up from there, which is really interesting to me.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Now with that, we're gonna go take a little break here. Gotta use the restroom, and we're gonna
Okay.
get ready for Stormblood.
Yay!
So we'll be right back, y'all. And we're back, guys, with Stormblood. This is where, for me personally, I didn't play the game as much. I took mostly this is my story time. That was it. Minus, I did touch the raids and stuff like that, but I mostly focused on non-high-end content, like Extremes and Savage are... Oh, sorry. I touched O1S briefly, but, like, the Extremes I never really touched, and, like, everything else just kind of was there. But, that being said, we're going to go ahead and get started here. I guess the first important question I'm going to ask, this is when the first new Ultimate was released. The Unending Coil of Bahamut. This is now... I think I know the answer, but I want you to answer this anyway. Did you happen to try it?
No.
Okay.
I still haven't tried it. I haven't really done any. I haven't done any ultimates. I tried T a little bit, but that's it.
Gotcha.
But I will say that I did enjoy watching Larry Zor's teams clear of UCOB.
Okay.
I do like UCOB
Mm-hmm.
as a fight. I want to do it. I may want to do it one day, just because it's so cool.
Right. Yeah.
You
That's
know,
it.
like,
Uh-huh.
and it was, I think watching Larry Zor's teams clear of UCOB was probably, and this was like, I think late into the Stormblood patches.
Mm.
So like they were so like the gear had kind of had outpaced a little bit, but not too much. It was still a very difficult fight at the time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what the ultimates are made for.
So yeah, so watching them clear it was mesmerizing to me. It's beautiful, in my opinion. You know, like, but I think this it would be the same for, you know, if I watched anybody clear it. So I bring this up because like I feel like that's where I kind of got my first introduction into the beauty of high-end rating. So I kind of became interested in exploring more videos about people doing high-end content. So I transitioned into Nest videos from there. I think, which they play relatively more mid-core. You know, they're not a hardcore team.
Right.
But it was still interesting to see a group that mainly focused on the savage rates. It was cool to see the savage fights through them.
So I know we talked, because I remember like when we were doing our light party farm, you're like, so this must feel how it feels to beat an ultimate, eh? You know, like that rush.
When we hit that last.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Like,
yeah.
and that was poignant to me because that was right after the Kefka World Race.
Yeah.
Which I was tracking for.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I was there.
Yeah.
For the first clear.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember seeing the clear footage live.
Yeah.
And just and having seen like all of the clear videos up to that point, right? And there was one group that specifically had a similar situation where like it was just that last little tick of damage after the game it was just about to say that you lost.
Yeah, dude.
And then it cleared, and then we had that same thing happen with Ultima 11. I don't know, I was just like, that's it. That's the moment.
That's the moment to know if you can do the challenge or not. It was great.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that I just thought that was always the funny thing. I was like, you know, if we're talking about this, I'm like, huh. I remember you were like, oh my god, it felt like I did an ultimate. So next on the list here, Red Mage Samurai came out around this time. Did you happen to try him out as soon as possible or later on?
I did pick up Red Mage.
Okay.
Yeah, like I really enjoyed Red Mage. I remember picking up Samurai because, just as an aside, we'll probably get into this later, but because I was playing on day one, of course.
Yeah.
I was experiencing all of the MSQ lockout shenanigans that everybody else was having. So, I also tried to just kind of fill the time with leveling all jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I picked up Red Mage and Samurai. I didn't really Samurai didn't really grab me as much. It's neat And I definitely understand the appeal for those that are really into like samurai dramas and things. It's just not my thing specifically, so I gravitated more towards Red Mage. So I ended up getting quite a few levels in Red Mage as I was waiting around.
Okay.
So yeah, I love the rapier. I love I love that Red Mage has a rapier. Rapier is probably my favorite sword type. So I just immediately gravitated towards that. I need to pick it up again and
I could
level it.
definitely fun considering Red Mage also is the balance between like black and white magic too.
Yeah, like
which is always like
it's a melee and a caster job. Like it's so cool.
It's also what they call a the red magic is what it's called that they use, as opposed to white and black they use what's called red magic, which I thought was a very interesting name for it.
Yeah, and that goes into the historical Final Fantasy job also. So it's like it was
a nice little feature there.
Yeah.
Because I think I picked up Samurai briefly. I think I got to 60, but I still ended up going back and playing Warrior for the most part, trying to get that all the way to just to try and get that to 70 because it was my tank job. Because I didn't play machine. Yeah.
I was also tempted to switch to Monk, because Monk was one of the other poster jobs.
Yeah.
I do remember pushing Monk, but not until after I like finished the MSQ as Astro.
Gotcha. So, next question here is, I guess you played your Astro job throughout Stormblood. How do you feel about its storyline? I didn't ask you about your Heavens. I think I did ask you about Heavensward. So this one's for Stormblood.
No, you didn't ask about the Astro. You didn't ask about the Astro. Oh no, that's right. Yeah,
I did.
because Astro unlocked it. That's right. That's I'm
yeah. I was yeah.
I don't remember the Stormblood Astro questline very well because I only really did it the once, and
there is one word that sticks out. I remember from it. Geomancy. Because like
right, okay, yeah, that just literally just like unlocked all of the memories in my brain. I was like, oh, right, that's what it was about.
Yep.
Yeah, so that that was fun and interesting simply because I was like, I would be down for a Geomancy class unlock, please. Like, I would be down for that.
I know Final Fantasy
obviously, yeah, obviously, like, I understand why they're not going to do that because Geomancy is a little too close to Conjurer White Mage already.
Yeah.
So, like, I get it, but still, I thought it was really cool that they kind of paired it up with Astro like that, because I would have liked that to have, like, I think what I was thinking at the time was that if they're going to kind of blend and kind of like pair this Geomancy up with Astrologian, I would have liked to have seen that have manifested in the job kit for Stormblood in some way. Like, say some of the 60 to 70 actions were like more earth-based or wind, you know, like kind of have a little bit of like flavor in that direction, you know, kind of just like just show like some exposure to it, with like some mixing. If they weren't going, because I knew that they weren't going to fully like commit to a Geomancy job, so like so if you're not going to do that, then like it would be cool, I think, if you just kind of like blended some of that into Astro, since you have this guy here with the Astro, so it's like
right, yeah, it's got a nice little combo here, you know.
Yeah,
kind of put it together.
It would have been interesting to see that, but I understand why they don't.
Alright, so next up, did you happen to touch the Omega Raids on content?
No, I mean, I did this. I did them as part. I did the story ones.
That's what I mean,
Yeah.
right? The story as I'm
Yeah,
mostly
yeah, yeah,
focused.
yeah.
Yeah. Did you do the
Yeah,
story
yeah,
ones at
yeah.
least on content? Okay.
I,
Um.
I believe so. If I remember correctly, I think I did all of as I, like you said that you were kind of playing more casually.
Mhm.
I was actually. I think Stormblood was actually the X pack that I was kind of going a bit harder into for some reason. It was like a weird time in my life.
Mm.
Um, like I was going pretty hard on content. Not I still wasn't getting into like extremes or savages or anything like that, but I was just doing a lot of content.
Mhm.
Like I was just doing a lot. I was playing a lot and I was doing everything on day 1, right? So I was like I did all of the normal raids. I did the alliance raids and everything, just everything on content.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. And I was grinding like a lot. I was tone grinding every week.
Mm. Yeah, because like for I did like I said I kind of did more casually later on. I did like touch through and actually finish the series later on, but I didn't do it when like I said it was kind of a weird for me. That was a time period where I kind of had problems trying to get into content and stuff like that because again with I was with my ex at the time and she constantly had an issue keep jumping around to places and she wouldn't stay still. And eventually she jumped back to one server and I was trying to stay with my friends on the one server I was on because I was enjoying content with them. But then she was kind of like, I want to, you need to come with me, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. So I jump over to a server that we originally came from and we stuck around that for a bit. And it was just like, after a while, I was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm putting the game away. Like, because I was just like coming back, trying to ask people to do content with me, and no one would respond. And I was constantly like, you know what? Like, I wanted to come back, and I thought friends wanted me back here. It doesn't seem like people cared. So, all right, I'm done. I'm putting this away. And I mean, I said I logged in. I'll do the MSQ. I might dump in, maybe do the normal raids, but I wasn't like, oh, I need the best gear or anything at that point. Because that's what I was at. But I still think definitely the raids are definitely enjoyable though. When I first remember them coming out, I was kind of upset because I'm like, really? Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy VI, you had to take from those to make this dungeon? Like, I was kind of really upset with the idea of like them using other, they're other from the other games and bringing them in. But later on in the cycle, and I replayed through it, and I, had more of a clearer mind, and I'm like, you know what? Not so bad. I did enjoy it now more. Like, oh, that's pretty cool that Final Fantasy V made its appearance here, and at Final Fantasy VI, getting the train, and then having how the Omega fight went out towards the end, and I like that. That was more original stuff, minus obviously Final Fantasy 1 Chaos. So those for me, were to a point in which I said the Omega Raid, the Alpha Escape itself, the final set, is really what I was like, this is really good. And then I go back, rewatch the rest, the rest is really good all together. I was really upset. Yeah.
It's like I didn't have as much frame of reference for a lot of the Final Fantasy references, because my exposure to old Final Fantasy games is limited. Like, and there wasn't any references to the games that I played. Like, there weren't any 13 references, there weren't any 4 references, and I hadn't gotten far enough. Like, I remember, like, I know actually, no. I didn't recognize Chaos from the model, because the version of Final Fantasy 1 that I played was the pixel version, right? So I didn't quite pick that out, and I don't think I actually like finished Final Fantasy 1, so I didn't get that far. But I did know that Chaos was the final boss of Final Fantasy 1. So I think that was like the only one that I knew. And of course I was familiar with Kefka from through osmosis, because people talk about 6 endlessly.
Yeah.
Trying to think. But like, I think the final tier was probably the one that I appealed to the most, simply because it was the one that tied into the actual like 14 lore the most.
Definitely. Now let's talk about the Four Lords. You got your Genbu,
The
Byakko.
Four Lords.
Yeah.
I
Anything
love the Four Lords. A lot of, I remember, I still hear some people say that they have mixed feelings about Stormblood as an X-Pack. You know, like, but
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of
you know, it's hard to tell. Like, it's hard to tell sometimes when people are just kind of disappointed by the structure of it versus the theming.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like and I say this because like because sometimes I feel scared to say that I like Stormblood. Not because I think it's strong narratively. I agree that from a narrative standpoint, it wasn't as strong. It's still pretty strong by MMO standards. Very strong by MMO standards. But compared to like Heaven's Word, which felt really smooth, Stormblood definitely felt a little disjointed. But aesthetically, I really like Stormblood because I was waiting for like a more East Asian themed setting. You know, like I was really into the aesthetics of Alamigo. I was really into the Japanese adjacent Hingashi and the Chinese adjacent Authard, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So like I was just sold on it pretty much immediately. So that might be coloring my impression of the X-Pack as a whole.
Yeah.
So that feeds into the Four Lords just like cranks that up to 11, right?
Okay.
It's just like all in on the on like that Japanese/Chinese mythology, and which I love that stuff. Like it's so good, and each of the Four Lord characters are wonderful. I love that it brings in our Kojin friend as and I love okay. It's and probably the thing that sticks out to me the most is the fact that they're all minions.
Yeah, the minions. Yes.
They're all minions. I'm just like, oh my gosh, they're all so tiny. I'm just like, yes, little gods indeed.
Right. My goodness.
It was so good.
Yeah,
I love the fights.
Yeah, I definitely will say when I got to revisit them later on, I was like, oh yeah, these fights are really neat and nice. As it just, I never really enjoyed them on content. I did them definitely after content. That's actually the first time I will say in an expansion I did not do the extremes on content. I think maybe at most, maybe Susanoo and Lakshmi when it first came out. But like the rest of them, nah, I had no interest nor any time to really jump into those. I did them just so I had like more content to do, but I didn't really care for the extremes at that point. Not much is my memory. But like the story though was fun. It was very nice to see the Four Lords. As I mentioned this yesterday, but basically most of my knowledge when I first heard about it was definitely playing Final Fantasy XI and hearing about when you fight like the Four Lords, you unlock the ability to fight Kirin in like the place we called Sky at the time, which had like really good drops and stuff like that. But but that was like more my knowledge at that point until like I started like seeing more of that story coming through in like Storm Blood and a few other places. Like, huh. But for the most part, yeah, like I didn't even know it was based off of something called the Four Winds. I was like, what? That's the thing. I feel really dumb now because I thought honestly something else completely different. And that's something I learned. I was like, wow, I learned something new. Because like shit, I need to definitely brush up on. I need to definitely brush up on stuff like that. Because I did a lot out of the loop. I was like, oh, I feel kind of stupid now because I don't know. I didn't know anything about the Four Winds. Whoops. I exited out.
My only exposure to it at the time was from Card Captor Sakura back in the day.
Gotcha.
Because one of her love interest, you know, which doesn't become her love interest until much later, is this Chinese boy named Shaolin. So,
okay.
Shaoran, sorry, Shaoran was his name, and he was a he had a board. I don't know what it's called, but it was very much like the geomancy board that we saw in the Astro Quest. So it had the four winds and all of the elements and degrees on it and everything, and it was all like, it was like, I think his was more like feng shui oriented. I can't remember this. It was so long ago, so I don't remember exactly how they explained it. But
it's weird, man.
It was magic, you know. It was his form of magic with this board that it was mathematically oriented and all that kind of stuff. I thought that was really neat. So that was my only exposure to like the and then like I had a limited knowledge of like the four guardians of Japan. From Japanese mythology. Yeah. So I was familiar with the white tiger, the red bird, the turtle, and the dragon. So
gotcha. So next topic here, real quick. They introduced Blue Mage to Final Fantasy XIV as a limited job. I know you said you really didn't have much reference to like the other Final Fantasies beforehand. What was kind of like someone who were you like familiar with Blue Mage at all before it came out, or?
My only frame of reference was what other people referred to it as, is how other people explained it, and so I didn't play a whole lot of Final Fantasy X. But I did play enough to remember Kimari's character, and his was that where he would steal action, like monster actions from monsters, right? So I remembered that. So I was like, oh, it's that, and I was like, okay, that's pretty neat, and like I did think it was very interesting for them to introduce something that was completely separate from their core gameplay loop, right? Like this. I think that was a really bold move.
Yeah.
I think some people probably get a little turned off by the fact that they can't start the game as Blue Mage. You know, like, I know why they didn't design it that way, but, like, I've come across at least one person that started the game because he had heard about Blue Mage being a solo-friendly job. You know, like, you can solo the entire game as Blue Mage, but was met with the reality of like, but you have to actually do the story first.
Whoops! I didn't tell you about that.
You actually have to actually go through the Aroma Reborn story first in order to unlock it.
Yeah, you guys have to.
So I don't know. Like, maybe that's just like a bit of an outlier situation, but I did think it was very interesting. It wasn't something that really kind of tickled my fancy. I was just like, at that point, I was fully into the social. I wouldn't. Okay, when I say fully, I mean like I was actively playing the game to play with other people. At that point, but that still doesn't mean that I was like going into like community events and RP and things like that. Like, you know,
Gotcha.
I still love doing the seasonal events, and those are pretty communal. You know, like everybody kind of gathers around and does silly things for the season, and that's always fun. But I, at that point in time, was actively trying to play with my FC mates when I could, and my friends and everything like that. So, and I was also at the time trying to like branch out to like meet new people and things like that. So the idea of a solo friendly job didn't really appeal to me at the time. So I didn't pick it up immediately. But I was interested into like seeing how other people engaged with it, you know, like how does it play, what's it like, and all the quirks and things of it. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Eventually I picked it up, you know, on an alt that I started relatively recently, and I don't think that like it's again, it's neat, but the way I played it is like I just looked up a guide of like how to level really quickly, and that was pretty much it. You know.
Fair
like,
enough. Yeah.
You know, I still haven't finished all the content for it.
I
yeah,
gotcha.
so.
So next up on our list, we're gonna go into. Did you touch the relic in Stormblood? Eureka.
Actually, trying to remember. I remember unlocking Eureka. I remember doing it a little bit, but I didn't really get very far in it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Gotcha.
like I remember trying it about a month after it came out. It wasn't because I wanted the relic. I was just, I mean, I was kind of drawn towards that. I was just like, oh, you're tying separate content. You're now like relegating the relegate to like entire separate piece of content. Woo.
I gotcha.
Yeah, this is like great.
Right.
Like, because I was one of those people where it's like I don't mind the relic being tied to actual like duty finder content and like already existing content. Right. I don't mind any of that. I think because Eureka was designed the way it was to be what it was, which was kind of it was very much a callback to like older MMOs. And being someone who has played 14 since the beta, and having seen it progress as much as it had up to that point, just to see them come out with this content, it just kind of felt like disorienting to me.
Considering what I remember hearing when you had levels, you could it almost felt like you were playing the 11 leveling system, because that's what a lot of people were comparing it to. So when I think about it, if I'm playing about old 11, yeah, if you died, you lost experience. If you lost experience, you lost enough, you de-level. That was that's the thing I thought of immediately. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, and the fact that the actual zone itself was much more hostile than the zones outside.
Right. Yeah.
Right. It was a much more dangerous area. So you actually had to either group up or move very carefully.
Right.
And so it was definitely jarring to go in there and try it out. I did get to the end of the first step. I did get to the end of the first zone. Eventually, but I did not enjoy it in the slightest. Simply because, like, I don't like content or games that restrict my movement.
Yeah.
I like to be able to run around freely. The fact that we couldn't fly in there until after we had reached the end of the zone was excruciating. Actually, I don't even know if we had mount access until a certain point in progressing the zone. I don't remember.
I wouldn't be able to tell you because, as I said, Eureka, yeah. I think I touched it very briefly towards the end of the Stormblood cycle. So
yeah,
all I want to do is hear the stories.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, like my experience with Eureka is very limited. Like I did not. And like, and I heard a lot of other people complaining about Eureka too. Like, you know, it was jarring bit to go into it from having come out from, you know, the way 14 as a whole is, you know, very easygoing, very smooth. It's a lot of smooth experiences, and then just be met with this very kind of just a more abrasive than I feel like is comfortable. There's somebody who's played 14 for a long time is comfortable with. So I'm glad for the changes that they've made since then.
Right.
But I haven't I've gotten far enough into the second zone to know if actually, I don't think that they actually made the tweaks that they made to the design didn't really actually take effect until the third zone, based on player feedback, because the second zone was already fully in production.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Gotcha. So next thing I do want to ask about swimming and diving. What were your feelings?
I love it.
Yeah,
I was like, yes, I get to swim in the ocean.
Dude, just like the moment.
I love the ocean. Yeah. Like, it was especially good when they announced that they were going to add in swimming, even just surface swimming into the coastal zones in Aromaboran and you know, like in the Mist, in Costa del Sol, etc. You know, like all that was great. Like I love the water, so I love being able to swim. I don't care if it's slow.
You just get the feel of swimming.
Oh, I love it. So the only thing that I don't like about it is when you're mounted underwater and you have to interact with an interaction point. It dismounts you and drops you down like 10 feet.
Right?
This is just like, so I'm just like, you're just like descending, and I'm like, why am I so far away from this point?
Right.
Like, you had me here.
Yeah, why am I
keep me there?
Right. Alright. Next up, spearfishing. Did you touch it?
No.
Okay.
Because I didn't level fisher.
That's fair. Next on the list we do have is the Evilise raids. Did you enjoy them?
My favorites. They're my favorite. Because another Final Fantasy game that I didn't finish until recently, but I still adored. Because I would play it, I would continue to pick it up over and over again for years and years, was Final Fantasy XII. So having Final Fantasy XII themed raids, obviously it was more geared towards tactics, which I hadn't played. I still haven't played. I'm not much of a strategy game. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get around to it, but I will probably get into somebody's playthrough of it for the story eventually. But having all of that, all of those, because I love 12 aesthetic. I love 12 from an artistic standpoint, a narrative standpoint. This beautiful, beautiful game. So the Evil East raids, and the Evil East raids in particular, I don't know what it is, and it might be my particular bias towards 12 that kind of colors it for me, but they are my favorites. My favorite alliance fights in general. Out of all of them.
That's totally fair and totally valid.
It's just, I don't know what it is. Like,
yeah,
I love it.
So next on our list here, this is gonna be a bit more of a kind of a question that kind of, this will be something they implemented in Stormblood. We're gonna be talking about what's called the story skip and level boost. When they add them in Stormblood, what were your feelings about that?
I did have mixed feelings about it. Like, I understood why people wanted it, and because people wanted it, I understand why they felt they had to put it in.
Okay.
So it's like, I understood that from an intellectual standpoint, but I didn't think that I was ever, and it just came down to it. I'm never gonna use it. Like, it's not something, because for me, not just money, the money set aside, the money part set aside. It's not the kind of thing that I would want to do, because I don't mind starting a new character and going through all of the MSQ again. Like, I don't mind doing that. That's what I had been doing for years at that point. Like, I was still doing that. I was spinning, it was constantly spinning up like new characters and trying to go back through and everything like that. I still wouldn't get very far. Like, I rarely ever got through Aroma Reborn, through any of them, but
that's always a stopper. Rumbleborn.
Right. I mean, I would just lose interest in whatever whatever goal I had set for it, and get distracted and just never come back to it. Right.
Okay.
So.
That's a point, and very understandably. As we
and that's just for the story skip one. For the level skip, I was concerned about. I did kind of share people's concern about people, like newer players, using it to catch up without committing to actually learning the job that they unlocked, right?
All right.
So so I did share a little bit of the concern there, but I kind of justified it in that, how many people are really going to do that? My personal experience with that being added was in the late stages of Stormblood, after we got the Shadowbringers reveal. I decided that I was going to, which we'll get into this in the Shadowbringers section, but just briefly because it's relevant. I decided to switch to Dark Knight to level my Dark Knight. But the way it happened that I ended up leveling my Dark Knight is that I was doing roulettes, and I just so happened through all of my roulettes not get content that was above level 50. For a while. So like, I didn't have as much experience playing at above level 50 on Dark Knight until I got a random was Doma Castle queue. So I out the gate I was like, I have not played at this level on tank, so bear with me. And I was terrible. Like I had no idea what the buttons did. I didn't know what and this was before I even like had any concept of a rotation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, up to that point, I didn't even care about what a rotation was, even on Paladin, on Astro, because like on Astro, like you there is no rotation. Like you have your healing abilities and your cards, and you just use them as you need to. Your only rotation is Malefic, right? You just keep pressing Malefic. That's it.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So I didn't need to worry about a rotation. So I didn't even like think about a rotation.
Mm-hmm.
And this was when Dark Knight was very different than it is now.
Mm-hmm.
So like, and I just ran through the whole dungeon. I died like 2 or 3 times. You know, so it was a slog. And at the very end of it, one of the other players, not the healer, accused me of using a jump potion. I was like, no. Like, I was like, no, and fuck you. You know, like people can just be bad at this. You know, like it's.
I mean, like, but at the end of the day, the biggest thing that I remember though too, and that's something I think. Hey, I haven't. Yeah, you did mention like at the beginning of the dungeon. Hey, I haven't tanked at this level. And I was like, you know, because I kept getting lower level dungeons. It's just what happened. I
specifically said I haven't tanked this before, so I was like.
Mm-hmm. You did say you haven't tanked it. You went through. You know the mechanics of the fight. You just didn't do a tank as a tank. And that's a problem too. Is now people will throw those accusations kind of out. You know, while it's like, oh, this person's story skipped or and level boosted. So to me, one of the biggest things, and especially, one of the biggest things, because I talked about this, the last show, is the most important thing when we talk about boost in general is, if you're playing the game for the very first time in general, I don't recommend doing it at all. Don't touch it. And the reason behind that is because you could learn about the game and the mechanics. Yeah. I'm also saying this as somebody who actually did use a level skip in Guild Wars 2, and it was his first character, and it was a big mistake I made. Because I literally walked that game and I went, what the hell am I doing? So that's why I'm only bringing that experience up to you, because I don't want you to ruin that experience for yourselves, especially, well, for me, I've been a vet of 14 since a beta phase 2. Like, I've been playing for that long. And so, like, I don't want people to, like, have to feel that they gotta get those potions so they can jump into content sooner and all that, but like be overwhelmed because there's all these abilities that you're not gonna know what they're gonna do. So it's just a good idea. That's why it's a good idea just to play the game from the beginning, slowly build yourself to that point, so that when you do pick up other jobs, like if you want to play Red Mage or you want to play another job that kind of already has more abilities by that point to hit that level, you kind of already have an idea about the system, and then you just add more abilities on top of that. Yeah. So that's like, I
think people, because 14 is kind of an outlier in that regard. Mm-hmm. Like, because its combat system, as much as people don't like to say it is, the layers to it, there's so many layers to it that it makes it more complicated than they actually want to admit that it is, compared to like World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft has designed its system around being able to just blitz all the way to the end, to the level cap, right? So they give people all of these tools to be able to get to max level immediately, because the game is designed around that. It's designed around the endgame content, and therefore its combat system, its class system, by comparison, is a lot simpler to use. and this is probably because more because of the information gain over the many years that World of Warcraft has been active, that now they actually have like built-in rotation guides into the game. So the game tells you what your rotation is.
Right.
As far as I know, I believe. I haven't played it, so I don't know exactly, but like
I have briefly, as someone who's touched it a bit, they do try, like, if you go into certain, you can start either in your regular starting zone, or you can start in an area that does help you learn about your job in the beginning.
yeah. So the game, so World of Warcraft tells you what you're supposed to do with your job. For Final Fantasy XIV does not. So
Yeah.
and that makes it very different compared to other MMOs, and especially because I've played other like free-to-play MMOs since, you know, like I didn't come into 14 with a lot of MMO experience, but now I have a lot more MMO experience because of 14, right? So I've played different MMOs, and they're all the same. Like they tell you exactly what actions to use when and in what order. You know, like they give you everything. So it's all just very like, just press the button when it's ready and that's it. You know, just press all the buttons when they're ready. So the fact that 14 doesn't do that means that you actually have to commit to figuring it out yourself. And if you go through the leveling process naturally from level 1 or whatever level the job starts at, it leads you into it much more gradually. And especially like if you're a brand new player starting at the story, the biggest thing that you learn starting from the beginning of the story, going through all of the mandatory story content, is mechanics. Right? It's all encounter mechanics is the biggest thing that you learn. Your job mechanics are a lot slower, especially since a lot of them are very top heavy for their job design currently. So the best thing that you learn by starting at the beginning is slowly building up an understanding of different encounter mechanics, so that when you actually do get to the end and into that high-end content that you are wanting to do, you're familiar, you can be able to recognize those mechanics.
Yeah, exactly. So to continue on here for the moment, but yeah, it's a very important discussion to have, because at the end of the day, I definitely will always say, from my end, don't do it. Just play the game naturally for your first character. If you decide to put the rating on all that,
yeah, it's like we'll get into this probably when we talk about Evercold stuff, but just
yeah, let's
very
go
briefly.
ahead.
Now the conversation is started again about like them adding in an alternative entry point to the game, where you can start the game like midway through the game or something.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get there.
Yeah.
So next on the list, we went ahead and talked about that. Did you do any of the Allied Society quests, like the Kojin, Anata, Namazu?
No.
Okay.
I fell off Society quests at this point.
That's fair, because I mean, I obviously said I barely touched them at all. I came back to Kojin later on, but yeah,
I was just committed to daily tome grinding.
That's fair.
I didn't have time. And like, it felt like a waste, like, because I wasn't leveling anything, really. I was all in on Astro for Stormblood until close to the end. I was leveling Red Mage through it also, but the XP that you get from the Society quest just was not. And the fact that they're daily, like you only get like you get 3 to start with, but as you get a maximum of 9
Mhm.
at a time from anyone. You can have 12. It was like now you can do up to 12 a day across all of them. But
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
but as far as like the number of actual like individual daily quests that you can have, the maximum was only like 9, and the XP was like nothing. So there wasn't really much reason to do it unless you just wanted to do it for the story, for the lore.
Yeah. So next I have to ask here, more content-wise, did you touch the Monster Hunter World collab?
Eventually,
Rafalos.
but
Eventually. Not
I don't
on
have
content.
any.
Okay.
I don't have any experience with Monster Hunter. It was not my thing.
That's fair and understandable.
Yeah.
Okay. And some things are not for everybody's cup of tea, you know? Like, some people were really excited for...
I can't even recall if I even, like, knew of Monster Hunter before then. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think I only...
Like, I think that was my first time hearing about Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I didn't really know much about it either. But again, I actually played Monster Hunter World later, which was the Shadowbringers, and I kind of walked back and come back to that content later on, so...
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're going to go ahead and hit this with the one final question, because a lot of the stuff I asked is more about, like, PvP. I don't think you haven't really touched more PvP stuff, right?
I did a lot of frontline, but, like, that's it.
Okay, I was going to say, because otherwise there was Rival Wings, and then they also did an overhaul of the PvP system. But
yeah, like, that's all neat for people who like PvP. You know, people still holding out for that other PvP mode that's been sidelined forever.
Yeah. Next here, actually, the other one I should ask about. What was your feelings about the PS5 support? When
Oh, I mean, I'm trying to remember. Did I? I don't think I actually... Well, because... I mean, obviously I knew that, like, that was obvious. Wait. You're asking about PS5 support?
Yeah, because apparently I was leading up on it, and it said there was about... I had to remember if it was, like... I think that's when they started towards the end of Stormblood into Shadowbringers.
Or are you meaning to ask about the end of PS3 support?
Well, I guess the support of PS5 at the end of PS3. How about that?
Okay. Because, I mean, that's just a... You know, it was a natural thing. Like, I knew it was gonna come eventually. It was like, that's... No, it was barely even worth thinking about. Like, of course, new console. They're gonna bring it into the new console.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. But I know there's also people who might have the fear of, like, oh my god, well, no, I can't afford a PS4, and I can't really afford a PS5.
Yeah, I didn't jump into it immediately, obviously, but like, the PS5 didn't come out until the following year, until 2020, right?
I think so,
like,
yeah.
and that was in the middle of COVID, so...
Right.
Yes, like, I was not in a financial position to jump ship immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't sold on the PS5 as a console anyway, like, entirely.
Yeah. That's fair,
like, so it wasn't until they had announced Final Fantasy VII Remake, and yeah, I think it was not until... Oh no, it was like it was around when they announced Final Fantasy 16 was coming to PS5 exclusively.
Okay.
Because Remake was also on PS4 still. It didn't run as well on PS4, but once I knew that Final Fantasy 16 was coming exclusively to PS5, and then Rebirth after that, you know, I was like, okay, now is the time to jump ship. And this was like a couple years after the height of COVID, so the supply had kind of leveled out. It had kind of cooled down a little bit. The supply issues had cooled down a little bit, so I was actually able to reasonably get my hands on one.
Ah, yes.
You know, like
Hey,
yeah. Now that I think about it, I remember I was at work trying to order one from the Walmart down the road from my work, through the website, but my bank kept blocking it because it flagged it as a fraudulent charge.
All right.
So I was having trouble doing that, so I actually had to walk in and grab it. So luckily, the one that is there was still one on the shelf for me to just grab off the shelf.
All right, so we are definitely push a little bit more. So let's go ahead and we're gonna finally talk about the story, the actual MSQ. That's how we're gonna end the Stormblood section. So what are your feelings about 4.x?
I mentioned this, I touched on this briefly before, where I personally like Stormblood's story, and this may be because I have an aesthetic bias towards the themes and the setting and everything. But I definitely remember hearing people... I remember hearing rumblings about people being dissatisfied with the story, but I wasn't as active in the like social media side of the community to really see what people were saying about it until much later. So it was just like talks between like me and my friends, right? And the general vibe that we had was like, you know, like it definitely could have been better, but it was still pretty good. You know, like me personally, I love Lise as a character. I loved her from beginning to end. Like, so I know it's like, I know people, but I understand that people don't like her because she says the wrong things or does the wrong things, you know, like, but to me, I'm like, that's me, like, so it's like, yes, like, I cringe at whatever she says, like, I cringe a little bit whenever she says something, that is a little off, you know, or just doesn't say the right thing in the right moment, you know, like, it's like, I still cringe at that, but it's like, it's an endearing cringe, and I'm just like, oh, you're my lovable airhead, you know. Like, but I understand that some people aren't into that.
And it kind of helps. What's interesting for me is that what my issue was with Stormblood, and I kind of even like listening to it, and it kind of makes sense. It kind of did feel like we were jumping around places and not necessarily getting to learn more about the areas we were staying in. So, like, we were kind of like, we were learning about Alamigo, and we were learning it for a bit, and then they said, hey, we gotta go to Doma! And now we're in Doma, trying to see what's going on in Doma, and trying to get, like, the environment and get it all in. And next moment, boom, we liberated Doma. Okay, let's go liberate Alamigo. Then we liberated Alamigo, and I'm like, I didn't even get, like, a chance to feel, like, any of, like, the areas I went to out. And it felt like they were just trying to say, hey, you could do this thing real fast. Here you go. You just you liberate the two nations. Great job. And I'm like, eh? So I guess to me that was my biggest issue. Is it kind of like this story that felt a little jumpy from place to place. Like, I get what they were trying to do, but it was also kind of hard to like really feel out those places because you weren't there long enough to really like learn about the people, learn about the environment you were in. You were kind of like jumping from one ship to another kind of ordeal.
Yeah.
And that was like a big problem that I had with the story. Like, I think it'd been really cool to like at least liberate one of them, so we could have maybe liberated Doma and then eventually kind of build some hype to basically maybe in like a patch or two after maybe be able to liberate like Alamigo, to kind of build and kind of be able to feel out those people that we were spending time with, you know, and really get to know them. to have those things. But like, again, we jumped around so much. By the time we finished Stormblood, yeah, congratulations, you liberated Alamigo and Doma both. You're awesome. And I'm like, oh, that's a little too soon.
I definitely understand that, and I think that was a conversation that they probably had in the team of like, are we going to stretch this out into 2 expansions instead of trying to make it work in 1? And I agree that there wasn't enough time to allow certain elements to breathe. Because me too, I was disappointed in not having as much focus on learning the history and the culture of Alamigo. But I also kind of understand why what they did narratively to kind of explain that, in that Alamigo's has been occupied for 25 years at this point.
Right.
And that oppression was crippling, you know? Like, and they were so proud. They're such a proud people, you know, like.
Yeah, definitely for sure.
Yeah, they were a very proud nation. So that defeat, that just complete crushing, you know, it does something to people like that. Like, the fact that so what we learn is more about Garlemald as a nation, as an entity, right? And while yes, I do think that choice is kind of does a disservice to the setting that they put us in. The fact it's like I'm disappointed because I wanted to learn more about Alamigo as a nation, but that doesn't mean that there isn't still the possibility for us to come back to that later, because now that Alamigo is free and they're starting to rebuild, they can now revisit a lot of that history that they had to let go of to survive.
Yeah, and that's understandable. Like, I can kind of see that point too. Yeah, I definitely do feel though that definitely. I mean, obviously, when you're writing something or doing something like that, you're gonna, of course, but yeah, like you're gonna leave elements out. There's gonna be certain things that you may not be able to do, or things like that. But definitely, the story could have benefited more with a little bit more time in the places. Definitely for sure. Not saying it necessarily horrible, because I mean, there's worse writing out there. I've seen it. But like, I definitely do feel that that is what lacks to make that story more like, you know, there could have been more like whoa moments when those bigger things are happening, like whoa. So, but there is something we do want to talk about real quick, probably before we move on. Xenos. He has to come up.
Our favorite friend.
Our favorite friend. Does he really understand what friend is?
I love Xenos as a character, like just because it's in a narrative that is so, like, in a story, because up to this point the team has been so diligent in its dedication to creating multifaceted characters that you will latch onto very quickly.
Yeah.
You know, like it was Horchefant with Emmerich with, you know, depending on your mileage, Lise. I find Lise incredibly endearing.
Yeah.
Like, as even when I was mentioning earlier, like Papalymo apparently has any screen time. Doesn't have a whole lot of screen time, and people still remember him fondly. You know, like, because they do work really hard to make all of these very engaging and great multifaceted characters. So to be met as our main villain, the complete opposite of that, was wonderfully refreshing.
All right, God.
It was wonderfully refreshing.
Or nice and refreshing. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take a nice little breather, and we'll get ready for Shadowbringers here.
The big one.
Yes, we're good.
The big one.
We're still getting there. We got 3 expansions to go, and then we got Evercold. So we'll be back, folks. Alrighty, folks, we are here again. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the Shadowbringers portion. Happens to be my second favorite expansion, and this is where I met. And this is actually when I got super involved personally in the community. Got to know a lot more people. around this time, because that's when I stepped back into the game. This is actually where I met Zyros and quite a few others, so this has actually kind of been an important part of my 14 career, really. So we're going to get started here. I think I already know the answer to this question, but I gotta ask it anyway. Hrothgar males and female Viera were introduced. Did you change race immediately?
I did not. I
Okay.
did create a female Viera to see how I would like it. But being a short person, I don't feel comfortable cosplaying a tall person.
That's fair. Understandable. If you're 5'4", yeah, about that. Yeah, I guess
it is this weird sensation of like me watching them walk, me watching my Viera walk makes me feel unsteady because of like it feels like you know, I get into playing it and my brain kind of like communicates to my inner ear the balance, and I'm just like, I just start to feel a little off balance because it thinks that I'm on stilts or something.
Alright. Thank God.
It's really weird.
Yeah. That happens. It'd be weird for someone very tall to try and play a very short person, so, you know.
I know a ton of tall people to play short characters.
Well, no, I mean like in real life they probably go like, I can't cut. That's too many kegs to cut off to be a short person. All right, number 2, Gunbreaker Dancer were released around this time. Did you give them a try?
Wasn't interested in Gunbreaker, but definitely interested in Dancer.
Okay.
I picked it up, and I think because of how they did the role quest, which we'll probably get into later, I knew that I wanted to try and level one of each role, so I picked Dancer as the fizz range that I wanted to level.
Okay. So next up, since we're talking about that already as it is, what were your feelings that we no longer got like individual class quests, like, you know, the usual every 2-3 levels that we would get their own class quests in the last 3 expansions. Now you just got what was called the role quest. What were your feelings on that?
So my relationship with the game at this point in time started to really, this is probably about the point where I started becoming more like the person that you know now in terms of my relationship with the game. Because of all of the things that I had gotten into in Stormblood, and all of and Stormblood had a lot of like balancing things, had a lot of complications with the behind the scenes, with the back end and everything. So I started really getting into the digging into the live letters, digging into the forum posts and the dev posts and everything like that, and all of the all the things that they would do to try and explain what was happening, that I go into Shadowbringers kind of gaining a better understanding of what them as a team, their goals are for the game, and kind of gaining a better understanding of like what kinds of limitations there are. And I had switched over to playing on PC at this point also.
Okay.
In the middle of Stormblood, somewhere I had switched over to playing on PC. Which was an adjustment after a lifelong controller player. So it was. So I know a lot about. I know probably more than the average person about computers, and about how they work and how programs work with them. So I personally understood that decision to go from, what was it, like, at that point we were up to what, like 15 jobs?
It was a good amount. But that,
Something like that.
it was pretty high.
So I completely understood them going from, 15 different quest lines to just like 5.
Mm-hmm.
From a logistics standpoint, and on the back end for them, it made complete sense.
Mhm.
Because especially if they wanted to continue to grow other types of content, they could not devote so many resources to just those job quests, those individual job
Yeah,
quests.
and plus, I mean, the other cool news though is that when you did get those jobs leveled, you did get a ending quest for said job. So you can go out and did a dancer one, which is one of the ones I remember fondly. Is going out there and you kind of did a dance with your your little competition at the time. Just did a dance together. Just it was a beautiful scene. I think it was actually one of my favorites that I used to use for my ending screen because it was such a beautiful scene.
Yeah.
Still one of my favorites. So I definitely think I'm personally in the favor of role quests because definitely it makes it easier for the devs. But I think it's really cool that each role does have their own kind of quest line, so you're still getting a story, your own little side story that sometimes ties to the main quest. It may not tie to the main quest depending on what it is, But for the most part, you get a lot more enjoyment out of that.
Yeah.
So definitely for sure. Now, next thing I'm gonna ask is, what were your feelings when they decided to they finally removed TP from the game, and then make MP?
So happy. I was so happy. Because like I had worked because again, like I had I knew that they were going towards the role quest route, so I was figuring out what jobs I wanted to level for each role. And so I leveled Paladin up to 60, which I hadn't touched Paladin since I switched to Astro back in Avatar, so it was still sitting at like level 53.
Okay.
So I'd gotten Paladin to 60 before Shadowbringers came out, and I even played Warrior a little bit, which was the worst with TP. But even like playing Paladin, the fact it was like I just understood all of what people were saying, that doing AoEs was more costly TP wise than doing single target, and that made no sense.
Yep.
And we had Flash for Paladin before, and that took MP, I think.
Yep, it did, yes.
Yeah.
So I took MP, and you didn't have a really big MP pool back then either.
So for Paladin specifically, they were just burning the candle at both ends.
Yes, it was bad.
Which was really bad design.
Yeah, because
it makes sense it makes sense for the job design, like from the job flavor,
Right.
But if if it's not built mechanically to actually work effectively with the combat,
it
just feels bad.
It was bad, yeah, because especially even because even then it was like Paladin's like gold from Didja, or give me that TP, give me that Spire, give me that Spire. That was literally Paladin's like cry for help.
I hated asking for gold.
It's like, dude, play Ace, I need it. It's like, damn. Yeah, so that was the thing. But honestly, I think definitely was a great removal for the system, and it honestly opened more doors for more people to play the game, because now the game didn't have that extra really mechanic you had to worry about, which was basically your, oh my god, I had to spend like 10 you know, oh, I gotta remember this move does 100 tactical points. I have to make sure to have enough to do that move properly at towards the end of my rotation. So having the ability now just to simply be like, okay, don't have to worry about it. Just gotta make sure I hit my buttons in the right order to get the potency. That was like that was a right step, a right move in the right direction. And then when I heard about that, that made me real happy because that meant, hey, that's more doors to open now. Maybe I can get some friends back into playing the game.
Yeah.
So that was one of the biggest. I think one of the biggest. Definitely a very successful move when I ran.
Yeah, it was honestly a long time coming, and I was surprised that they didn't do it sooner. Because, like, even from A Realm Reborn, the limitations of that kind of system was apparent.
Mm-hmm.
And that was probably one of the main things that kept me out of higher end content. Right?
Yeah.
Was the fact that the combat system felt kind of restrictive in that regard, and you know, like it's all this resource management. Because I was playing Paladin in Realm Reborn, like I felt, and like Paladin didn't have any spells at the time, except for Cure and Protect and Stone Skin, you know, like it didn't have any spells built into its kit, but it still felt strange and oddly kind of like limiting in a game that was advertising itself as a more freeing MMO, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's at the end of the day, though, definitely a good choice, though, for sure.
Yeah.
The move they made. So we'll go to the next question here. They introduced trust. What were your feelings about trust being introduced as a way to play the game without having to necessarily use Duty Finder? At least with the later content.
It was interesting because at that point, I had mixed feelings about it because I knew that if I was still the person that I was when I started the game, I would have loved that. But now that I had progressed so far with the game, I had learned so much about it. Was continuing to learn more about it, and I was getting better at it. I tried the trust and found myself not liking how slow it was by comparison to playing with other players. And like, besides that, I had worked so hard to break out of that isolation up to that point that it felt wrong for me to go back.
Okay.
Like, I didn't see it as I didn't see trust as like simply a mechanic for me to use as like a shortcut. Right? It was more of like, it was a tool that was put there for people who want to avoid the alternative or want a different route.
Yeah.
You know, and that is how they explain it, right? Totally understandable. But for me, that felt more like a step backwards in that moment. So while I fully supported and understood why they decided to put that in for new players, for me, I was not engaged with it at all. And like I mentioned before, like once you got to the end of the story and it unlocked like the leveling thing, for them, it was way too grindy for me. So it was like, that's just another grind add on top of all the other grinds, and I'm like, no.
Nah, and that's understandable considering all of that. And at the end of the day, I think, like I said, I think definitely there's not. It was definitely mixed at times. Like, I felt like it was still too early, even in 14's life cycle, Because I saw that basically Final Fantasy 11 didn't add trust to like pretty much to the end, almost like they were gonna end the game. That was like they're gonna do with Raspi's event deal. They're gonna end the game, and it didn't add trust about almost around that time. So seeing trust in 14, and I was like, wait, what's gonna happen here now? Like, what's going on? Why are we getting these trusts now? Is the game scared or something? Like, is like the team scared or something that's going on? That kind of like those are feelings that kind of went through my mind. But I will say at the end of the day, I think it was still a nice addition. I think it's nice to use as a starting ground for people to get get the feel for it for a dungeon maybe when they run the first time. So when they run a roulette, when they have to run with other players, they kind of already got a feel for their first time through doing it with the trust. So now when they run it with people, they can say, okay, I can see how people run this and hopefully be able to follow suit. And if they're not still comfortable, then go back, run it again with trust, and then come back and, try again. I think it is a nice addition, but it was definitely a scary addition when it first came out. Definitely will help leveling alts, especially if you're playing in a DC that literally is dead. Like, if, for example, you play in the EU DC and you're a North American, most people are probably in bed, so getting a Q as a DPS is probably god-awful. So it's like, it's a nice little thing to have to be, okay, I can use trust to do this. So, a nice addition, but definitely, also agree that it definitely was like, I almost got scared about also the social aspect, because when you add that in, you can do things more solo. You lose more and more that like social aspect of the MMO. So it's like kind of like that mixed bag.
Like I understood that, but from my perspective, like at that point in the game, the social aspect had pretty much died in terms of dungeon interactions at that point anyway. By the end of Stormblood, the dungeon etiquette norms had fully crystallized. In that, people were just expecting you to know exactly how to do the dungeon already, and be able to do it at their pace. To be able to do it at the community prescribed pace.
Yeah.
Right? Which was primarily set and reinforced by better players. The better players, the higher end.
Yeah.
So,
right.
I didn't really. So I understand that it was kind of a concern about the social thing, but from my perspective, it was already leading in that direction anyway. But I understand that people were like, because I did have conversations about this with other people, and people were like, but they shouldn't be pushing it further. And I'm like, you know what? That's a fair point.
Yeah. No, that's understandable. All right. Next up on the list here for your next we got the next. We'll go ahead and do the MSQ a little early in. What are your feelings about the Shadowbringer story?
So many feelings. Just so many feelings. Oh my gosh. Like, where do I start?
We'll make it simple. We'll start with 5.0. Specifically up to basically where we fight Hades at the end.
I mean, there's so much happens. There's so much that happens just at 5.0. Like,
yeah.
There's so much that happens. Like, and from me personally, who has spent a lot of time thinking about how narratives are structured and why they work and things like that. Like, having Ishikawa and Oda working together on this as the leads was just, I think, probably a shot of adrenaline that I think they weren't sure how the community was going to respond to.
All the things based. There's just a lot. You could say at the end of the day, definitely. I think the best thing to definitely settle up for you was definitely a mixed bag of emotions. Anywhere to begin. Yeah, because like for real, like that's pretty much what it was. Shadowbringers was really a feelings kind of like expansion as well. You could definitely see a lot that happened, especially beginning with Amarang and everything that went down so quick. You like right before your eyes, someone you just got close with, suddenly a Sin Eater that you have to go fight later in the first dungeon. You're like, the fuck already? I just got to know you. And then it was like everything else just kind of like all together.
It was
You're
just
like
a cascade.
Yeah, like brother.
Depth. You know, just one after the other after the other.
And then
right?
bigger is better.
Titania's still my favorite child.
And then,
man, I love her.
And then eventually we get to, oh my god, he's hot.
Oh my god, he's hot.
And it was basically from Jabba the Hutt to basically, oh my god, he's hot.
That noise when he's like coming out of, when he's, like, coming out, like it's still the grossest thing.
Dude. Oh.
I still hate hearing it.
And then we had
hate. Like, why did you have to subject my ears to this, Soken?
Right?
Soken.
How dare you? How dare you?
It's the two sides of Soken. He's at once the director and composer of the most beautiful music you've ever heard.
Right.
And the worst sound effects you have ever been subjected to in your life. Just like, why?
Why you do this?
Why?
I do have the next and then we have to talk about this though. Warrior of Light. After what happens with Warrior of Light with Graha, or AKA the Exarch.
I hate it's one thing that like I know we're trying to like cram this in to really to your showtime, but like for a fact that you could make an entire show just about people just talking about Shadowbringers. Like, like, you can make an entire 4 or 5 hours of just people talking about Shadowbringers. Like, so I will
definitely
try to contain myself.
Yeah, you could. Like I said, there's just a lot to get through, so you take just go ahead. That's why I'm just like okay, this particular part.
Yeah, you're talking about the talking about the post 5.0, or are you talking about
post 5.0? Okay. As I mean, that's why I said the Exarch after the Warrior of Light fight.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, sorry, I heard Warrior of Light and was thinking our character was like, oh yeah, no, he means Seed of Sacrifice. I only know it as Seed of Sacrifice.
Oh, SOS. SOS.
Yes. Yeah. That scene, like the lead up was really good. How we're running through the Crystal Tower with him and up to the fight, and how the camera focused on him so much. It was really great. And it set up the emotional payoff of the after scene. Where he fully turns to crystal, like, and that's not even like bringing up the Elidibus, the Elidibus line, which still makes me cry. Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
The Elidibus line is so perfectly delivered. Oh, so good.
Yeah. It's crazy. That as I said, this whole story altogether is like phenomenal and fantastic.
Yeah, I was bawling. I was that whole like I was bawling at the end of 5.0. I was bawling at the end of 5.3.
Yeah, it
I
was
cried
insane.
so much.
It was
I
like
cried so much. Oh man.
Yeah. Now the next question I do have is, the weapon trials. What were your feelings on those, especially the story?
I mean, I did them. The Warlit story kind of fell flat on me. Um, like I knew what they were trying to do, and I respected them for that. It just didn't grab me specifically, and I think that's just a me thing because what didn't grab me about it was the fact that the limitations of the animation for this game engine really does a disservice to the scenes that it was trying to construct. It just doesn't pay off like it should because the facial emotions for the pilots is so limited in this engine. So and as a lover of mech anime, specifically Gundam, which is what they were referencing, Gundam and Evangelion and all that, you know. I haven't seen Eva, so I don't have a reference for that, but for Gundam specifically, I know that it's all in the facial expressions, it's all in the emotion, and the fact that this game engine just cannot quite get that far for me specifically, not hating on anybody that enjoyed it. You know, for me specifically, being the animation snob that I am, that's just what it was for me.
And
but the fights were fun. The fights were cool. I specifically like Emerald Weapon the most, I think. Though that might be me being biased because it's the one that I spent the most time in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh boy, I know somebody who hates that fight after every time we did the extreme fight so many times. They're like, damn, Emerald. I'm like, yeah, I know. Yeah, just for me in general, I definitely thought the weapon stories were funny, unique. I would definitely say the finding out what happened and all that was like one of those damn moments. Just because of the feelings you would have when finding out how sadistic one of the people were for the story. If you kind of like read a little bit more, I was like, damn, you're fucked up, dude. What you did was so fucked up. Valen.
Valen's is an interesting villain. But because I couldn't really get invested into the characters that the story was trying to get me invested in, it didn't really hit as hard. It didn't really hit the way I think it didn't really land with me, like Valence as a villain.
That's fair.
Like I just saw him as a clown at the. Just keep talking, Funny Man.
That's fair. So next up, New Game Plus was available. It became a new thing. What was your feelings on that?
Oh, I loved that. You know, as somebody who likes to revisit parts of the MSQ, like, I liked having the option. I wish it was a bit like I understand why they implemented it the way they did, but you know, it just again because I understand a bit more about how. Understand about the limitations on the back end. Yeah. So I know why they had to split it, like chop it up like they did. The chapters.
Yeah.
I just wish it's still just like that fact makes me not use it as much.
That's fair, right? And valid.
Right, because like I don't like being interrupted when I'm so it's like it was great to have, so it's great to have, but I thought I was gonna end up using it more, but I haven't really.
That's fair and absolutely valid. I was trying to use it actually for our light party challenge. I wanted to do some fights to see how Marauder would do, but the problem I ran into, of course, is already being level 100. And they're capped at 42, and even me going like lower level and trying to do midnight level, it didn't do anything. So I was like, oh, I can't even test this anyway on this character. I have to do a new character to test it. So never mind. I'm gonna skip this then. So, but it was like I think it's a nice feature though. People don't really want to make another character, but want to like do a quick like side glance, maybe go back, check something out. I mean, I know when I did this is with one of my friends. We want to do lore. We did like we jumped in the Omega raid and we would like do a role playing with it and just like so we'd go through the story and kind of like role played it out. But like, other than that, you know, I don't really see much use of it.
Yeah.
All right. So next up on the list, Near Alliance raids. Your feelings.
So, I think I did hear about Nier Automata before this, but I hadn't played it.
Okay.
So, hearing about the Nier Raid collab made me play it finally.
Okay.
And I ended up being mad at myself that I waited until then to play it because it's really good.
It is really a lot of fun.
But I don't like the Nier raids. Like, I like the references and everything, and the story, whatever there is, I still don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. Like, it's whatever it is Yoko Taro's realm, and I'm like, this man is a mystery to me.
Yeah, so that's Nier for you. You're like, what the hell?
It's a complete enigma to me.
Yeah, that's like Nier is in general. So I was like, okay, what the fuck did I just get done going through?
Yeah, but I totally understand like people not liking like I don't dislike the Nier raids as much as other people. Like, I like where their position in the overall content space of Alliance raids,
mm-hmm.
because they do actually feel like they hit hard. You know, like, when we were talking about Evil East raids, I did the Evil East raids on day one with one of my friends, and Ormond Monastery, specifically the last one. And I remember people complaining about how hard Thunder God Sid was.
Yeah.
But I loved it. You know, it was just like, I loved that it was hard.
Yeah.
You know,
I've heard people.
So having an entire Alliance raid that feels like that felt good.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still like the Nier raids weren't as hard as that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because people were still getting through it.
Yeah.
You know, like we didn't have entire party wipes until like the last boss.
Right. Exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
So it was fun. You know, it was
fun.
Like,
you know.
But for some reason, it still like felt you could still like it still made you feel like you were getting hit hard.
Right.
So I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the job changes or the combat system changes or whatever
that
actually made it
some kind of
more
weird
survivable or what.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. All right, next on the list here, eating normal raids. We're gonna talk about the normal raids.
Mm-hmm.
What are your feelings on those?
I'm trying to remember if I did them on content or not. I think I did. Yeah, I think I did all the normal raids on content.
Go to eat and grind, fight Titan in the car.
Yeah. I didn't play Final Fantasy VIII, so I didn't catch any of the references.
Mm-hmm.
But I did think it felt cool having a raid series that was kind of like a nostalgia trip.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it was a lot of like it was like remixing all of your fights you've done before.
Yeah, like the primals and all of them kind of like you could kind of,
so that was neat.
But like reimagining them is even harder, and you're like,
mm-hmm.
You idiot, Warrior Flight. We're an idiot. We just brought the things we thought were tough. We just brought even harder.
Yeah. And probably and then of course the other half of it was learning more about Ascian lore.
Mm-hmm.
Love that. Always here for that.
Oh yeah.
So. I like the fights.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Eden fights are probably my favorite normal raids.
Okay.
So far. All
right, that's a good deal, because I think for me definitely doing definitely when I got back into more Savage again was around the second tier of Eden, and they were definitely very interesting with the tiers. So like I will definitely say for the Eden series, it was definitely fun, and getting to listen to some like remixes of a lot of the Primal songs was pretty cool. All right. We talked about this briefly in Stormblood, but T, you said you touched T, but did you touch T on content or was it later?
Oh no, it was much later.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly when
Fair
it
enough.
was, but it was. Oh no, it was towards the end of Shadowbringers patches because it was after I had like kind of fallen off, which we'll probably get into. This is I was doing the Savage tier with a group for the final Eden tier.
Oh, okay.
But it was after that group had fell apart that I got offered to try T.
Okay.
I didn't like it.
Fair enough.
I didn't like it because I was playing Monk.
Yes, you had to deal with all DPS, yeah. That's
I was having enough problems with doing the Eden Savage tier on Shadowbringers Monk, but I almost developed carpal tunnel. My hands were so bad.
That's fair. Yeah, that's a fight something else entirely.
I remember having to push through Titan, grinding on Titan, and we were doing E4S way off content because this was right before the final tier came out, so but still it was with a casual group, so they weren't exactly like the best, so it was still like a slog just trying to clear it, and it took us so long to clear it and the fight goes on for so long.
Yeah.
It's so long. Like it doesn't feel that long if you're it's probably to other people, but for Monk at the time with a GCD speed of like I don't know, like 2.1, 1.8. I don't remember what max Grease Lightning stacks was at the time. I don't remember.
Oh God.
Speed was. Oh man. Oh, that hurt.
I can only imagine. Oh shoot. I didn't touch the T to Endwalker, but I was just like curious. So.
Yeah, no, when I agreed to try and do the T group, I looked up the balance guide for Monk under T.
Yeah.
And the guide simply said don't.
Oh God.
But if you have to, and then it continued.
Oh my God, that's funny. Oh shoot. All right, the next question I have here is. They introduced being able to travel between worlds in the same data center. So obviously, if you were on Aether, if you were on Cactar, you go to Genova or to Siren, and kind of vice versa. Did you take advantage of that system?
Oh, all the time. Like I was. I think there was a point during Shadowbringers that I was getting back into crafting. So I was enjoying. Server hopping to find good prices, but we had cross-world party finder at that point, so I don't think I needed to hop servers to take advantage of party finder.
All right.
In that regard. So, but yeah, it was just and if like. But I didn't have like all of my friends were on the same server as me, so I didn't really hop around that much for that until I met you in Mimic. So
Whoops.
So...
Whoops.
Whoops.
We made things happen. Whoops.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think I was on No, you guys were on a different server from me. You were like on Siren or something,
Well,
I think.
Mimic
I know
was on
she
Siren.
was.
I was on
Yeah, no,
Cactar.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I did Well, no, my alt I had on Fairy, but then I transferred that to Primal, and I transferred my main to Aether, and I went to Cactar because that's where Lark resided. So me and her can marry on our main characters and all that. So
yeah. I started this character on Genova, because Genova was one of the servers that they spun up for the PS4 launch specifically. And I stayed here for a long time until my FC and I kind of like had a falling out. So I left, and I moved over to, and after meeting Mimic, I moved over to her server for a bit, but now I'm back on Genova, but no FC to speak of yet.
fair enough. All right, the next part we got here, Restoration of Ishgard. Did you feel like it really helped people get into crafting?
Oh, absolutely. It motivated me to get back into crafting. You know,
okay.
like it was great. Like and the reintroduction of the diadem, you know, in its new form was really great. I think it was really nice content. I think new diadem is really nice content. Like it's super chill.
Definitely no.
Yeah, you're just going around doing your thing, and people like to chat in there, you know.
Well, definitely, for sure.
Yeah. I thought the system for Ishgard Restoration was a bit weird, where it was a little confusing at first because there was the different grades, because it was the different items that they introduced with each edition, right? Each update. But it was weird because you could only use the new items for the new crafts.
Yeah.
So any previous items that you had became obsolete.
Yeah.
So like it was kind of a deal of like you went through all this trouble, and like you can still acquire them and things like that, but like they're not useful anymore. So you're spending money on stuff you can't use. And you can't sell it either, like because it's like because nobody's gonna buy it because most people in the know not to buy it. So it was just a weird system. So I'm glad that they changed it for the later iterations.
Yeah. Next up, question-wise, we got is the Allied Society quests. It's just those.
It was pixies,
Dwarves,
Numo,
and then Numo.
Qatari.
The Qatari.
Was it Numo?
I don't know about another one, but the three I know of is
dwarves. The dwarves were the third one.
Yeah, pixie, dwarves, and Qatari.
Yeah. But this was the first time that they like split them up. Well, no. It's like we had just the pixies were the combat.
Yes.
Tribe. And then the dwarves were the crafting ones.
Yep.
And the Qatari were the gathering ones. I did start the pixie tribe, the pixie quests, but again, like I don't feel as compelled to do the society quests because there just isn't a whole lot of reward in doing so for me specifically. Okay. And it's a grind. Like daily things specifically are hard for me outside of like one or two things. Like I can do the roulettes. Roulettes are fine because there's a high payoff for that. There's a high reward for that.
Right.
So I remember to do it. But if there's not enough incentive for me to to do it every day, like if there isn't a high enough reward for me to think that it's worth doing every day, like the Pixie quests, then I just forget about it entirely.
That's fair.
Like I just won't remember to do it every day.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's understandable. I think basically I did drawers mostly because it did help me level crafting too, which is an easy thing I can log in if I just want to focus on crafting. Boom, go in, make their craft, go ahead and call it a day, and didn't have to worry about it again. And then Pixies for the combat.
Small stuff.
Yeah.
Small stuff just slips through my brain very easily.
That's fair. The relic grind, did you do it? Baja.
No.
Okay.
I touched Baja and did not like it.
That is fair. How about did you do any of the extremes on content for Shadowbringers?
I didn't do them on content, but I did do them. Well, actually, some of them I did do on content. The later ones I did do on content. That's right. Because around this time, I had moved away from my old group, my old friend group, and have found a new friend group. Who I'm still in contact with both, you know, today. So my new friends were coming into the game relatively new. They were both still moving through Shadowbringers, just kind of at different paces, you know. So they had just started relatively recently, so I was kind of excited to be along with them for that journey. And once they had reached the end, they had started gaining an interest in doing higher end content. And by then, I had already started getting into Titania Extreme, learning Titania Extreme, because I really wanted that greatsword.
Yes.
The Titania weapons are my favorite. I don't know that I still have it on me. Do I still have it equipped? No, I think I have something else right now. Yeah, the Ronkin Greatsword glammed right now. And I don't know if I still have the Titania sword in my glam chest. I will have to double check. But
yeah.
That was the motivation for me getting into Titania EX. And then one of my friends and I found a Seed of Sacrifice EX group. That then progressed into being our Savage group.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Now we got next up is Endwalker time. Yeah, we're getting to the end of the walk. Almost. Alrighty, we'll just go ahead and jump right into it next. So with Endwalker, we have the release of Male Vieira. Did you have to immediately change race when that came out?
Need I say more?
Yeah, I know, but I have.
Need I say more? I don't know if I've shown you this, because I think this was before we were like talking regularly. But
right.
I had set up a watch party for FanFest, which this was our first FanFest where we only had one because of COVID shenanigans.
Yeah.
Right. So we just had the one FanFest, and so they smashed everything into the one FanFest. So I have a clip of my reaction to the reveal of Male Vieira at FanFest.
Yeah, I'll have to definitely see that. But yeah, so that was
I will post it later. It is. I don't think Mimic was in voice with me on that one. No, it was some people in the Zaibatsu, because this was when this was after Zyrus had gotten partnered, so he was kind of putting feelers out to like say, hey, if you're a 14 streamer or you're a small streamer and you want to be part of the team, come put in an application. And I'm like, I'll try it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes, you did. Yeah. Yep.
And that's how I got into the fold. I love it. I know my commitment to streaming hasn't been consistent, but here we are.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, all the little things in the world that kind of made together. But
yeah, for Endwalker, I was Paladin. But yeah.
All right.
But yeah.
But next up,
sorry, I lost my train of thought.
It's all good. So meanwhile, though, we do want to move on to the next one here. Reaper and Sage came out. Any interest in those jobs when they came out?
I did have an interest in Sage. I did pick it up, but it was a shield healer. And Astro had just gotten a bunch of changes, so I was more committed to sticking with Astro. I do want to learn Sage eventually. Because I do think it looks cool.
Yeah. I've had fun with it. It's my favorite shield healer. Now we have basically... Let's go ahead. We'll talk about the MSQ. For Endwalker, what were your feelings on the MSQ?
More feelings.
Feelings.
Shadowbringers 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Everything that happened, right? When we finally go and had to go beat...
It's just everything that I said about Shadowbringers just carried over.
Literally.
You know?
I think literally that is, like, the way to really sum it up. Like, I think that, like, especially, well, FFXIV 6.0.
I definitely cried more. It was more crying. I cried, like, 5 times throughout the whole
I believe that. What about, 6.2 and onward, when we learn more about like the Fiendish 4.
I mean, the 6.x series is always kind of a weird topic because it's such a hard like pivot, you know, like it's a completely different story as opposed to everything that we had experienced before, where you know you have the story continue up to the point 3, and then it ends, and then the transition. But now we're getting a full 5 patches of just something completely different.
And it's like, eh?
Yeah.
And it throws you off completely. Yeah,
As a Final Fantasy IV fan, I was ecstatic.
Yeah, I definitely remember getting into 4 and playing that as soon as I could, just so I could really like enjoy a lot of things that come from 4. And I was definitely not disappointed.
Yeah,
great stuff. I mean, definitely how Zeromas came into the picture. I think they really did a good job bringing bringing it in. We weren't sure how they're gonna do it, but he pulled it off. Golbez was fantastic as a character.
Yeah, I love Zero.
Zero's great. I love, the Reaper character who then becomes a paladin later on, just through just a really cool like shift in things, because literally Zeros are Cecil.
Yeah, you know, after our thematic shift, you know, from Shadowbringers to Endwalker, you know, it's just further reinforcing that. Yes.
I think definitely for sure that definitely what made 6 very interesting, like thinking that everything was about to end. You saw every like the meteors, stuff that was flying down, people panicking, you're like, oh my god. And then you go and finally go off to go fight Median, we call it Depressed Twitter, and then you know save the world, you save the universe.
I'm sorry, Depressed Twitter is just it's redundant.
Oh, what are we calling it now?
We call it Depression Bird.
Okay.
We just call it Depression Bird.
Depression Bird. Okay. We won't call it Depressed Twitter anymore. Okay.
It's just Twitter.
It's just like, Twitter.
You don't need to call it Depressed Twitter. It's just
That's true.
Twitter.
That's true. It is. You're right. Alrighty. Next up, the 6.x relic grind. What were your feelings on that? Because it's mostly focused on Midra.
I didn't do that.
Okay.
I was completely like, I hadn't done the relic been so long that I haven't done anything with the current relic either. Like I'm just not I'm not into the relic grind like at all.
That's fair. Did you do the Pandemonium normal? Just the raids on normal?
Yeah, I love the Pandemonium raids. I did them all on content.
Okay.
It's great tail end story. I love getting to more time with Elidibus and picking apart La Habrea's daddy issues.
Ah, yes, that. Yep. Alrighty. Did you do the Myth of the Realms?
Yeah, I love the Myths raids.
They're definitely a lot more. They were definitely fun, because especially everyone got to finally meet their god, their deity that they chose at the very beginning of the game. They finally get to beat them in this quest, this alliance raid, which I thought was really cool. I was glad they went the direction of something like that. So then it's like, oh, what do you know? Now we are in what's called, we'll get into later, the Godless Saga. Godless, so godless.
Yeah.
God.
It was an interesting time for me because I like the Endwalker story felt so final to me. So I was like kind of, I was taking a much more casual approach to the game. Like I was not doing as much stuff on content as I was, and I definitely had stopped doing tome grinding. Like I was done. I was so burnt out.
Yeah, that's fair. So next on the list here, with the expansion release, the stats got squished by 80%. What were your feelings on that?
Absolutely nothing. It's just like the game is still gonna feel exactly the way it always has.
All right, okay.
Like I know how math works. It's fine.
Understandable. Yeah, I think in the same boat. I kind of mostly thought it made sense because at the end of the day, the numbers were getting too high. It was making it hard on the systems to lower the numbers down. It works. It's fine. That's the way I was like.
Yeah.
Talking about it last night.
It goes back to me having an above average understanding of how the limitations of the back end. I was like, I was like, of course they had to do it. Like it was like, and the game is still gonna feel exactly the way it's always felt.
Yeah.
It's not gonna feel any different.
All right.
Like, any difference is gonna be so small.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Next up, did you do the variant dungeons like the Sildon Subterrane?
I did eventually. A couple of my friends got kind of pulled me into it. I think it's a neat idea. For me, it's definitely good group content. But for me, like my group, like friend availability, like a partner, like other team member availability is so limited. Especially at that time, because people's schedules don't line up and everything like that, that it was difficult for me to really like go all the way through it. Like I know that I could have gone through it solo because it had a balancing system to auto balance it to solo, but it just didn't. I didn't really have much motivation to really try it out, like, because again, it's a speed thing. Like I knew it would be a lot slower if I tried to do it by myself, which having done the new variant dungeon, I was correct about.
Yeah,
like,
that's
and
fair.
that's a time commitment that I didn't have the luxury of having at the time. So.
Gotcha. Crystalline Conflict. Have you touched that when it was released?
I think I did a match or two. I think, yeah.
Yeah, because I know
Maybe.
for me, yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Say.
Just you gotta push the
I've
crate.
seen so much PvP. I've seen so much Crystalline Conflict footage.
Yeah.
Like that. I can't differentiate between the stuff that I've done and it's just stuff that I've watched. So I don't know.
Hey, gotta push that crystal to the other side. Come on, team. Next, yeah.
So I've just, at the very least, I have seen crystalline conflicts.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say for sure that I've actually done it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yep, I did it quite a bit when it came out first, trying to get ranked up to get as high as I could in rank. But then I stopped after a while. I was like, okay, I kind of do it here and there for fun now. And just because the PvP series, it gives good rewards, but that's it. Next up we have, how'd you feel the removal belts?
Oh, I didn't. I was, you know, I was just like, okay, I accept this. You know, like it doesn't, because yeah, they were right. Like it doesn't change anything visually, because they weren't visible anyway. So they were just a stat dump slot. So I didn't have any feelings whatsoever about them removing belts. You know.
Gotcha. Next up, obviously, DC Travel was introduced in Endwalker. What are your feelings about DC Travel? Being able to travel to...
I had high hopes. For it.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the community did not use it in the way that I think it was intended.
Oh, okay.
As is their want.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yes, we are in the present predicaments.
Yeah.
But obviously, without it, I wouldn't have been able to even participate, sitting in the same space with you in game right now, because I'm on Aether and we're currently on Dynamis over here.
We're Dynamis, so. But I'm on Aether, of course. But my this is my alt's house, so that's why we're here, because I may as well get the alt, my house on an alt, and I'm like, all right, we'll at least build this around decently to at least have a place that we can hang out. And Dynamis was easier just in case people were from Crystal and other places that Aether's a pain in the ass to get to. So,
yep.
Next up, Ishgard housing was finally open. How'd you feel?
I was happy for the people that wanted it, but I'm not a house hunter. I'm not really a housing enthusiast. I adore and respect people, seeing how people decorate their houses. I'm just not a house decorator myself, so okay. I love seeing what people do with housing. So I'm glad that they finally got their Ishgard housing. They finally got their castle in the sky.
Yeah.
Fantasy. But,
yeah.
So good for them. But I didn't have a house.
Gotcha.
At the time, so.
Alright, next up, the Allied Society quests. Laparis, Omnicrons, and the Archistodora.
Yeah, I didn't do any of that. Again,
okay.
Like I haven't really done any of the society stuff.
Okay. Did you have to try out Island Sanctuary when it was released?
I did step into it,
okay.
Eventually. It's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
It's definitely a thought that they had. I could see where they were going with it.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, it's just another one of those things where it's like you just kind of do all the stuff, and then once you reach the end, you just never come back to it.
Yeah.
So...
Yep. Alright, I had to come back to it like I have. I think I got to level 8 on it, and I haven't touched it since. So.
Yeah.
Next up is the Fall Guys came to the Gold Saucer. We had the event.
That was wild.
That was wild.
That was a while. I did not see that coming.
Dude, I was like, wow, that's actually insane. I was like, oh, this is really cool though. They did a really nice job with it, but damn.
But I did participate in it a little bit. Mm-hmm. Not too hard, because I'm not into MGP grinding, but like.
Yeah, that's fair. Totally understandable. But we have something coming up in Dawn Travel. We'll talk about it later. Maybe more of the MGP kind then,
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I get where you're coming from with that. And the last question I'm going to ask in Endwalker is about Dragon Song and Top. Have you stepped, probably since you haven't done
I
Savage.
didn't do it myself, but DSR is what got me into tracking for World Race. Like that's what got me into the World Race was DSR.
Oh, okay, so tracking
Like,
such.
well, I was watching the World Race for the Pandemonium raids.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I mentioned before, like watching Larry Zor's Yukao Clear got me first interested in actually watching raid content.
Mm-hmm.
So and that eventually progressed into me watching the World Race, right?
Yeah.
So I don't remember if I think the last Eden Savage tier was the first World Race that I watched.
Mm.
And so then from there, I watched the Pandemonium raids, and then of course I watched DSR. Watching DSR live during that race was the most injected directly into my veins shit I have ever experienced in this game, man. Like,
God damn,
it was
right?
so good.
That's crazy.
Watching everybody collaborate and like share notes on like what's the gimmick, where is, what are we missing, like like yes, it was a race obviously, but like but that wasn't the point. It was like the point was watching these teams like work together to try and figure out this massive puzzle. Was so incredible, and it was an incredible like twist too. Like it was an alternate timeline story. So it was so hype. And then you had Top, which was like the most miserable experience.
It went from one to another, right? One extreme to another. Yay!
Like it's a really cool fight. Like it was really cool to watch. Like, but from everyone that I heard talking about actually doing the fight, doing the fight is awful.
Yeah. All right. We're now officially on to Dawn Trail. We have made it to Dawn Trail. I'm gonna go ahead and do my thing. So, we are going to start going through. It's fine. You guys saw it for a brief second. There we go. Alright. Here we go. Now we're into Dawn Trail. So one last, the current expansion. And then we get to talk about the Evercold stuff. So, first thing I'm going to ask, Female Roughgar was released around this time. Did you tend to have interest in playing a Female Roughgar?
I do have a couple of alts planned for female Roughgar. I do need to play it, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. But I do love their design. I love it.
Okay. Next up, Viper and Picto were announced. Did you pick up any of those child when they were released?
Viper is really cool, but I haven't been able to commit to it all the way to the end, though. Like I have an alt on Crystal that I play with my other friends, and I wanted to have him go through Dawn Trail as Viper, but I couldn't really commit to it. I don't think. Yeah, no, I just kept starting and stopping, and just couldn't really get through it.
That's fair. Next up, about the 7.x story. Your opinions about the story?
Like the whole?
Yeah, the whole story.
The whole one? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to take up too much time because this could be a whole other show in and of itself. So I'm not going to go into my whole spiel, but I have a certain relationship with this. Not from my personal standpoint, the story was fine. Like, it was fine. It was fun. Like, it was what it was. Like, I just, like, yes, as I was going through it, I had some thoughts of like, huh, that's an interesting choice that they did, but then just moved on, right? Like, you know, it's just like there were some things that some choices that they made that it kind of made me think for a second, and I'm just like, huh, that's interesting. But you know, like it's a video game, so it's like it's incredibly low stakes for me. Like I have no personal investment on whether or not this particular video game story moves me to tears or not.
Right.
You know, like I had already been like completely emotionally wrecked for 2 expansions straight. Like I was fine with not having something do that for for a change.
Right.
So it's like, do I think the story could have been stronger? Yes, personally. And I'm not going to go into this, but all I'm going to say is I do not understand why so many people got so upset.
All right, now
I do not understand.
I'm pretty much the same boat. Everything was okay. Like I think everything was okay in 7.x. So I'm pretty much in that boat. Like, there were some great moments. There were some bad moments. It literally was just in the okay state. That's just my feelings on that. Now next up here, I know we talked about it earlier that you haven't done Windurst, but you've done the other 2 Alliance raids, correct, for 11?
Yeah, because I did the first and second one with you.
Yeah.
Actually, on day 1.
I do remember that, yes. Because I was like, hey, everybody, I'm going to be doing this, the first one, super early in the fucking morning. Took off work because I really want to do it.
I like getting up and doing Alliance raids day 1.
Yeah, I definitely really did enjoy it. That's a me thing, though. And yeah, exactly, though. You were there, too. Like, yeah, it was fun. I was really glad to get people to come in and join me for those Alliance raids, because those always hit a spot in my heart. I'll be here all day, but, you know, we're gonna...
It was fun. It was fun for me to join you for that, because I had no personal investment.
Right.
In these raids, so it was more fun for me to join you for it and hearing all of your reaction.
My reaction, the trips, yes. I think you touched just briefly, but did you do any of the extremes for Dawn
Oh yeah. Okay. And I'm still working on it, obviously. You know, like we're still in Dawn Trail content, so but I came into it a little late, right? I did Valley Garmonda on content, I believe, because I really like the weapons. The weapons were really, really pretty. So, but I just did it the once, I think, or however many times I needed to get the weapon, which wasn't too many. And just stopped. Until this year, you know, I started going back through and doing all the extremes to get all the wings, get all the mounts. So I'm working slowly through with. I did PF for a while, got really lucky on my drops for PF up until I think Zilenia.
I actually I got very lucky at my drops. So I have all the wings, and I got the legacy wings, but I'm sitting there going, like, Zilenia, I think, is the funniest one, because one party, 4 wings dropped. Back to back, mind you.
Wow.
I was like, holy shit. And I got 4 out of 4, and I was like, what the fuck? That is insane luck. Like, what?
Yeah.
And it was like the second to last pair I needed. Then Speen, I did one night off stream, and I was like, I'll join this party. Joined the party, immediately got the wings, and I was like, oh, alright, I'm gonna try and stay for a few more to hopefully get you guys some pair of wings, and no more dropped. I felt so bad, but like, I tried.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, so that's been my experience with them. But I think all the extremes were fun. All of them were unique. I really did enjoy. Valley is one of my favorite themes, definitely for sure. I really love Valley Commander's theme. But I mean, like Doom Train remix of FF9's battle theme, and you had FF5 and Necron's FF9 Final Battle one were really nice. I think Valley used to stick out to me the most, since it's obviously original to 14.
I actually haven't been listening to the background music as much as in this XPAC as I did in previous ones. I've been having, I think it's because I've been doing so much EXPFing, so I just turned the background music off.
That's fair. That's completely fair. I get that. So obviously it's not released yet, but Beastmaster has indeed reached Final Fantasy XIV. What are your opinions about the job? When does it come out as a limited job?
Again, I think it's a neat concept. I do think that it's good for the game to continue to try and experiment with different systems, and introduce it, because it's content, right?
Yeah.
So more content is always good. I don't think that I'm really going to get it too invested in it, personally. Just because, just like with Blue Mage, I don't really have as much motivation to do single player things in this game anymore, because I play this game to play with other people at this point, and if I wanted to do something by myself, I would just play a different game. So.
That's fair. All right. Next up, what were your feelings about? Have you done all of Hildebrand yet?
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I fell off Hildebrand after Heaven's Word.
Okay.
So I am not caught up. But I do hear that the new story is pretty funny, so I'll get there eventually.
Yeah, I have to still finish the last part. I did do most of the current content up until a certain point. I still have to finish the last portion of it, which I'll eventually do. Next up, we do have when glasses now became face wear, and you can wear hats at the same time. What are you feeling?
It's good that they finally got around to it.
Yeah, right. Just finally.
Yeah. I wear glasses in real life, so I thought was like, oh, I can finally cosplay myself. But I personally don't like glasses on my character, so
that's fair.
I haven't really used it much.
That's fair. So they update the non-MSQ dungeons for Realm Reborn. What were your feelings about that? We're talking about Iron Vale and all those.
I mean, good. How do you feel about that, Wava?
I mean, fantastic. People don't have to suffer anymore.
People haven't had to suffer like you did for a while anyway, because they fixed that relic step, but
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm glad they did improvements, but still, the dungeon's still my bottom tier of dungeons. And it doesn't mean, just because they revamped it, doesn't mean it improved it better. I also remember making a post about, say something about RM Vale, and then people were like, I was like, damn, that was my most viewed post, because I was like something about, not RM Vale, ah! And everybody's like, yes, RM Vale, yes, RM Vale. I'm like, no, not RM Vale.
I think it was the official 14 account had brought up RM Vale on their posts, and then a bunch of people were talking about RM Vale.
Yep. Crazy. Next I do have to ask, the Arcadian storyline. I think you said you still need to finish the last portion of it, correct?
Yeah, but I've seen how it resolves, right? So I've seen all of the fights.
Okay.
So I just haven't had a whole lot of motivation to keep up to date with everything, for personal reasons. So leave it at that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Understandable.
So yeah, but I think the raid tier is great. I'm not a wrestling fan, so I don't really get into the lore of it
Mm-hmm.
that much. But it's the story is neat, the fights are neat, you know, like more please, more of that please.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed this. I mean, I definitely think that Arcadian was definitely a really nice fleshed out raid story, and the raid tiers the fights themselves are actually fun. I
Yeah.
will say though, Savage Wise second tier, I'm glad I skipped, but I did enjoy doing the first tier, and doing a bit of the last tier has been fun.
Yeah.
I've been doing it more casual this last tier, but you know. Next question I have is: have you touched Cosmic Exploration?
A little bit.
Okay.
I have, and it's fine. You know, like it's good for what it is. You know, it as a tool for helping people with crafting. It definitely does that.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of like, I think what people had wanted from it in terms of like a community content. I think they were just kind of asking for too much.
Probably. Yeah, like I did it briefly. I did it for fun. Like I did like just so I could have something else to do. I was doing it while waiting. I mean, the reason I ended up doing it just said, I'm waiting for a party for tea. All right, let's go do something. I'm in Cosmic Exploration for that reason. I'm like, something to do while waiting. Because I already went through and did so much of the other stuff I was doing. Like my pace grind was done and things like that. So, you know. I was like, well, I was gonna do this now. It's fine. Something to do. I think based on our conversation, have you touched a relic weapon?
No.
Okay.
Because it's tied to Occult Crescent, and from what I've seen of what Occult Crescent is, it's just, again, it's a commitment that I am not in a position to be able to commit to at this stage in my life. So
yeah, that's fair. I mean, technically you could do it without having to touch a cult. I mean, you just gotta kind of get into it with a cult. Because I actually only jumped the Occult Crescent once, but I did everything else. Like for the relic, I did everything outside of the Occult Crescent because you get two options.
right,
but it is still a grind.
Yeah.
No,
Which
so I mean,
I
going to
already
say,
hate grinding, and I don't have the time to grinding. For
and that's
things, so.
yeah, exactly, and that's absolutely fair. So the other question I have here as well, the Monster Hunter Wilds collab. Obviously, we talked. You weren't really a big fan of it, of the world. With the same, you had the same feelings about this.
I thought the world fight was okay. I thought it was neat, but I haven't done the new one.
Okay.
At all, so.
That's fair.
I don't have a comment on that.
All right, and the last thing I got about Dawn Trail is strategy boards came to life.
Yay!
I'm gonna assume that you're very excited about it, but you all.
And as I expected, the community immediately used it for something other than what it's intended for.
There we go. Exactly, the memes. They used it for the memes. You gotta
never been a better transmitter of memes.
Just as perfect
for somebody who has completely disengaged from social media at this point.
Mm-hmm. Like God, dude, it's so funny. Just like damn.
So great.
Alrighty. And with that, we're finally gonna be able to talk about Evercold. As next on our list. We are there. Here we go. We are here. We're about to talk about the things to come. So one of the very first important questions I have here is, what is your opinion about dailies turning into weeklies?
I think it'll work better for me. Or at least I hope so. It depends on a lot of things that we don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
I was really hoping that we would know more after the EU Fan Fest, but I understand why they still might not be in a position to really reveal more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's gonna definitely be some time. I think definitely it's gonna be an interesting system with the weekly, that becoming weekly. I think it'll definitely help a lot of players who struggle to do the dailies as it is. Which I think is definitely gonna be interesting. But like how that's all gonna happen, things like that. Seen from the screenshots, it looks like you just have to clear a dungeon, maybe go clear a trial, do an MSQ, or do side quests. Like there seem to be like that seems like implications of things that could potentially be there. But obviously, until we actually see the system a lot more, we won't be able to say more on it.
Yeah, it just for me.
Yeah.
The big question mark is like the end point, right? Is the result.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not the how you accrue the points, it's what those points are then used for.
Right.
Because it doesn't appear that it's equivalent to tombstone grinding,
Right.
which is what the daily system was based on, was centered around before. So whatever they're moving it into is going to determine about how I think useful it will be to me specifically.
Okay. Next on here, I have to ask is, how do you feel about the new evolved combat system and reborn combat system?
I am interested.
Mm-hmm.
It will, and in my overall just like definitive thoughts are like, I'm still gonna play the game anyway.
Right.
Like, I'm still gonna learn it. And it's essentially like the reborn system will still feel familiar, but it will still play differently. But but it'll be a similar shift as to like from like the Stormblood to Shadowbringers combat.
Okay.
Changes, right?
There you go. That's a way to look at it.
Yeah. So it's another job system shift similar to that for the reborn system, where there's gonna be a lot of things moved around and like things are gonna play out differently and things like that, but it'll still feel generally the same. Evolved mode specifically is going to just make the game feel very different.
Okay.
You're going to be it forces you to engage with the game in a very different way.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just gonna feel like a completely different experience. So, and I can't personally say how I'm going to feel about that until I play it.
Absolutely fair. That's usually how most things are. It's like until you play it, you don't know. So mostly a lot of it's speculation. So of course,
it's like it's coming. It's gonna be there, and I'm gonna play it. So
is it?
I'm just going to not have any thoughts or feelings about it until then.
That's fair. Next up is we're talking about the new tank and Fizz range. Bastion is a tank. What are your feelings?
It's cool.
Okay. And
like it's a cool double shield tank. I'm glad for people who are looking forward to that. It's not my thing, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
I like my sword.
You like your sword. You
I
have
like
the
sword.
sword. Ah, yes, sword.
Yes, sword.
Okay. We have to do a thing because it looks like the gate is shutting down, so we'll go ahead and we're just gonna have to do.
We're getting
evicted out. Might as well just go ahead and do that. There we go. I'll just put this behind things. It'll be fine, right? Yes, I should. Oh, that's fine. There we go. That works. Anyway,
voila.
Next, voila, we'll make that work. There we go. Game's shutting down, so can't join us there anymore, guys. I'm sorry, and it's later than usual. All right.
Yeah, they just had to slap us with emergency maintenance today of all days.
Next up, well, we talked about also the new Fizz range. People are speculating it's going to be called Falconeer. Is that a job you might be interested in trying out when that comes out? Looks like it's going to be.
I like Burb.
Burb.
I like burp.
I like
Give
burp.
me burp.
There you go. That explains it all, right? Give me
Give
burp.
me burp.
Give me
Yeah,
burp.
no, I've been super into all the speculation about that. Like
Yeah.
There's a lot of it's a 14 original job, so you can't really. Well, it's like you probably can like look to some other Final Fantasy games as like possible threads,
Right.
because but like it's probably more gonna be like Viper, where Viper is a completely original design, right?
Yeah. It's perhaps inspired from things outside like Final Fantasy, but like it wouldn't be like totally based on it, kind of thing. Yeah.
Right. But there's so many different ways that it could go that I don't have any. I'm excited for all the possibilities.
Right. Yeah. All right. Next up.
Any one of these things is good.
Anything is possible. Yes. Yes. Anything you might be interested to find looking forward to 8.0 in the story?
Oh, a bunch of things. I like Norse mythology. I really enjoyed the new God of War revamp games that focus on Norse mythology. Enjoyed a lot of that. So I'm interested to see what they all do with that line of inspiration.
Okay.
But in terms of the meta narrative, the bigger picture, I think it's from what we've seen from the teasers so far in the main scenario, is very, very interesting. To go the route of you did this thing that, it was inevitable that you were going to do, right? It was inevitable that we were going to fight Zodiark and Hydaelyn and then stop the final days, right? We did everything. We did all the things, saved the world, but
right.
Because of that, now a new now another chain reaction has started, right?
Right.
So I definitely don't think that they had to go this route. I think they were looking for ways to. They were looking for possible narrative routes to eventually end up at all of the shards being connected, right? And this is at least the starting point that they have chosen, which is there is an existential crisis of everything is going to get smushed together and no one's going to survive.
Right, yeah.
And I'm just like, okay, we're just coming right out the gate with the spiked bat, okay.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, definitely very interesting points about those. And I definitely think the Norse mythology thing I agree with. Like, a lot of that is going to be really cool. So I'm excited for that. And just kind of see how it all plays out with everything being on ships and such. So it's going to be a very interesting, like, expansion. So, all right.
Yeah, I was thinking about the ship thing, and I was like, wondering if we're still going to have to find aether currents, like always, or if they're going to be changing that too.
All right. Well, we'll find out. Next up on the list is the new Alliance Raid series. What are your feelings on it?
I mentioned earlier that I haven't seen Ava, so I don't really have any feelings about it.
I'm the same, because I'm in the same boat. So that's something I do want to watch to at least get an idea about it. So I know it's on my list.
And I don't really have an inclination to watch it either. Like, it's unlike with Nier, where I felt compelled to play it before the Alliance Raid came out.
Right.
I don't have any inclination to watch Ava ahead of this Alliance raid, just because it's been as a McAnime fan, like it's just kind of been on the periphery
Okay.
of my awareness for so long that I know what it is, and for me personally, I think
Yeah.
getting into that story might not be the best move for me.
That's fair.
From a personal standpoint, I'm not going to get into the details about that, but just like it's just might not be the direction that I should that would be safe for me to do for me to take.
Yeah, no, I get you. So next up, the new 8-man raid. Your opinions on that? With it being Final Fantasy VII Remake.
You know,
based.
I've had so many conversations about this since CFFS, like, because I was watching it both with two of my friends. One, who was a massive Final Fantasy VII fan, massive, like, it's her entire personality is Final Fantasy VII practically.
Yeah.
And the other, which is not as not as into Final Fantasy VII, but is very much into like talking about, you know, the behind the scenes stuff with me. You know, it was like, why did they decide to do this? What does this mean? Blah 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 blah. You know, like all that back end stuff.
Gotcha. So it's basically, so like for you,
so
like
I got both sides in my head. You know,
yeah.
on each ear. You know, like the one is super excited, just no questions asked. You know, this is exactly what I want. And the other one is like full of questions of like, but what does this mean? Because this is the first time that they've ever done a collaboration for the raid series, the normal raid series, right? So, and having two collaborations in the X Pack at the same time, to her, you know, feels kind of weird, and I'm like, I get it. I understand, and I've seen other people talk about, you know, it's like I'm disappointed that they decided to go with another collaboration for the raid series, and I get it.
Yeah, and it's at the end of the day, like kind of the way they gotta look at it too. Is just like I will say this for this much. Best way always we won't know for sure till we obviously we talked about this multiple times. The best way we will know for sure is until we get the release of it. And I think it is very interesting that they did indeed bring up Final Fantasy VII. I personally haven't played the remakes. So I don't know if it's like, I mean, to be real too, I did beat the first part of the remake, but I never beat the original FF7 or played the rest of the remake series. So to me, I mean, I've read stories, I've done the lore research because when I was being to attend, I've watched gameplay and playthroughs. But to me, I like to definitely see where this is gonna go. And I really do hope that it excels, whatnot. Because speaking of, actually, this is something I would ask the other last time. What is your feelings about having now a new difficulty between Savage and Normal?
That should be interesting to try out for me specifically, because if it'll allow me to gear by actually doing content instead of grinding, and it's less of a time commitment, then that should work out well for me. I just my curiosity is it going to be structurally the same fights as the Savage ones, just at a lower difficulty, or like, and what I mean by that is that they're going to have similar mechanics and still have the door boss, the secret boss at the end. Is it still, so in that regard, are they the same fights as the Savage ones, or is it more towards the normal versions?
That's a good.
I would understand either way. Because if I'm doing the content, I don't really care. uh if there's like an extra secret ending, at the end or not, because I'm mostly just doing it for the gear.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I think it would be interesting if it is, similar to the Savage raids in that it has that extra secret thing at the end.
Mm-hmm.
But I would understand if they decide to just keep Savage as its own special little pocket.
Well, fine. Yeah. So that's definitely something we can definitely look forward to, and we'll figure that out when the next releases. Um, well, we are actually now to the ending part. So we're going to be asking a lot of this is to wrap up everything, to kind of like conclude everything all together. So the first question these are going to be three questions here. First one I'm going to ask is, which of the expansions have to be your favorite, all the way from basically between what you played, so Rumbleborn all the way to Dawn Trail,
Oh man,
and just choose like I would say if you
it's
need
hard.
to. You can say you
It's
got a
hard for
time
me to
between.
pick a favorite because I like them all for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if you asked which one I would want to play through again, like in its entirety,
Mm-hmm.
like if there was one that I could that I could choose to go back and re-experience from the beginning, um, I would say Shadowbringers.
Okay.
Simply because it was just like it was a great gameplay experience, and combined with a great story experience.
Okay.
But it's hard to say that and not group Endwalker in with it, because Endwalker is literally just like the extension of it's the continuation, right? It's the natural continuation of Shadowbringers, so it's hard to leave that out.
So you, as I said, like the top two, so like, that kind of can work. Like, that works because like I said, it kind of got two together. I mean, and that's understandable because a lot of expansions do have different things. You like an expansion for one reason. There's another reason, like this expansion, that expansion. Everyone's gonna have those fate, but like definitely one that kind of sings out to you more. But yeah, I think that those are some good choices though. Shadowbringers and Walker. I mean, both of them have been fantastic. So, the other question I have here is: do you own one physical collector's edition of an expansion? So, Heaven's Word, Stormblood. Do you have any of those or no?
I have all of them except for Romerborn.
Okay. I don't even know.
Actually, no, I don't have Shadowbringers. I'm so mad at myself that I didn't get Shadowbringers because I wanted it so bad.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't have the money for it at the time.
That's fair. It's okay.
But then my husband was telling me, I was like, you could have just told me, and you could have just like used money from the joint account and put it back, and I'm like, I didn't think about it.
Yeah, I did.
So I missed out on that boat. I'm so mad about it.
Yeah, it's okay. I only own one that's Dawn Trail. Every other one that came out at the time, I just didn't have the money for, and I couldn't spend it. So I was like, yep, all I could was Dawn Trail. That's fine. All right. And this is the final question I have to ask here, and I think it's a really good question too. What kind of advice would you give a new player joining Final Fantasy XIV for the first time? Just a simple, like, just think of it like they're jumping in, they're playing the game. What's the immediate thing you want to tell
them? Learn. Okay. I think. Just like, you have to learn the game, and you have to learn it with a fresh perspective, because yes, this game has a lot of similarities to other MMOs, but it has so many layers to its inspirations, the places that it takes inspiration from, that it truly does create something wholly unique in the actual like experience of it. Like, sure, you can pick out little bits and pieces of like, oh, this is from this and this is blah 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 blah, But like once you put all of those pieces together, it truly is a standout of its own. And this is from somebody who has played other MMOs since I started playing 14. Like I haven't gone far into them, but it's, you know, it's still drawing from a time out of time, you know, from really old MMOs while still and trying to drag and trying to like pull that nostalgic time of classic MMOs into the modern day, you know, to try and make it something that people of the present will enjoy.
Okay.
That it so the only way that you can really enjoy playing it is treating it as if it is a completely new experience. And so you have to learn it from its own textbook, essentially, like it's and being the game itself.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
That definitely is a good way to look. I think that's definitely some really good advice, especially from those who may be already familiar with MMOs. There's times people jump in. Sometimes
a lot of the people that I've talked to that have come into the game fresh, you know, they like to talk about it as like, oh, but in this other game, this is like this. And I'm like, well, okay, but that's not how it is here. And I'm like, well, why not? And they're like, well, why not? And I'm like, because it just isn't. Like, asking the question is like, it's not. I'm not saying that you can't ask questions or make critiques about how the game can improve or change, but if you're asking questions about how to play the game, I'm telling you how to play the game, and you have to learn, and you have to be receptive to that instead of saying, well, it's like, well, this is like, but in this other game, this was like this, right? It's like you have to be willing to learn the game as it is.
And that's true, because at the end of the day, it is definitely playing a new game altogether, no matter what MMO you're playing, or any game you play in general, really, let's be honest. So, like, that's why at the end of the day, it is very important to go into a new game with a fresh mindset. Like, hey, you know what, maybe it does, then you pick it up and go, hey, I remember this game, this kind of does feel familiar to this, or, oh, there is something I did different in this game, maybe I could talk about it for future things. So yeah, I mean, that is some really good advice to give. I think honestly, coming in with a fresh perspective is definitely as honestly a very good thing. You can my words are starting to tumble. I think it's time. I'm tired. It's I've been at it for almost 6.5 hours, an hour longer than actually the other last one. But that's awesome though. It's okay.
You picked me. Like
you
knew how much I like to yap.
No, and that's okay.
This is the hell that you built for yourself.
Honestly, though, that is okay, because I love being able to hear the experiences and hearing everything that you talked about tonight. Because everybody that I'm going to bring is going to have experiences that are different. I know for you, you were very passionate, and also like even some of the people I was talking to, like, I'm so passionate.
I think about this stuff a lot, so it's just like I just have so much to say.
Yeah, absolutely, and I could tell like you definitely did have a lot, and it's great, like, because that gives insight for more people who might come and go and say, hey, you know what, that's some good points, or hey, I didn't really think about it this way. So it's always, this is kind of what the point of the show is, to be able to express yourself, show you guys what your guys' memories are, and be able to share those experiences, because there's so many different ways and perspectives that we think about these things. And honestly, it's one of the coolest things that I'm really excited about when I get to interview even more people. So I will say, Sin, I do appreciate you taking the time for this, and it was a lot of fun.
I really appreciate you working so hard to put this together, Waba. It's been really fun.
I tell people I do my best, because I keep myself humbled. Because otherwise, you say you like, do the thing. So, did I hit enter? There we go. Do a little shout out for Sin. I know they don't stream very often, but it's there.
I don't
but
stream as much as I used to,
but
and
still a nice little thing to say. Hey, here you go.
I hit the button every once in a while.
Yeah, exactly. So, but that is going to be the end of the night, guys. So for everyone that just stuck around and hung out, I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yes,
If you
thank you for enduring my yap session, everybody. You have
Yeah.
no idea how much I appreciate it.
Yeah, so we are also going to mention that if you guys are on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. That's the way you guys will know when I go live on YouTube. If you guys are here on Twitch, of course, following on Twitch. If you don't know way to know, keep informed when I go live. I do also have a Discord server. You can join through here. Unfortunately, I don't have things set up on the YouTube side yet, but I will hopefully eventually set something up so you guys could also get all these awesome links. So we have the Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, YouTube. For those here on Twitch, you have the YouTube link right there, and then the coffee link. If you guys like to help the channel or basically help me kind of deal with some finance issues at the moment, donate to the coffee link right there will definitely help me out. But again, only if you want to. You don't have to. I appreciate every single one of you. Again, thank you all. I already have a raid target. I do not know how much longer Nilly's going for, but we're raiding Nilly. They're playing some Kingdom Hearts. So let's go say hi to Nilly. And once again, yes, perfect. Thank you all for coming by and hanging out. And I will see you guys tomorrow night with Comfy Freaks. All redeems will be back on for at least that day. So until then, bye-bye, everybody.